Hello, my babies. Fancy seeing you here. Morning, where I am. Evening, where you are. But in the PokerStars arena, it is Sunday. The 109 Sunday Million guaranteed that started yesterday, October 9th, concludes today. 73 players remaining of the 9,291 who started. I am Uncle Daddy Joe Stapleton. Joining me today is co-commentator Nicholas M. Walsh. Hello, Nick.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me, Joe.
James is away for a long weekend. Cards are in the air. Let's get to it. Boom. Hold
Boom.
cards
Straight in
for
the
your
action.
eyes
Straight
and
in the
ear
action.
holes. Action has folded over to Melly 902-0. Today we are visiting in on the chip leader, Demi NNSP, in the lower right-hand side over there. Some people with some avatars trying to fool us today. I saw a Charles Darwin avatar, not C. Darwin. I see that little house there that I think it's Perry Mason uses as his avatar, JXS Poker. Not a lot of folks in the final. Were we down to 71 already? We lost 2 players already? We lost 3 players before this hand even got to a turn? All right, well, we're going to wrap things up pretty soon. Are we going to have time to get to Griffin? Gut shot for a Hackazilla, and yeah, that's going to be a spot for a lot of folks to chuck in a little raise here, a little semi-bluff. Yeah. Mel still out in front.
Yeah, absolutely. Having the 9 of clubs especially is cool because you can continue barreling on club cards with a little bit more confidence your opponent isn't going to have a made flush. It's so hard to play 6s here. You want to see bet, but you're going to get check raised on this texture a lot, so it's a little bit dangerous, and just like that, 9 high is going to take it down.
9 high, like a boss. And speaking of bosses, time to introduce the third head for these 3 boxes. You may know him better as the Unicorn. I like to think of him as Poker's very own Baby Huey, Griffin Benjer. Welcome to the broadcast.
You know, I do have a clause in my contract that says I won't be introduced with any Kasoof references, Joe, so I'm going to let you have one this one time, but check your privilege. Let's do this.
I mean, I think that would be totally valid if it weren't for the fact that you completely owned that entire situation. If you were the loser there, I'd be like, okay, let's not bring this up. But it was honestly one of my proudest moments ever watching poker and then knowing you. I was just so proud of you in that moment.
Thanks, Joe.
Welcome.
Okay. Sunday Million, welcome to the stream.
Hey, wait. Look how many players are left, guys. Check it out. Look.
Nice.
Look. Nice. Look. It might not last that much longer. Look.
Got some blind action here, guys. These guys are pretty deep, though, huh, Griff? This is interesting how this is going to play out. Go ahead and start with a raise. Ace-2 suited in the big blind seems good. What a flop. Oh, my God.
That is a fun flop. 2 spades. Gut shot. And another. Look. Flip the first 2 cards. Look.
A bet to take it.
Ace-King under the gun for 00 skip. With the old Bubbles avatar. Griffin, are you a Trailer Park Boys guy? I don't think you are you?
No, I'm not. I never really got into it, or never had the buddy that was really into it or something and get me sort of indoctrinated. Yeah. Wasn't really a big stoner kid or anything either, so maybe that probably didn't
You're like, I went to college.
I did watch my first proper episode, sort of a slew of episodes a couple months ago with my friend who finally made me watch it, and yeah, I had some laughs, definitely. Just missed it. Just missed the moment.
Creeper 74 all in for 2.2 million. I guess I should say what the blinds are. That's just 11 big blinds.
Yes, indeed. Are you a fan, Joe?
You know, it was something that around 10 years ago when I moved to England and I was starting to get exposed to other shows I hadn't seen before, and people were like, you got to watch Trailer Park Boys. Blinds up, 125, 250 now. You got to watch Trailer Park Boys. You got to watch Trailer Park Boys. And I gave it a shot, and it wasn't really for me, and I had a hard time kind of seeing what people were talking about. And then I forced myself to watch a bunch more episodes, and I was like, okay, like I get it. I get what the appeal is here. This is very silly. It is funny, but not enough to make me watch like the other 18 seasons or whatever.
Okay.
I eventually just sort of fizzled out.
Yeah. I'm in the same boat. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
It was good.
But
hey, shout
this
out
Bubbles character is very funny.
Yeah, he is great. Shout out to
All
my
right,
friend
pocket
Daryl Dell in
sixes.
the chat. Hey,
All
buddy.
right, nice.
Welcome.
Very good.
See you
Welcome.
there.
Demian has dropped down to 4th on the leaderboard, but hey, what are you going to do? It's online poker, guys.
Oh, yes. King 4 suited on the button. I mean, could do something kind of freaky here. We're getting down into the money, though. I don't know how out of line people want to get in these scenarios, especially with that stack. Just over 20-ish bigs.
So to be clear, we're well into the money in this event. However, we're getting into the real money.
Oh, yeah.
And
The bubble
one
has
over
burst.
card.
We're in the money.
Connects top pair for Leon, out flopping the 6s.
Pretty much a worst case scenario here for Demi. 2 6s in your hand. You see an ace-high board. Big blind defending. You're thinking, oh, it's, probably get this 3. Probably doesn't have an ace. And he just has the ace 6. Ain't fair.
Are you always going to bet this flop with the 6s, Griff? Is this like just pretty standard, small continue on an ace-high board, kind of protect your hand a little bit, and then obviously slow the action on later streets?
Switching?
Yeah, definitely with a hand like 6s, especially.
Yep.
You can mix in some checks with some much bigger pairs.
Sure.
Let your opponent even catch up, not bet money into, but...
And at this table, we've got Any2 versus you. Cool name there. 14 million. 20133 with nearly 20 million. That's the new chip leader playing out of the UK.
But
can't tell if that's
3 off.
Yeah, can't tell if that's Light from Death Note or not.
Right.
I don't think it is.
I don't think it is
And we
either.
do-
I'm
anime
definitely
nerds.
getting light vibes. Yeah.
We do know Tua's real name. One of the only players we can identify from this week's, which is Lander Lijo, who is a Spanish player but playing from the UK. 2.5 million in live earnings. Online earnings hidden.
Oh,
And a
Ooh,
set
hello.
of 8s on the turn for Tua. That's going to be way good. Ellie the Bee looking for a straight. Now.
yeah, nice lead here from Tua. Ugh.
Oh, are you sure, mate?
Yikes. And
Oh, dear.
full house leads Tua to pick up more chips, add to the chip lead, and another bounty collected.
Yikes. I don't know about that
Really?
shove, Griff. I'm not sure how I feel about that.
You don't like shoves where if you get called, you're always losing, and if you get folds, you're always winning? Yeah. We're used to covering such high-stakes action a lot of the time here, especially coming off, a coup. But the reality is sometimes at these, $100 or lower levels, some of these players, they're going to do some things that are a bit unconventional. In a situation like that where, you feel like you have the best of it, you maybe facing this lead, you just want this hand to end. You're like, I think I have the best hand.
Yeah.
I don't want
yeah.
this leading stuff. There's all these bad rivers of the club out there. I'm all in.
Right.
And
Yeah.
clearly was not the best move.
Yeah.
But, 10 came on the river. Probably would have busted anyway.
Sure, absolutely. No, I definitely had that kind of energy, didn't it? That kind of like, oh, I don't want to play an ugly river here. I just wanted this hand to be done with, and let's just do
Yeah.
it now. But I think, as you're playing better players, a lot of people leading that turn will have very strong made hands where they just don't want people to give the person the option to check behind in position if they have, aces or something like that, or, whatever. Maybe that's not a good example, but we see the run out here for ace deuce is the full boat.
Just because of recent events in the poker world, I'm going to address this question somewhat seriously, somewhat occasionally. Justin Walker on YouTube asking, how does it protect the integrity of the game when you can see everyone's cards? Everything we're seeing here happened 30 minutes ago. We can see everyone's whole cards. It's hold cards, first of all, Justin, H-O-L-D, the cards the players are holding. But this all happened 30 minutes ago. There's no way for these players to be seeing what is happening in real time. It is not possible for players to cheat. And in fact, it's not even like these images were created 30 minutes ago and we're just seeing them now. These images are being created in real time based on things that happened 30 minutes ago. This is a recreation. This is not a video. There is no God mode in PokerStars software. There is no super user mode. This all happens based on hand histories that get generated once a hand is complete. There is no way to see the hold card information while a hand is in progress on PokerStars, except for your players' cards and your players' cards alone. Thank you for your question. A1, 4-1, all in, pocket threes. Grimace, 82.
Oh, man.
Makes the
PokerStars, great security, no intrigue. There's all this intrigue in the poker community right now with this thing happening, but unfortunately, we're all boring and protective of players' cards and their money.
And Tua also came along here, is very likely to be collecting this bounty of the threes. Ace-8 just blasting away here. Gets the 10 to fold.
Wow. And would have made it straight.
It makes it straight on the river anyway. So,
Yeah.
wow, A1, 4-1, eliminated. Great fold by Tua.
Wow. That's pretty wild. Really
Jeez.
wanted to win that bounty. Really wanted to win that bounty.
What the heck is going on today? People making some bizarre plays on the turn that where Rivers would have likely induced the same play.
Grimace, 82. Ooh, 49er fan.
The Gold Rush in honor of James Hardigan.
Yeah, this is, again, a pretty weird defend, right? I mean, he doesn't even, if he's got the guy covered, he's like, oh, come along and just try and get lucky, win a bounty here. But he doesn't have that many big blinds. He's got a pretty awful hand and no domination whatsoever. That's a turn where you might want to start speeding up, though, right? If your opponent's going to check flop, you might want to be leading with your gut shots here.
And I will say, in my limited experience, those with shark head avatars don't fold their big ones, you know? I mean, look at that guy. You think that guy's folding anything? I think he has a chainsaw in his hand. Or is that just his shark arm? Who knows?
I think it's like a shark wearing like a rugby jersey or something.
Yeah, but in his right hand, he has something. It looks like some sort of weapon, no?
Is it a rugby ball?
The important thing about defending hands as bad as 4-9 is being willing to bluff at some point, which Bouquet 7 clearly wasn't and lost to ace high after turning a gut shot, which probably would have fold from the ace 3 based on the sizing. So listen, if you're going to color outside the lines like this, jabroni, you know, make sure as correctly calls the 10-6 of spades here against the 10-6 of diamonds of Tua and snap folds the flop.
Question for you, Griff. If you are gonna lead the gut shot on the turn, what's your size there, like in percentage of pot? Are you supposed to be like full potting it there?
He had 2.4 left, and there was probably what, like 1.5 in the pot or something.
Right. Like half pot, 60%, something like that.
Yeah, probably just like one and done, like between 55 and 65%. Just like
beautiful, love
something that represents probably like even a third of your stack, but it's just like, please fold ace jack or whatever. Like
sure.
You know.
Yeah, I dig it. Ooh, hello. It's a nice turn for
Kiss
ace
my
jack.
ace. Trip jacks now. To does have the ability to put pressure on with this chip stack size, but this is a hand that will not be pressured. Or as Sam Grafton would call it, pressurizing. Just my ace up to $5.5 million now. If you guys are Sam Grafton fans, our podcast last week did have Sam Grafton on. Got him to talk about the $5.5 million Triton win. Got him to talk about the Robbie Jade Lou Hustler Casino live scandal a little bit. We all weighed in with our opinions. Lots has changed since then. We're not going to talk about it until this week's podcast. But some things will have to be amended. I'll tell you that much.
Okay, so I haven't listened to the podcast yet, but I absolutely will. I have some guesses as to what will change. I feel like more evidence of not evidence. I don't know enough about it. Okay, I've been really peripheral on this whole thing, but it sounds like there's more drama every day.
Everyone in my life is so furious with me because I have to read everything about it and every reply to it.
Yeah.
I think it actually gave me a cold sore. Like, I get cold sores, and they happen from stress, and there's really nothing stressful going on in my life, and I'm almost positive it's from reading all the Robbie Jade Lou stuff, like just reading people's responses and raging over the assumptions that people make that are so incorrect.
Yeah, I've got a friend who he's like, I need to turn off Twitter now. Everything I read puts me on life toll. He's like, if I read another person who starts their tweet with, well, I've never played poker before, but he's like, I just can't do it. I can't do it ever. I can't. I got to turn it off for today.
Getting a little lucky there against Ace Queen, and blinds are going up again. We're down to 50 players. We've lost about a third of the field we started with. Up top, 58 grand today. $58,257. Oh, and then it's $58,249 for second. That feels like there should be more anyway.
Yeah, that might be
Ace King. A mistake, right?
Yeah.
So James and I did this bit for
wing it.
James and I did this bit for about 20 minutes last week, and people lost their minds, like being like, how do these guys not know how this works? How do they get jobs? Maybe, hey, at PokerStars, maybe you should hire guys who know what they're talking about. I mean, it was glorious.
What's glorious is this sick trap on 3 big blinds from Bokeh.
Is it a trap? Well, we've seen a lot of consequential rivers.
Yeah, my guy's got some moves, mate. He's got some lines. Oh, and a snap call. The trap works again. Send it to Bokeh.
If the light is green, the trap is clean. Double it for Bucky. Jack-9 suited. That's fun. That's fun. And Bucky and Grimace going at it again.
Yeah, I mean, dare say maybe the 5 should have just been a shove pre. I don't know. The guy's pretty early here, Griff. What do you think?
I think based on how active GRMC has been, you probably want to find a lot of shoves here. But Bokeh also is clicking buttons, so.
There you go. Works again. 2.2 million going into his stack there.
And yeah, nice couple little hands for Bucky.
Yeah, all kiss
and wakes
probably find a shove here, but
Num 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 num.
I don't know if Bokeh is gonna call here. Definitely should, but just based on everything I've seen,
Yeah.
might need a
Seems
notch
a little
higher
scared
to put his tournament life. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like Bokeh is one of those players that's like, if I don't see the flop, then how do I know what's going to happen? You know, I want to take a flop.
I don't want to just let this guy have pocket jacks here and bust me.
Everyone in chat, by the way, calm down. All right, we know the 8s is not a fold there. Just chill out, calm down. You're not impressing anybody.
You might impress me if you agree with us. And Oh, the old 3.5xer.
Wow.
It's nice to see they're alive and well in this tournament as well.
Ginormous size here with the jacks. I just really doesn't want to take a flop again. Got a lot of this hand protection energy on these tables today.
That hand, that raise reeks of jacks. That's what we always say when someone just like is usually like a 2xer or a 3xer, and then they make it 3.5 or 4 or 5 or 6x. You're like, yeah, okay, you've got jacks.
Any two versus you, not playing any two. Haven't seen him play any two at all this tournament so far. It's unbelievable. False advertisement. King Queen does manage to make top pair against Ace Jack suited.
It's because they're not playing against you.
Yeah.
Continues with top pair. Gets the ace jack to fold. 2 worth the most bounty-wise as well. 4 figures. Baki opening ace jack. And will Baki fold ace jack to the shove from 10s? Or the re-raise?
I mean, Joe, ace jack off, drawing hand. You know, if you don't see the flop, then how do you know? You don't know what's going to happen. You don't know what's going to happen.
Definitely
But for
folding.
half the stack, maybe. Nope.
All right, I'm not playing this one. Uh-oh. Is he going to open ace jack and then fold to the ace queen shove?
Definitely.
Griffin's seen this this style before. He knows how it's going to go down.
Let's just say I've read this script many times.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
it never
I feel you, man.
changes. No many how many times I send it back for rewrites.
There's the shove.
Come on, flip the script. Just make a stand, bouquet.
Well, this time it was a good fold, so I'm all about it. I like to play results, and this time the ace jack was an inspired fold. Thank you to Pie Face Poker. The mixed game movement. Having a mixed game movement. Thank you. Love me some Mason pie.
Oh, so do I.
Oh my gosh,
Shout out to Mason.
he's gathered his 3 fans to come in here and tell us mixed games are superior. Oh no. Oh no. The whole army's here.
He's got more than 3 fans. He's got 3 right here in the booth.
Yeah, that's true.
We've got any two versus you with lots of ways to catch up to this pair of 9s, but looks like a lot of them have been folded. Crap. Hey, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. What's the other? Nick, you said there's how many ways you can win a pot? Sorry, we've been through this a few times.
Showdown and non-showdown.
Showdown and non-showdown, right.
Yeah.
But then you can also get your opponent to fold, right? So there's 3 ways.
That's right, buddy. Yeah, you remembered it. So
Yeah,
that was the third
okay.
one that we forgot last time. That's right.
Okay, right.
Welcome back to the Trolls.
Pew.
Premium.
Yeah, back against the wall here for
Yeah.
Pew Limera.
Yeah, pocket 10s for Kiss My Ace should be putting the rest in. There it is.
There it is.
Here it comes.
Time for you to 00 skip this hand. Battle Knight says he knows
it gonna
the
be,
A
Bubbles?
is coming. Don't worry. Bubbles out. Lamera makes the call. 1 overcard. Hits the 8. Hits the other 8.
Oh, man.
Nom 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 nom.
Snowmen's. Double up for Lamera. Folds around
Ooh,
the
and
blinds.
double skip here. More standard would be to have shoved these 12 big blinds, but instead it's going to find that limp fold. Pretty nice.
He's going to get another shot at it here. King, queen suited. Or as John Delano named it, Darkwing Duck.
Whew. Again with the 3x from the button here, Griff. This is... My guy likes the big sizes. Doesn't want any action with that king queen suited in position.
It's their standard. Oh. Okay, is this going to be a call with jacks or a 3-bet fold, Nick?
I'm loving the energy today, Griff. He's just going to flat it. I actually don't hate the flat in this.
You got to wait for a safe flop. Okay, it's a safe flop. Safe
okay,
flop
now
for
you can
jacks.
go broke to
10
aces.
high.
It's fine. You can go broke to aces now. It's all good.
It's going to bet big here.
Oh, wow. Interesting.
Okay.
That is big
Might
for them.
be enough to keep ace-king in there now.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
but he's got to go big on the turn now, Griff. If he's going to have the small size, he's going to like 3 million on the turn, right?
No. I
No,
think
wow,
he's-
okay.
This is kind of
Not
scary.
3 million,
That is
3 big
scary.
blinds. Isn't this annoying if you have ace king
2.7.
though? Aren't you just like, God, wait, why are you doing this? I have to call.
Oh, now I'll turn it into a bluff. But then all your queen jacks and king
Oh,
jacks
Tua.
and king queens missed. But Tua's got to
Skip
do
has been-
something here.
Skip's been holding the door open this entire time, letting in the draft, letting in all the bugs. No, ace king checks it on over. I feel like a check back. Yeah. Turns out there is a right way to play jacks. Give your opponent an amazing price on every single street and just pray that no overs hit.
Oh, bokeh. Third player in with 10% of your stack. Ace 10 off. Stinky.
Pocket trays. Any two versus you getting a nice price here in the big blind. This is fun despite being dominated. Who doesn't like a jack 9 suited?
Yeah, you got to be playing.
Find
Jack
me
nine
one
suited here.
individual.
Oh, my goodness.
Let's go, mate. That's how you
That's the
do
way to
it.
do
Getting out of line. Now
love
living up
this.
to the name. It's the fours of fold
Yes,
and
mate.
ace 10. Just free money.
Absolute squeeze champion of the universe. Love that.
Free money.
Yeah. Bokeh just bleeding out at this point. Managed to raise, fold, call, fold, all the way back down to 3 mil.
Another pot for Bokeh. Anybody want to give me odds that Bokeh takes it down? On a $1 bet?
Okay, I'll give you 50 to 1.
Wow.
I think the actual odds are longer than that, but I'll take 50 to 1. I don't want to break you. Book
Yeah.
it.
Booked.
10-9 for Grimace. Flops a pair and a straight draw. Smaller pair for Kiss My Ace. Double O skip with the queen jack. Folds under the gun at deuces for Lamera.
16 big blinds here, 5 players to go through. Just a shove or fold situation. Probably lean fold.
Yeah, you
There's
can
such
fold
an
this,
edge
right? Yeah.
against the kind of field, but it is sort of a, you know, a consideration. You do have that pair. Going to pick up a lot of chips when everyone folds.
Everyone at this point guaranteed $650. Next pay jump isn't until 31st place, but they have been dropping very quickly. We've got an all in here from ace 7. Jack 6 makes the call, 7 on the turn, but it's diamonds on the river. Tua busts another one, picks up another $371 in bounties, and continues. No, has been edged out by Batuk 2003, but second in chip still for Tua.
Yeah, I think as an ICM adjustment, I don't hate that line from Jack 6 of diamonds. I think you're going to get way more folds than you would do if you were playing just for pure chip EV. Jack 6 of diamonds, yeah, go for it. Why not? Put him in the tank. See what
How
happens.
is Boca going to play this dry 8-high flush draw. We've seen some interesting leadings.
It's just your classic check jam scenario, right?
No, I don't think so.
360,000 the bet from any two
book of
versus
bokeh.
you, who turns a straight ball, but a straight draw. We've got some
Yeah, and this.
street flash potential for Bucky.
Yeah, and if Baki checks here, this is going to be problematic. And of course, Baki doesn't and allows any two to just get away from this. You know, this is one of those cards that even though it has completed a flush, that any two versus you would probably continue betting a good percentage of the time to try to fold
Sure.
out some King X, maybe even some Ace X type hands, but doesn't even give him the chance and scares him off.
Queen 10 suited for Tua. 4 is all in. Tua with the opportunity to pick up another bounty. Don't think anyone else will get involved. We're going to be flipping
Tua on the
for
tee.
Kiss My Ace, and that's probably going to be lights out. It is indeed. Tua takes another bounty. Up to 29 million now. Here's 4. Bucky's making the call with King Jack. Flops a Jack. King 7 also in there. That pair of Jacks is the best hand, but Bucky, we know, is not super difficult to chase out of pots.
Great spot, though, 90% right now.
Yeah, especially in a multi-way pot. Ooh, King 7 of diamonds getting
Uh-oh.
really out of line here. Wow.
And the 7 on the river does improve Grimace. Oh my goodness. Bets 3.4 million in a spot where a lot of people take the showdown. King Jack calls all in and is right. Bucky
Let's go, mate.
coming out of nowhere, finding the courage to call all in with a
Okay, let me buy
non-nutted
it for
hand.
$10. Let me buy it for $10.
I'll take that. I'll take the buyout for
I'm
$10.
kidding.
10 to 1 on a buyout? Hell yeah.
No, we're on.
43 players to remain. Just 42 players between me and $100 of sweet, sweet Griffin Benjamin money.
$50, dude. 50 to 1.
$50.
$50.
Nice try.
That was a pretty sick hustle there, Joe. Can you believe it, guys? $600 he's going to have to pay me. Unbelievable.
I thought 100 to 1 was closer to the true odds. That's what was in my head.
That's
but
what it was.
Closer, by the way. Still not the true odds. Well, this should be fun. A little duplicate
it.
poker.
Might see a 3-bet here some of the time. Decides to go for the call instead.
King, Queen, Jack, 2 spades. The only spade belongs to Grimace, who continues. And it's the 9 of spades on the turn.
Actually, kind of a great card for Tua because it might create a check back for GRM, which would give Tua an opportunity with the stone bottom of his range with it just ace high here to find a bluff, try to fold out, something like ace queen or maybe even some King X type hands. Tua's going to have a lot of 10s and some spades and will often bet big here. So
Yeah.
it's actually a nice turn card for Tua.
Very nice play from Tua. Action folds around to any 2 with the Sam Grafton hand, 10-9 suited. Tua with Queen Jack in the small blind.
Yeah, and a lot of momentum and confidence right now for Tua, so I wouldn't expect Queen Jack to be folded in the small blind to a button open. Could sometimes 3-bet, but I do like just flatting here and not getting too cocky.
And Queen Jack flops best, pair of queens.
Yeah, and you've been talking about NE2 having a lot of experience, 2.5 million in live earnings, so going to be very aware of Tua's range.
No,
but-
different. Tua is the one with the 2.5 million in live earnings.
Tua is. Okay.
Yeah. Tua, NE2 can be confusing, but
Yeah.
8, 9, 10. Okay, so it doesn't really help, does it, that 8?
Yeah, it does. Creates a double gutter.
7, the 7.
You know what they say. Everyone loves a 7 on the river. Sorry, I haven't been on air for a while. Is that what we say?
Don't give us more to sing, Griff, please.
Oof.
Yeah, I love
NE2.
the second barrel here. It's really cool.
Hitting it hard.
Good call. Ooh, wow,
Yes.
this is a good river to bluff.
The river, pretty scary for Tua. Checks it to NE2. Can you do it? Can you feel it? Can you find it?
Yeah, I mean, you got to. You fold out ace 10s and ace jacks on the turn. Ace queen you would have been heard from pre-flop. Ace 6 folds on the turn. So
Yep.
it's really just, hands like king jack, queen jack, king 10 and queen 10. Some ace X of hearts, which is, we see the give up. The problem
Gives
is
it up
also
to
it is
Tua.
kind of, yeah, it's obvious too, right? Like we see it's like, oh, that is such a great card to bluff on, and now gives him third best pair, but Tua is also aware of that, So you are kind of repping a thin range. You're going to check back a lot of your king X hands on the river as well, king jack and things like that. So your hand would have had to have improved like a set of aces or ace king, and at that point you're repping pretty thin. So
My question would have been, if you bomb that river and get snapped off by that exact hand, how bad are you supposed to feel about it?
yeah, I mean, I think it's a cap tip situation. Like, okay, you really made a sick call against me, but it's definitely a spot you need to be willing to bluff a good percentage of the time in that scenario, because not every person's going to be willing to call.
I think if you get called by like a complete random, you should probably feel kind of bad about it. If you get called by another reg and you're like, yeah, cool, I can kind of see what happened. I think you feel less bad about it.
Okay.
Unless you hate the reg, and then you could just hate him for it anyway.
Bokeh with the min lead,
My guy, dude.
and
Oh,
happens
just
to be
gets
up
away with it.
against.
got it.
That's crazy, man.
Gets away with another one. Griffin, are you sweating this bet yet or what?
A little bit.
Like your EV keeps going down. Like you're only
I know.
winning like
I know.
65 cents right now.
Very aware.
Mike Wild says Boki is Afrikaans for bucks and is pronounced Boka. Hey, how's this pronounced? Yabanned. How's that pronounced? You banned. Thank you for your pedantry.
Ooh, set of threes here for 00 Skip versus the top for NE2 versus you.
The dream.
It's pretty dreamy. I mean,
Pretty threamy.
this is a pretty freaky spot though. When the button calls, the small blind comes along here. You're obviously going to run into some sets once in a while, but you do have a very, very strong hand.
Ugh!
Rips it in. Just
No!
rips it in. He's got the 3 of hearts in his hand
Scare
as
off
well.
your friends, man.
You scare him off. I mean, when people do this, it does feel like a flush draw, though. And you don't have any hearts in your hand, and he's you versus you, but you have to ask yourself, how often does he do this with king queen? How often does he do this with, like, ace deuce of hearts, ace 5 of hearts, that kind of thing?
Yep. But boy, is it for a lot of chips. We're at 350,
Yeah.
big blind.
This is tough. This is really tough. IMO. Based on what we know of Skip, I think it's a little less tough to find a fold here, but as it stands, it goes runner, runner, heart, and any two versus you is now on the rail. 00 Skip up to 28 million now. That's actually top 10 stack, isn't it? Yeah, second. It's number 2.
Yeah, I feel like because he played it so unconventionally, that's kind of what gets him paid there, right? Like the other guy's probably thinking to himself, would he really just rip in a set like that? Surely he'd play it slower. Does kind of make it look more like a combo draw or something like that, which obviously leans you more towards a call with ace queen. Like we said earlier, this is the 109 Sunday Million. People will just do that with, like, you know, top pair, not a great kicker as well once in a while too. So you got to know your guy, I think, in that spot. Otherwise, I probably get caught there a lot too.
Yeah, I mean, I think
turn.
the problem with doing it is that, you know, that happened to be a unicorn scenario where you blast it all in and your opponent had the
Right.
absolute top of his range that would even consider calling. You know, when your opponent's betting king queen there, queen jack, you've just scared off
Right.
your customer. Other
Yep.
side of the coin, the turn was the 6 of hearts. You know, you're probably not going to get all of the chips on a run out that includes, you know, certainly a heart on the turn and then a heart on the river, but I would not be results oriented on that situation there. You should definitely just be calling. You know, if you really want to protect multi-way and mix in some like nice, cool little like small raises, that's fine too.
Sure.
But the
Sure.
shove is just
Yeah, I
no
agree.
bueno.
Except in this one case.
Except in this one case where your opponent had ace queen and didn't fold. Yeah.
Pocket eights for Bokeh. Gonna raise it up just the absolute min with the num-nums. Ace Jack, what a great spot just to ship it in here.
Feels like it.
I wonder if we see the pocket eights fold again. I mean, it's for the bounty though. Come on, it's not
No,
that many.
this
big
It's
time.
blinds.
not an all-in
You
this
gotta
time either. I
know.
mean, yeah.
Okay.
There it is.
Bokeh bowl.
And it's a jack-high flop. Bucky will not be calling with eights ever again for the rest of their life. Double up, Lamera. Lamera sounds like medication.
Whew. Snap call there.
HA
from
Poker
Bokeh.
Pro here. Kind of a
Ask your
decent spot
doctor
to
about
shove, but
Oh wow, really great
yeah,
spot
you
to
gotta
shut
shove.
down.
Oh,
no.
boy.
This is
let
magnificent.
loose,
King
Poker
Hearts.
Pro. Come on,
Poker
AJ.
Pro with queen suited.
Yes, mates.
A delightful
Love you.
starting hand. Skip's got to go. Skip does have a lot of chips at this point.
Hey, skip on out of here, buddy.
Skip this hand. Ace-Jack suited for pocket. Much harder to get away from.
He's got the best hand here. You can win the bounty. No,
Folds.
and the trace
Of course,
call.
the threes are calling from the chip leader. 2 hearts on the flop.
Oof,
And Poker
almost
Pro
two outs.
makes the flush on the river. Double up, Poker Pro. Tua drops to 3rd on the leaderboard. Grimace with King 7 suited.
Ba-boom.
And wow.
Power pokes.
Tua maybe a little tilted.
Well, it's an interesting shove, but it's, you know, it's only about 30 big blinds effective. Gonna get a lot of folds. It's kind of cool with all those chips. Could also just be tilted.
I think I kind of preferred if Poker Pro wasn't that deep. If Poker Pro has like 5 million, then it's obviously the effective stack is obviously much lower, and you're just like, you know, bounty, whatever, bounty stuff, bounties being bounty stuff. Tens ripping it.
Would have been a nice opportunity for a little Limpsky here.
Yeah, especially with the PKO sort of incentive. I think having a trap there. Tens is just so strong at that stack depth. Blind v blind, you're going to get a lot of loose action from the big blind. Aces for PIU under the gun. PIU UTG.
So, Joe, as you know, I play a lot of fantasy baseball, and there
Oh,
was
I meant to
this
ask you about that.
there was this trending there was this trend of a way to draft a fantasy baseball team where you take a starting pitcher in the first 2 rounds, and they call it the pocket aces strategy. And for years I was like, oh, that's a pretty cool name, and then I finally realized it's because you're drafting 2 aces, like pitchers are aces, but I didn't realize
Yeah.
that. I was like, oh, it's just a cool poker connection, but I'm like, oh no, it works even better than I thought. It's 2 aces, pocket aces.
But it is still a poker reference.
Oh, it's still a poker reference, but I'm just saying,
Yeah.
like, I just thought it's like, ooh, like, yeah, aces are a great starting hand, and like you get, start your draft with a couple pitchers, you got like, yeah, you got the best hand of poker. But I didn't realize it's like the word aces is an actual like term in baseball as well.
I kind of
know.
like that format also, as Lamera raises this bet from Bucky, this min bet with a pair of 8s.
Yeah,
I kind of like that because as someone who's inexperienced with how to draft, being forced to pick 2 pitchers and not have to decide whether I should pick,
All the
an
hitters,
ace
yeah.
pitcher or Aaron Judge in the first round. I like that.
Yeah.
I like having
Yeah.
fewer options.
How are you doing in your league,
Okay.
by the way, Griff?
Sorry.
How are you doing in your league? You never won yet?
So it just ended last week.
yeah.
And it, as Bokeh now flops 2 overs and a gut shot with an SPR of just about 1.2. So unfortunately, in my big pools, I collapsed into 5th and 7th place. These are overall pools, not league pools. So this was with 2,400 teams. So I still netted a good amount of money overall. That got me, those 2 leagues got me about 15 grand, and then I had some other wins and stuff. So it was a very successful summer. But I
Wow.
was, close
Nice,
to winning
man.
a lot more. Unfortunately, didn't pan out.
Well,
GG,
I'm
buddy,
sorry.
that's
I guess it's
cool.
a condolences then. I guess it's one of those annoying things where you say you made 15 grand and people are like, wow, that's great. And you're like, no. It should have been like 140.
Yeah. First place was 150K, and then it dropped off real
Drops off
steep
quick.
after that.
Yeah, I remember you said it's quite top heavy like that.
Well, it's just really
Okay.
stressful because I had 2 teams in the top 3 for like a month straight, and then you just start counting the money a little bit, even though you have a lot of experience in these things. You're just like, oh, it's like I've been here for a while now, and like I'm really stressing out, and like but-
Yeah. It's when it's you, there's always like a drop off at the end, and when it's someone else, they just go wire to wire. They're like, oh yeah, no, we're just gonna hold the lead.
Yeah. AJ Poker Pro, Deuce 9 ain't gonna do it.
Not gonna do it. You did not subscribe to the bokeh method.
I like this comment from Skimmer Scrub. It says Bucky's playing anti-GTO strat so people can't exploit them.
Yeah, that's not how that works.
I think they know. The shove from Poker Pro. 35 entries. 35 players still in here. Next pay jump, as I mentioned, is at 31st place. So 32nd will be the last player to make 650. Then we go up to almost 1,000. And Tua opening King 7 suited, getting shoved down by Ace King. Ace 9 for 00 skip. Full fold.
Blue skip.
Tua opening Jack 7, getting shoved on by 10-6
Whoa.
suited. Maybe noticing that Tua's been opening a fair few number of pots. You do run the
460.
risk of getting called relatively light here, and light is beating
Oh
you.
my God.
There is a
Don't
10
give
on
him
the
the
flop,
chips.
however.
Don't give him the chips. Don't give him the
Jack
chips.
7 does not hold up in this case. Double
There's no
up for
justice.
Z set.
There's no justice in this world, Joe. I hate stuff like
No.
that. That
And
hand
now
is
the
just
open shove
so-
for 30 bigs. No bueno. Joe, have you
No
been
bueno.
streaming The Last of Us?
Yes. So last week, Hardigan and I and a guy named Gary. Actually, the guy who's like responsible for all the meme streams that you guys see, all the animations, all the reason
Nice.
why these streams look incredible is sort of the brainchild of a fellow named Gary Davis who works for PokerStars. So me and James and Gary, and also cooler alert, Baki somehow not all in, just 3xing it with queens, Lamera with aces.
This is so weird. Oh, man.
Oh, don't burn the time bank. Come on, you're on TV, man.
We'll talk more about games and streams on the break. We got a break coming up in 5 minutes. We'll get to that. Domination situation. Queen's in big trouble. Oh, I owe Griffin $1.
Oh, baby.
Baki finally blocked, or Boca finally broke. Lamera knocking out BOKKE in 35th place.
Oh, man.
Fan favorite underdog story has been eliminated. That's right, Sean Thompson.
Open shove. Do it, you coward. Oh, it's taking too long now. He's just going to min raise.
Come on, bro.
Or open fold? $5 if you open fold, Nick?
Nothing would surprise me at this point. This has been a really fun stream already.
Yeah, that's been a crazy one. Oh, 5.
We have lost. We have lost more than half the starting field today. Oh my goodness! Come on.
Yes, mate. Yes, mate. Oh, just snaps in the half pot as well. You absolutely love to see it.
My goodness.
Just click it back. There it is. There it is. Nah, no action. Too big.
King
Too
Jack
big.
under the gun for 00 skip. Oh, and folds it. Interesting. Ace Queen suited for Lamera. Pocket fours for Tua. Does not shy away from pots. This whole time I thought Tua's avatar was like a dog or a bear with his mouth open, but now it looks like it's a man who's screaming into the sky.
Yeah. I think it is the man.
That's so weird how your eyes plays tricks on you for a while. King high flop, 2 clubs.
Hey, Griff, is there ever a squeeze here with Jack 10 of diamonds? Like, pre-flop, I mean, you know, so PIU opens 2 of flats. You ever considering that, or are you just always going to play that in position, Jack 10 suited as a call?
I think it's actually I think that the GTO might actually be to just like shove.
Yeah, that's
for like
what I was thinking
35
too.
bigs.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
So, yeah, I think that's probably the right play.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, you got you had the initial opener covered as well, which really shifts that, I think, towards just the straight pure jam. Kind of don't mind flipping with Jack 10 of diamonds in many cases.
Open under the gun from Pocket Queens and GRMC. P.U. Lamera with a hand that a lot of folks are going to defend with these days. Doesn't this time. And we've got some hands here. King Queen suited for AJ Poker Pro. 848,000. King Trey suited folds. 00 skip with Ace Queen. Is this a 00 ship? Whew. Near enough.
A lot of chips.
24 millions in the middle, you guys. Jeez.
Crazed Muffin TTV asks, is there ever a case of just min raising under the gun with queens like that? Surely only got yourself to blame if called with weakness and lose. Yes, thank you for your question. And we've got an all-in situation. Ace tray of hearts flops the street flash draw, but misses everything. Double up Grimace. And that's going to take us to the break. 72 players started the day today, 33 left, so more than half the field gone in the first hour. 33rd place, everyone guaranteed $650 plus bounties. Pay jump at 31st, where we get to $900. Demi in the start of day chip leader. Still, once again, chip leader, I should say. There's been some jockeying around, but Demian back on top. You did ask, someone in chat mentioned my recent streams, Griffin. So me and James and Gary Davis and one of James's friends from university, we started playing some PUBG. And we decided to stream that one day. And I have a lot of fun doing bits during PUBG, but I'm not a very good PUBG player. So eventually, basically what happens, Griffin, you ever been involved in like a threesome or something and then they kick you out and the other two continue?
Yes, that happened to me before. Anyways,
yeah,
continue.
that's basically what happened during the PUBG stream where I got booted and they're like, we're going to continue because we're having fun here and you're the weak link. So why don't you get out? So then I decided I was going to stream Last of Us for a little bit. And I was surprised. I didn't think playing a game like Last of Us would be all that entertaining to the group. But I had like 50 viewers the whole time, which is better than a lot of people are doing with their streams. And I guess it's nice playing Last of Us with a group because otherwise, I mean, it's an emotional game, right? Have you played it all the way through, Griff?
That is the single game in my adult life that I've played the most amount of times. I think I've played it 4 or 5 times through. Yeah, big Last of Us guy.
What is it that keeps you coming back to it?
Yeah, I really like the mechanics. I love the story. It's got a very emotional story. I really like the cutscenes. I think they're just done really well, and they're really like emotional and interesting. And yeah, the gameplay mechanics is just like I just find it really super fun. Yeah,
it's the first time in my life now. So they just came out with this new version of it for PS5, and it was like $80, and I was like, is it really worth it? I had the other version before and just never finished it. I will say it's
silly, to be honest. But I don't know. I haven't played the new one. No,
so
finish your story.
It's the first time in my life where I don't know where the cutscene ends and the gameplay begins, though. Like I'll be watching a cutscene and I'll be like, all right, well, why is he just standing there? I'm like, oh, this is game. This is now game. Like,
nice.
So it does look beautiful and gorgeous, and I guess they replaced Elliot Page. Is that what happened too in the remake? I feel like they recast her.
Elliot Page was
they recast. Elliot Page was not Elliot Page at the time. They recast who was Ellen Page before.
No, honey. Previously known as Ellie Page was never in. She was never in. He was never in Last of Us. That was in your
Elliot Page was not in Last of Us.
Elliot Page, formerly Ellen Page, was never in Last of Us. No, she did a video game where she played. Sorry, apologize for misgendering. Video game. There's a cover with her on it. She was in a video game. Yeah, Beyond Two Souls.
Oh,
was the game
okay. Well, I was thinking of something different then. Well, great.
Yeah.
Great. Well, I'm glad they did not recast Elliot Page. Nick, how about you? What game are you into right now?
I actually haven't been playing much recently. I don't know why, but I feel like I've lost my spark for games recently. I tried to play some Elden Ring, but it's just not really my jam. I'm not really into that kind of thing. But I was kind of enjoying it. It just felt like it was a lot, and I just kind of didn't want to go down that rabbit hole. But I have been watching a lot of What We Do in the Shadows, the TV series recently. And I was actually wondering, I wonder if my friend Joe Stapleton is a fan. I wonder if my friend Griffin Benger is a fan. Because I think it is genius. Like, it gets me every time. I think they did a really good job. And obviously the film was amazing, too.
Griffin?
2 thumbs up. Love me some What We Do in the Shadows. I'm probably about a season behind, but that's just because the content machine never stops.
Yeah, I also am a big fan of what we do in the shadows, but I will say I'm much more a fan of the standalone episodes than ones where they're like trying to move like the season plot forward.
Yeah,
The most
agree.
recent season, I liked almost all those episodes. The season before that, I felt like there was a couple episodes where I was like, I don't really care about the storyline. Just do like a regular sitcom. Just have like a standalone problem setup sitcom, A story, B story. But yes, it's so funny, perfectly cast, and kind of has a little bit of heart to it too, which I like.
Yeah. Yeah, it's sweet. And I actually think I might be falling in love with the female vampire. I forget what her name is in real life, but no, she's Nadia in the actual show. I keep forgetting who the actual actress is, but I think she's amazing.
I think it's Maria something possibly. Hadn't seen her since then. All right, kids, cards are back in the air. I'm going to leave you in the ever-loving care of Griffin Bender and Nicholas Walsh. I'm taking a quick break. See you guys in an hour.
Yeah, we should say that The Last of Us is very much in the content machine coming up. HBO series starring Pedro Pascal. That is one of my most anticipated shows of the rest of the year for sure.
Were you a fan of the Sandman series as well? The one that was it Netflix did it recently, I think.
Yeah, I liked it a lot. I really dug it for sure. I read I think about the first compendium or so of the book, probably around 5-6 years ago. So I'm like sort of a new fan of Sandman, and then was really happy that that Neil Gaiman was able to realize his vision and be so collaborative with Netflix and sort of have a lot of freedom to, because he was properly show running it, which is a very rare thing for the actual writer of it to do. So I thought that was really, really cool.
Yeah, I've got the sort of audible version of it as well on audiobook, and I thought they did a great job kind of staging that and doing that kind of cool, everyone, just different actors doing the different voices, and then obviously like some pretty cool sort of soundscape scenarios trying to kind of put you in the scene. It's very, very cool. I think he had a big hand in that as well. He actually narrated a bunch of that too, so I think he must have been pretty heavily involved as well. Yeah, he's great though. I love that guy. Anyway, guys, poker, let's go. King Jack off, going to be opening up this pots. Ace King off here, probably just going to be ripping it in here, only about 20-ish big blinds, and it is going in the middle, 8.3 million. KJ obviously has an opportunity to flip for a bounty, but it is a big chunk of their stack. I think they're just going to put that one in the bin. Seems good.
Bin it.
I do wonder where the cutoff is there, though. Obviously, you do want to gamble a little bit for the bounty. It's only about $500, though. It's not one of the bigger ones at the table. 4-5 suited. The chip leader at this table with 27 million going to be opening it up here. King Jack off, coming in with a 3-bet here as well. Makes it 2.4, so 3x the initial 800K open.
Yeah, good spot selection here from AJ Poker Pro, recognizing two as opening a lot. You got two blockers, late position. I like this, and I think it's kind of a nice size. It's a bit larger than I think we would, I guess, ordinarily see, but probably wants to dissuade Tua from continuing, and something like a suited connector might be inclined to do so, but make it a little bigger, not in that 2 million, but more in that 2.5, gets the fold.
Yeah, I'm feeling that for sure. And I think, Tua, just looking at that bounty, he's probably like, I've got like 8-7 suited here, something like that. 4-5 suited, I might be tempted to come along if he makes it like 2.5. So I think I kind of like the little cheeky size up there, even though obviously at the stack depth, probably smaller is better. Yep.
Below, I think 8-7 is a good threshold there.
Mm-hmm. Oh, we got another DC, potential disco.
DC is going to have to skip this hand, Nick.
Pocket nines in the big blinds. Got to be an all-in. Come on, mate. Stick it in. Show them what's what.
Yeah, against this stack size, too. Elects to go for just the peel. I think that's okay as well. It's important, I think, not to be results-oriented. We see that Guilhermex has such a fold here, but, we're getting down to 31 players. were this in later position, it just plays as such an easy, clean shove and
Yep.
get it through. But this, you stay under repped in this situation,
Sure.
and you don't just run into monsters like a snap off of pocket queens.
Yeah. I think kind of the bigger the pair here, the easier it is just to play this as a flat. I think 9s is probably getting in there now. Probably 8s and 7s want to be a push a little bit more often, I imagine, because they have poorer playability post-flop. Kind of a nice spot to get away, though. Queen of clubs obviously going to be hitting the initial opener's range here quite often. A lot of his C-bets will improve here as well.
Yeah, I think PU would have been able to get away on a great deal of turns here, but this one especially, and it is the one that makes Gearmix's hand, so.
Yep. Yeah, I think mixing the flat or the shove there is cool with the 9s, though I agree. Pocket 8s here for AJ Poker Pro. Obviously, 8s in this scenario as well. Probably going to be a little bit more likely to be making calls because some of these shorter stack behind him might be willing to put it in with smaller pairs. And what a flop for pocket 8s. Oh my god, I'm thinking of a flop. How much action does he get here? I like the check a lot from the 8 deuce deuce here. It's just you're not going to get nearly enough action if you don't let him catch up a little bit here, and you're just not afraid of absolutely anything on the turn.
Yeah, and you just don't expect your opponents to not only be at all on base, like having the other 8, but not really even having any pocket pairs or anything like that either. Warley probably wouldn't be flatting with pocket 5s here. So just try to let your opponents turn a queen or a king or a 10 or something, but instead, the random bet from Grimace and the ace, which is not the card that Grimace wanted to see.
Yeah.
Expecting your opponent to be calling with ace high a lot on the turn there.
Yeah, I wonder if Grimace kind of just goes, if it doesn't come to the ace, maybe he's like, I'm going to continue to rep the deuce. He's probably the player most likely to have a deuce based on the preflop action as well. They're just defending the big blind, so I kind of dig it. The ace definitely kills the action there for Poker Pro, though, unfortunately. When you flop that hard, it's just so hard to get action.
I'd love to see a limp jam here for the about 33 big blinds.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I love the limp jam here.
And that is what's happening.
Beautiful, mate. Well played. Absolutely love that line from the blind v blind scenario. Such a nice little stack depth to have that line too. It just simplifies the process so often. Plus, like we said, 8s, 9s have pretty good playability if they do decide to check back from in position, and very often you can still get some value bets in against some like under pairs that people might make on the flop or turn, or indeed the river. King 6 of spades opening the button. Ooh, man, I mean, this isn't the craziest shove in the world, honestly. 9-7 suited, that kind of stuff is definitely not the craziest line just to go ahead and ship it in when you got the guy covered. It's a $1,200 bounty as well, don't forget, guys. And this flop, it might spell disaster for Tua. This is a bit of a cold deck, right, Griff? This is pretty gross.
Yeah, I mean, Tua's, must want to play this as a check raise, and if Grimace decides to just shove, we'll be calling with the 9 high for the 30 big blinds. But I'm not completely convinced that Grimace just always shoves here. Might just call. Did shove though.
Wow.
Here we go.
All right, GL boys.
And that is the jack for the straight.
No.
Massive pot for Tua. Big chip lead. Finally winning the big pot after a couple of hiccups. 42 million. Whew.
That felt gross. I hate those spots. The offsuit rivered straight. How do you feel, Tua? That was a big old bounty, too.
And the blinds all the way up to 500,000. So we're down to 27 players. And the blinds up. And this is the way it usually goes in the Sunday Million here on day 2.
Yeah.
Fast and furious.
We've got a lot of shorties here now as well with some decent bounties next to their name. That's kind of the dynamic that we see, as you say, Griff, week in, week out. A lot of speedy action at this stage because people are incentivized to gamble for those booties. For example, 10 deuces spades,
Booty
a little bit
gamble.
on the wide side. This is a booty gamble.
Gamble for the booty.
Would you ever be interested in developing your own game, Griff? Maybe even just conceptually, even if you don't have the skills necessarily.
What, like a booty game? A game about booty?
I mean, maybe you just do the voice acting for it. I don't know.
Yeah.
All right, ace three of spades with the ability to continue here does decide to go ahead and put in a bet. Quite a small one. I dig it. Queen deuce of clubs not really anywhere to go here though. Got the backdoor clubs in an overcard. I mean, it's not the craziest call for that size, but I think you probably don't want to be getting too wild there.
Oh no. Wily Bruno. Wah!
Oh man. That's just got me thinking now, Griff. I'm pretty sure I'm doing a Sunday Million stream. I'm hosting a Sunday Million stream on Halloween. We might have to do dress up and voices.
Oh no.
Pocket Kings
Warley.
all in against Ace Jack. Ace Jack at risk.
Oh,
it's
Warley.
top set for Kings.
Falling off
It's
of
quads.
Rainbow Road. Wah!
Oh man. Griff, have you ever done any D&D, mate? I feel like you'd be a good D&Der.
I played D&D once. It was a lot of fun with some friends. It's a good time.
Yeah, I think
But
get
it was
Griffin on the role play.
the Dungeon Master was the new boyfriend of one of my friends, and we thought it was going to be like a regular thing. We were we're going to do a thing once a month, and then he broke her heart, and now I don't play Dungeons and Dragons anymore. So
I feel like that might be the title of a book. The Dungeon Master broke my heart, or something like that. Ace 10's going to try and defend their hand now.
Wow, I'm really not appreciating the Wario falling off of Rainbow Road Bridge reference. Yeah, a lot of people wanting to mute me today, asking if I'm okay.
Yeah, guess what? You banned. Don't talk about my Griffin like that.
There you go.
There you go. Take that. All right, Jack 10 off here, guys. Jack 10 suited, excuse me, under the gun.
By the way,
going to be opening.
Nick,
Yep.
this whole bit was a test to see if you would defend me. And all the people then in the comments, those are all me. You are a true friend.
He's got the bot network on him now. Ace King just going to rip it in again. Tua's had a couple really easy spots here so far, right, guys? Like some pretty stellar just get in moments. Ace King off, opening under the gun. Now, let's not notice. Let's not notice the 60 million stack that this player is wielding. UTG pretty sizable here. Does in fact have Tua covered.
So I do want to address a question about 5-10 minutes ago. I believe it was Battle Knight saying, safe to assume that Tua has the chip lead as number 1 with 42 million. Safe to not assume because Onafras has 60 million. Thank you for your question.
And the rich get richer. 62 mil now.
And should see a clash of the Titans here with Tua raising the cutoff with the 9s. Onafraz with a very playable, flattable, suited tennis shoe in the kicks.
Wow. What a flop.
Advantage enough.
Ooh, very trappy check on the turn here. It's time for some value. Go for it, buddy.
Yeah, don't mind the turn of the check. Your opponent's going to be checking back some queens as well. Want to kind of stay under rep too. Maybe get a bluff barrel in there. If your opponent's opening something like 7-8 suited, might check the flop and then bet the turn.
Yeah, he might get a call here. I don't think it's completely crazy to call with 9s on this texture.
Yeah, I think I
pretty
call
good
a
size
good
for it,
deal
too.
here too. Really only repping a king with this sizing. A 10 might block value a bit smaller, so, and a queen probably would have bet the turn a lot of the time, so I don't mind the call. It just sucks when you get shown a pair of kings.
blind be blind, 9 deuce off, not feeling great about this hand.
Dario
Fine,
remarking about wanting to see Battle Knight remarking wanting to see Dario play live poker. If you're talking about Dario Sammartino, we saw, I don't know if you saw that, Nick, we saw him win one of those mystery bounties
Oh yeah, that's right.
at EPT Barcelona, wasn't it?
I
That
believe
was
so.
pretty
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah, that was I think that was our first ever mystery bounty as well.
Oh,
if I'm not
Dario
mistaken.
Minari, sorry. Oh, you should be sorry. Got to be more clear. Waste our airtime.
Speaking of Clash of the Titans, Kings versus 9s here, 2-0 with the 9s, and the covering stack 66 million in fact at the start of this hand for Pocket Kings. Are we going to see you at EPT London by chance, Griff?
You bet. You bet your
Let's
bottom
go.
dollar.
Yeah,
I'll
that's
be
exciting.
there.
That's coming up very soon.
Yeah. Very exciting. Super thrilled that PokerStars EPT will be back in London.
Another opportunity to spend time with your best friend Nicholas Walsh as well. I mean, it doesn't get any better than that.
There you go.
Kind of a low board here, guys. Tua obviously only has the 1 overcard to contend with, so might be tempted to come along, especially versus the 2 million into 7.
Yeah. You kind of just have to play by the rules in a situation like that. You got to call the 3-bet, and on a board like this, you got to call a bet. You just got to hope your opponent's bluffing, or you find a way to improve. A lot of cards could have improved Tua, whether it was a straight card or a flush card, or of course that 9er, but it is the queen, and Onofraz should be able to just bet and take this down now. I don't think Tua is going to get too stubborn. This pot has inflated all the way to the size of some of these other players' stacks.
Right. Griff, is there ever sort of a consideration here, like, I'm just going to slow down on the turn because I don't want to get stacked by pocket 7s, pocket 3s, pocket 10s? Like, should that ever really come into your sort of headspace in those situations? Like, I feel a lot more comfortable playing, obviously, shorter stack games. When you're deeper stacked like this, should that ever come, should you ever be mixing in those situations where you're like, actually, I don't want to go broke in this spot. I'm just going to slow down and then maybe get some more value on the river when they don't, take in a more aggressive line or something?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think that there's certainly, I will say that like when I was first really coming up in online poker, there was a lot of turn checking with that kind of premise in mind. But the reality is like when you kind of, especially in today's more modern game, when you sort of balance between like the likelihood of those kind of hands being in the range versus all of the less value that might call you, whether it's the, ace-10 suited that flatted there and gets stubborn on the turn, or the, ace-queen suited that floated the flop because it did a backdoor flush draw and you only bet 2 million into 7 million and now you have top pair, or, the pocket jacks that just because of the queen's a turn might get stubborn. So like there's just so many ways, and also the king queens of clubs and all the other club combos on the flop that now have turned a pair of queens, queen jack of clubs, ace jack of clubs has turned a Broadway draw with the clubs. So you kind of just have to get your value there and recognize that a lot of those hands, 2, 7s, 3s or whatever, they might check raise on the flop as well. So there's just so many other hands that you have to kind of get value from, I think, and not just give a free card to those drawing hands too.
Sure. No, I really like that breakdown as well. I think, yeah, it is. I think sometimes it can be useful just to also go, if this was a game where we just played pre-flop, Kings is going to be the best hand a lot of the time, and I'm just going to be betting because my equity is whatever, and I'm not going to be afraid of, those rare occasions where they are going to, flop a set, something like that, and just kind of playing it for the value that you would have had pre-flop. But yeah, I'm just trying to think of a board that would be that board. Obviously, like you said, there's a lot of king queen of clubs, like queen jack of clubs, those kinds of things that you're still going to get tons of value from. I guess there's probably a couple sort of flop textures where you're like, whoa, okay, maybe this is going to be a slowdown a lot more often when there is fewer of those combos that can have sort of a draw that turned to pair, or a pair that defends the flop and then probably gets sticky on the turn or whatever. Okay, betting a take it for queen jack of hearts. And on that day, Nicholas realized that his biggest bounty was Griffin's friendship. The end. Exactly. Exactly. I won the mystery bounty of friendship. Absolutely. King Jack off, opening the button. 8 deuce of spades in the big blind. Very defendable hand. Decides not to take that. Interesting. I didn't see what the size was, though. Was it just a min from the button, or did he go bigger from Poker Pro?
I didn't see it either. I think it was probably min.
Okay. Yeah, I would have expected any suited hand to be a defend there in the big blind usually, but a fold in this case.
Yeah, with that amount of chips, certainly can consider it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Camel in the chat saying very defendable hand. Did you say that without a kappa? I did, in fact. Yeah, I know that. Know those spots very well. I know the button versus big blind range is pretty good. Believe it or not, versus the min, you should be defending literally any suited hand in that scenario if you're playing purely for chip EV. And in this case, of course, we're playing additionally for bounties too, so there's even more incentive to try and call and play. Otherwise, you're probably getting exploited. You're probably overfolding in those scenarios for sure, if that's confusing to you. Jack 10 suited definitely has an opportunity, but I think it's a big chunk of his stack. Just wants to put it in the bin here.
Yeah, I think that would have played as maybe a nice shove sometimes if you think your opponent's getting some 3-bet bluffs. But it's still a trigger you have to be willing to pull, and it's not one you should do every time either. Would have certainly worked against the ace-6.
Grinosaurus, happy to help, buddy. Glad you enjoyed that convo. We are blessed, though. We're blessed. We get to have an MTT mastermind like Griffin. So sometimes you gotta go in there. You gotta ask him the hard questions. So we get all that gold from the mine, the gold mine that is the mind of Griffin Benjer. Bet and a call.
Nice
ace
value
high,
here.
best hand.
Yeah, for the ace high.
Yeah.
I think Pio Limiera is going to more expect his opponent to technically have a slightly better hand here sometimes in like the ace-5, ace-6 type hands, which will almost certainly be a chop. Not going to get a ton of, these kind of hands in there. Some king-high hands are going to call. And it really depends on the sizing. With these small bets, you can get some king-highs to continue for sure.
Yeah, it looks like he had the right idea, though, for sure. It looks like that he was targeting some king highs there for sure with that size. I don't think he thought he was bluffing at any stage there. Ace queen, very nice hand to open here. In fact, it's just going to be a rip, of course, less than 10 big blinds going in. Are there any bounty gambles about? For Tua, it's not that much more, but it's only $467 in bounties. I say only, that's still like 5 buy-ins. Nope, not today. Ace-5 suited, going to be opening this pot. Queen 10 of spades on the button here, looking pretty shallow, but does want to play. Seems okay to me. King 7 is not the craziest squeeze spot here, though. This could very, very easily be a 3-bet to try and take it down. I'd say Queen 10 of spades probably has the most equity here, 51.3% with the up and down straight draw, 1 overcard, and the backdoor spades.
I want everyone to know that he said probably has the most equity before the numbers went up there. So Nick,
absolutely,
Nick knows what he's doing here.
I was reaching into the ether, guys. I wasn't cheating, promise. I didn't know it was exactly 51.3%. I'll give you guys that. But King 7 going to go ahead and start betting. Obviously, has no idea that Queen 10 of spades has just turned the straights. Bearing in mind there was no action on the flop either, guys. So Queen 10 of spades, I would say, is pretty under-repped. I don't think I hate the check either. I think that's fine. But at this stage, he's like, yes, please. I'd like to get some more chips in the middle here.
Yeah, I think It's important not to get too tempted by finding a raise here, simply because, you know, this sizing looks so much like a king. You do want to get more money. You want to get more money from the jack when he has it.
Right.
It just feels
I mean,
like
you're still
that
going to
king was such a
you're still going to get action from the jack on the river anyway, right? So it's not even I don't think it's not one of those spots where you're like, well, I got to start putting money in now. I really got to target that jack now, because I think if he had trips, he'd probably still give you more on the river anyway.
But good for Poker Pro there. I'd actually lose the minimum.
Yeah.
Bet so small on the turn.
Yeah, I think it's really hard for him to have a bluff in that spot. He checks flop and then just make 3x's the turn. It's like, what is the combo here that's the bluff?
Yeah.
You know, if he was going to bluff, he'd probably just stab flop, right? Like, just doesn't seem, maybe stab probably isn't the right term. I mean, you know, just bet flop, but, you know, it's a weird one. King 10, best hand here on the flop, obviously. I think a really small bet here is great. Ace queen 5, a very, very c-bettable flop for a small size. Plus you have the 10 of diamonds blocker there, so you can go really, really crazy on turns and rivers as well if those cards start falling. There we go. There's the defend. Okay, so wait a minute. 8 deuce of spades, no defend, 7-3 of hearts. Okay, it must have been an unlucky hand for our friend.
Straight maker, bro.
us.
Straight maker. 7-3
Straight
suited
maker.
is connected. It's all connected, man.
Yeah, guys, I think I'm gonna make I'm gonna commission a professional poker player RPG, and Griffin is gonna do all the voice acting. He's gonna do all the characters. The D-Gen. He's got a voice for the D-Gen. He's got the shark. He's got a voice for the shark.
The grizzled poker detective.
It's gonna be a professional poker player RPG, but there will actually be no poker in it whatsoever. It's just like surviving out there in the mean streets, and like the outcome of the games is based on your stats. And like you can still run super bad in the RNG. You're like, okay, do you want to put 50% of your bankroll in this high stakes game? Okay, cool, sure. Roll the dice. Nope, you're broke. You're homeless now. I think there's
I'm
something
check
there,
raise
guys. What
and
do you think?
turns before you even saw your first flop, kid.
All right, guys. If I get like an Indiegogo going, would you guys fund this game? I feel like it could be a winner. You know, it might be a bit of a niche market, but I think we're onto some here. And I mean, with the linguistic skills of Griffin Benger as every single character in the game, I mean, it's got to be a winner, right? You can have beat the bosses such as Antonius. I think it'd be even funnier if we just made the bosses like exactly like the people that you know, but just like just call them something completely different. Just like blatantly Antonius, but his name is like
Anphonius.
Santonius or something like. His name is Matrix Antonius. King 9, sorry, 7-8 suited here. UTG. Poker Pro might be tempted to come along here. I don't mind. How do you feel about that, Griff? Do you mind just the tighter fold with the suited connector there at this stage of the tournament? I mean, we're getting down to it. I think it's probably not super high value. Would you still be playing that combo?
Nah. 25, less than 25 big blinds under the gun, six-handed.
Sure.
It's just, nah. Sometimes mix it in, but one of the chip leaders in the big blind, the chip leader on your direct left.
Yeah. I think with the tournament dynamic, I think that's pretty reasonable just to get that one out of there. I like that a lot. Aces with a great squeeze spot.
4.9 million chips.
Ooh, really big. It's closer to pot, isn't it? So 4, 4, 8, and that sounds about right. Matrix Antonius. No, I don't know if that works. You can't actually use his name, otherwise it just ruins the illusion. Smaller stacks, UTG is not good playability post-flop. Well, 8-7 suited has great playability, but I think given the setup, I do like the taking that one out. And little blindy blind. I mean, he could just rip this. That would be totally cool. Make it look like a legit, like, PKO power play.
It's just a bit too many chips.
Yeah, I agree.
You're
I
just
think
gonna
if you
fold
were,
it. You want to get this hand to shove.
yeah,
And
Yeah, completely
AJ Poker
agree.
Pro has put his foot in it. And this is why in spots like this, at least with this many chips, you know, if you have 15 big blinds, you think the small blind's just trying to take you down. But with this kind of stack, you can still flat, stay under repped with your ace. But now you're just sitting there, time banking, trying to gain a couple, 80 bucks? Look what you've done to yourself. You used to be one of us. You used to be in the tournament. Now you're nowhere. You need a 6 on the river? That's all you need? Oh, it's too bad. 7's always coming. Get out of here. You can call yourself a poker pro.
We do see another player eliminated, guys. AJ Poker Pro finished the tournament and received $1,278.27 plus his bounties as well. GG to you, sir. I love this suggestion from our power mod Tom. He thinks we should call him Anphonius, Patrick Anphonius.
That's what I said. I said
Is that what you
Anphonius.
said?
Yes.
Oh damn! All right, sorry. Griffin.
I think he can have it though. I don't need it. I like this. I think Stapes would make a good merchant in the game. Like in Diablo, what's his name in Diablo? That guy's great. Stay a while and listen. Like, but it's just Joe, just like doing stupid bits.
He's
Like,
just got
recycling the same jokes over and over again.
he's got like a hot dog
I used to
stand,
open
but
for
then-
Norm Macdonald.
If you
Deckard
if you go
Cain,
up to
yes,
his-
that's who.
You go up to his hot dog stand, and then if you bribe him, he'll give you like the black market merchandise. You know, he goes up there, and you gotta you gotta use your charisma. You gotta intimidate him, or you gotta use your charisma in order to get like the secret stash. Every time you go into the store, hello, my babies. That's how it comes in. I really feel like this is coming together, you guys. I can see this.
Yeah,
being,
there's something I will say. Resin there says Deckard Stapes. Well, because the Diablo character was Deckard Cain. There's something there with Deck, you know, that we could use because it's like a poker RPG.
You can play against Chill Ivy. Spill a
Chill
helmet.
Ivy.
Oh man! All right, King 9 off. Gonna probably open this up. I really like this adjustment for on a Frass here. Obviously, King 9's a little bit on the wider side, but you got the chip lead. You got a bunch of bounties behind you. You're gonna just raise and take this a bunch. Sounds great.
Flat. Guillermo takes this hand like I take my water. Flat.
Flat. All right, so the gutter for the initial opener here. All other players not connecting. I don't see why you wouldn't just want to go ahead and see bet this with the King 9 off. Feels fantastic to me. Daryl,
Okay, Joshua fourth.
Cash in London. Sorry,
Joshua Fourth just won the entire day. Buffy
Okay.
crossover where you have to battle Phil Hellmouth. That's a good one for my Buffy fan. Oh man, that's how do we give him a what do they call those things? Platinum pass? How does that work? No, I can't. Sorry. I got to stop saying that I can give away platinum. Sorry, I can't give away platinum passes. I'll try to get you a job or something, Joshua, because I really like that Buffy reference.
I would just love that. They're like, so yeah, you're doing great in the tournament. How did you win your platinum pass? I just came up with a great suggestion for a poker
Buffy
RPG
joke.
on stream.
Apparently, Griffin's a Buffy the Vampire Slayer nerd.
That's a great one though, the Hellmouth. Yeah, I'm a Buffy fan for sure. You can play the same game against Scandinavian archenemy and Silent Assassin Vector Bloom. Very nice. Yeah, you go up to Stapes as the merchant. You bribe him, and you're like, "Yo, your session's going great. Do you want to play longer? But you're getting tired. You know that affects your game. Buy caffeine pills from Stapes at the hot dog stand." You gain 3 more hours of high-quality play. All right, so Jack-8 suited the initial opener here, guys. Obviously has some backdoor opportunities here. Probably wants to put in a C-bet here. Continue on some sort of straighty, flushy turns. That kind of thing. Ooh, the check behind. Very interesting. How do you feel about the check there with the Jack-8 suited, Griff? What do you think about that, mate?
Okay, so I think that, you know, ordinarily you might be c-betting, but also it's just kind of like you're up against the chip leader or one of the chip leaders who's really showing themselves as very capable and tricky. You don't want to give an opportunity to get check raise here. When you are checking back, you're giving this kind of illusion of showdown value. And therefore, on certain brick cards, I don't think you're going to be getting like bluffed a lot. So Bolko is giving the impression that he just has ace high, right?
Ace high, right.
And Tua has not shown, and that gives Tua an opportunity to maybe go for a bluff, and goes for the bluff anyway. So I don't know. I'm trying to find a justification. I like a bet a lot of the time because you can turn some cards. A lot of the hands Tua has are going to be hands like this, which will probably just fold the flop without backdoor flushes and stuff.
Right.
You also block straight draws, 7-8, pocket eights. You should probably just bet.
Yeah.
Not
No,
lose.
I appreciate the alternate theory though as well. I mean, I do think you're right. When you check there, you do just have a lot of showdown, and your opponent is going to probably have a hard time, you know, bluffing unless they actually have some kind of a decent draw at least, or, you know, gut shot or something. But again, they're not going to have a ton of that when they flat the small blind in that scenario either. So yeah, I dig it. We've just balanced, guys. That means we're down to 16. Our man Double O Skip has rejoined us. Ace Ferris. We're all here. All the boys are in action. 2 tables remain. KJ gut shots. Coming in with the C-bets.
Jess Alice J says Stapes should sell an item called blockers that don't do anything.
All right, guys, there you go. This is what it looks like. This beautiful 2-table view brought to you by Chris Cohen. Thank you, sir. I appreciate you. And it's beautiful, guys. There you go. Final 2 tables looking fantastic. 16 remain, guys, and we are getting right down to it.
Both the nitty and the gritty. That's what you came for. That's what you're going to get.
This 2-table view brought to you by our sponsor. And King Queen just gets the walk. What a life. Limits are going up now. 350,000, 70,000. 700,000, excuse me.
Someone just asked how many players are left, and the Nightbot was able to tell. You just got to look up in that corner in the left. And I want everyone to know that we could have programmed that Nightbot to tell you exactly how many players are left, updating like crazy algorithmic AI, but we didn't because we want there to be a human element in poker, and we don't want the machines to take over. So just look in the top left, man. 16 of 9,291.
That would be such a gross misuse of AI. Can you imagine you develop this sentient being just to tell people how many people are in the tournament? What is my purpose? What is my purpose? It's like the butter machine from Rick and Morty.
Yeah, for the 6% of people that can't figure out where the amount of players are left, you need to tell them when they complain in the chat.
What is my purpose? You just read the number in the top left corner and you just recite it to people in the chat who can't do it themselves. King 10 off is going to open up this pot. Big blind with ace-6 off. Might be tempted to come along, but these are some awkward stack depths, Griff, and it's
why
just
come
like,
along
you know,
when you could come
exactly.
aboard?
Exactly. This is a very, very cool spot, I think, especially given the fact that one of the chip leaders is opening. They're going to have a much wider range here than most, and taking it down.
Blocker.
Absolutely lovely stuff.
And I will say, I don't know who Payu Lemare is, but it looks very familiar. I feel like it's someone I've seen around, you know, maybe some W coops, some S coops, some success, some deep runs.
Great success. Okay, both players got kind of something. Boko obviously with the queen and king jack with the gut shot. We've seen this c-bet before. No improvement on the turn though.
Yeah, both players a reason to stick around, and even more so for Boko. And
Wow, that was
skip.
a quick check from the queen.
Oh, why you bet?
Wow.
Makes zero reason.
Yeah, I mean, you've got king high. You're
Don't
beating
do
all the
that.
fly draws. You're beating all the straight draws.
You're
I
beating all
don't
the pocket pairs that called on the flop, like maybe the
Yep, you
opponent had
counterfeited
nines.
those. Yeah,
And
that's
you just
that's
tried to bet a
unusual.
guy off a full house, and you blew it.
Yeah, I don't think that's
Let
the
me
size you would
skip
use
to
if
the
you were trying
end.
to get.
You're gonna bust 11th. Behavior like that.
I'm not sure that that's the size that you would use if you were trying to get value from an ace there either. So it's a bit of a weird one. Do you have a c-bet here with Ocho's, Griffin, or are you checking the queen 9-6?
Check.
Checking. He trapped me.
You got to check and hope that you check down against ace jack, ace 10, ace king, but
Yeah, I dig the check too. I think that's cool. Now, if the board was queen 7-6, you're feeling a lot better about the c-bet, am I right?
yeah, you would hate to be it for it to be queen 7-6 2 spades and then get check raised.
Sure.
But yeah, you want to protect more often there.
Good stuff.
Oh my goodness. Okay. And that man just won a pot I probably wouldn't have won. That's what's so great about poker.
Tua, 9-4 suited in the big blind. That guy's got so many chips. Doesn't want to play against the other chip leader. Fair play.
So I just want to bring attention to just the poetry of the broken English from Gio. I want to say, don't need to correct it. It's just the way it came out was so great. Gio 1 2 3 1 2 3. He beat me, but meet me fair. Give he mans his money. Hey man, we all know what you're talking about, and it was a little incorrect, but you made it better. You made it better.
Fantastic stuff.
On a
I mean,
phrase.
you successfully
no wrong.
communicated the feeling of it, though. You know, we
Yes.
knew what you were talking about.
We knew exactly. Onifraz can do no wrong. Already at around 75 million going into this pot, and now should get through at least Hans Dunn's funds, and has PU in some trouble with the second pair. And you're feeling confident with this ace king. You think your opponent has a worse king or a queen, something like exactly what PU has. PU, can you find a fold? The chip leader's two barreling into you. Another player was in this pot. You block one of the straight draws with your queen jack. You can see your opponent is setting it up for a river shove. And you have not improved. And you still like not getting snapped here. You never want to get snapped here shoving the ace-king. Oh no, your opponent had jack-10 of hearts and got there, or set of sixes, but not today. 85 million, a massive chip lead, 700k big blind. If you have 85 million at 700k big blind, okay, in the Sunday Million with 15 players left, you are the chip leader. Have no mistake. I don't think anyone else has, much more than half that other than Tua, so in great position. Ooh, very nice for Skip. Torinir, the masochist of our viewers today. K River for maximum suffering. I would like to see Skip get the max. But Skip refuses to get the max because they just check raised on this turn, and that's going to scare off Onifraz, who's going to comfortably take that 80 million. Not quite to the bank yet, but still with a massive chip lead. Oh my god! Oh my! Whoa! 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 Whoa!
Oh, maximum pain.
Whoa! 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 No! I'm sorry. I had moved on. We had moved on to the next hand. We're done with this hand. That didn't just happen. There's no way Onifraz just bet called there, and the river was a king because of Torinir wanting maximum suffer. Listen. I don't know if you recently came into possession of a genie's bottle, but you just used one of your wishes. Because this scenario with this pot now up to 17 million, this is ridiculous, and it is all your fault.
Bruh, you only had 3 wishes, and you just used one, and he just wins a 144 million chip pot, excuse me.
My goodness.
And Skip is, Skip is eliminated from this tournament now as well. That is wild. Thank you very much, Flakes, for the rating party of 76 as we see that absolutely savagery. Torinir, mate, that's not good karma, my man. That's not good karma. Yeah, I don't know about that call, though, guys.
Hand of the tournament
we glossed
there,
over it.
X-Flix.
We glossed over it, Griff, but he called for the chop on the river. Am I right?
Yeah, that was a stinky call. Especially, okay, look, if you think about the action of the hand, when Onifraz is raising there, is repping the ace-king, right? So the story's still being told there on the river, and at that point, it's just,
Oh dear. Oh yeah, I think there are definitely situations where you're like, all right, cool. Like I know I'm calling for a chop here, but it's my guy just never has the thing he's repping. That's definitely a spot where I think the river is definitely going to be changing situations quite rapidly. You know, it's not not one of those.
PU running out of room and time here. You don't hate the call on the flop, but you look at the stack to pot ratio now. We got over 5.6 million in there. Pui just with about 7.5 million, gonna have to tell a story, and that's the exact card not making a hand that PU kind of has to bluff, because PU is gonna have those 10-8, Jack-10, Jack-8 kind of hands that call on the flop, and that would be betting this river for value. And PU might decide to bet kind of big to get 2-0 to fold, you know, the likes of ace highs and pocket fives and kind of hands like that. And it ain't gonna work. It ain't gonna work.
No. And he falls below 5 big blinds effective now. Definitely a tricky spot to play at this stage. Ace-Jack gonna just be opening it up. My guy Tua just keeps picking up the hands. Easy opens.
Bolko, all the reasons to defend. Jack-9 of diamonds. Where are the diamonds? They're right here. And out flopping Tua is Bolko.
Domination rotation. Ace-Jack, no longer the best hand. Does have some equity, but it's tricky to find it at this stage. 14.4%. Does have a c-bet, though.
Quite a large c-bet, actually. Wanting to put on max pressure.
Max pressure has definitely got to be a character in our poker RPG.
Yeah.
Your arch nemesis, Max Pressure, walks in the room. What do you do?
Kind of triggered actually by the the word pressure right now, because the Toronto Blue Jays, our ace pitcher was coming to the mound in game 1, and they asked him if he felt any pressure, and he said pressure is what you put in your tires. and then he which sounded like such a badass quote from our ace pitcher, but it actually doesn't make any sense, because you put air in your tires, and then he blew the game. So I hear the word pressure, and I just think of Alec Manoa and his dumb quote. This big. God damn it!
Pressure's what you put in your tires. I like to think he planned that. He was in the
Yeah.
He was like, oh, I'm gonna lay this one on him. Guys, check this out. If the nemesis is max pressure, can the romantic love interest be called Miss Rivers? Oh my God, I love you so much, Lobster. That's a brilliant idea. This game's coming together, you guys. This is a crowdsourced game, both in finance and also in concept.
Nice. It's great.
And then there's a twist at the end where she actually scams you. She's like, oh, do you lend Miss Rivers more money? Yeah, absolutely. She ditches you. Diamonds are created under pressure would have been a much better one. The sugar, very good. Yeah, that would have been a better quote. Pressure's what you put in your tires. It's too good. Oh, didn't want to take the spot there, Griff. What do you think? Do you think Ace Deuce is just a rip there for 5 bigs?
Nah.
Too wide?
I don't know. It's just, yeah, you're going to get heads up, which is nice against it. It can't be that bad, yeah.
I'm thinking because the big blind can call you with pretty much any 2 for your bounty at that point, you might just want to be doing that, because it's not like if we were playing just a straight freeze out or whatever without the PKO element. There's a chance that big blind calling with any 2 is good for you to get
just
double.
Called?
I missed the action. I was
right?
too busy talking about Ace Deuce.
So if it was a standard open to 1, like, why is the pot 10 million?
So
I think this was a significant 3-bet call.
Raise 3-bet call.
So it would have had to have been to a 3-bet to around 4 something million. So I don't understand. Anyone been paying attention to this hand? Yeah, give me some sizing to 4 million. And we're at big blind 600K right now? Or 800? We're at 600, I think. 3-bet to 4.2. I love how everyone's been really paying attention. I really appreciate this. I guess they could also rewind.
1.4 raise, 4.2 3-bet, and a call. Okay, wow.
Okay. So yeah, when you have 112,000 million, 112 million, I guess you can really kind of color outside the lines a little bit.
Love it.
Let's go. On a Fraz. All damn day.
Queen Jack opening it up. Ace Deuce of Hearts on the button.
Shove it in. Shove it in. 21 big blinds. Shove it in. You can do it. Gear Melamex. Come on, buddy. Survival of the fittest. 3-bet. Okay.
Okay.
Play.
I'm right with it.
Yeah.
I might actually prefer the 3-bet not all in. I think that's kind of cool. What do you think, Griff?
Well, I'm a man of conviction, and I was saying that he should shove. So, even though I agree now that 3-bet probably is better, I'm going to stick with shove because I would have gotten the same result, and I'm stick to my guns.
Stick to the guns. 5-4 suited here might be tempted to go for the booty, as I was saying earlier. Yeah. He's going to come along. There's not much behind, only 372.836 chips.
Bounty Chasers, pretty good flop for 4-5 of diamonds. I'll take Tua. You can have the rest of the field, Nick. The 7 is blocked. 2 diamonds folded. PU has a diamond. 10 jacks, not too bad. No, 10 jacks not good. Queen 7's not bad here. But does Queen 7 even see a turn, Nick? Does Tua just bet Queen 7 out of here? Up. Opa. Pair of queens on the turn here for Onofraz. And now, Nick, you're sitting there with Jack high, and you just feel like a jack.
All right, no improvement for the 4-5. Mr. Frost
Bluff
is
the
about to win.
spade. Bluff the spade. That'd be pretty sick. If Tua bluffs. Oh, no, that makes no sense.
All right, so there you go. We see Pua eliminated. And just like that, guys, we are down
And just
to
like
13.
that.
We're on a break, guys. 13 players remain in this Sunday Million PKO, which means we are just 12 places away from crowning our winner, who will walk away with over $58,000 plus bounties. Currently, on Frost, who just won that pot, is our chip leader. He's got over 121 million chips. We're going on a 5-minute break, and we got Joe back in the booth.
What's up? Thanks so much, Nick. What's up, Nick? What's up, Griffin? Hello, my babies. So I'm a little confused what's going on next week, Nick. Can you break it down for me? I'm not on the Sunday Million next week. James is not on the Sunday Million next week. You're taking over. Tell us a little bit about what we can expect.
So next week we are going to be doing another Sunday Million, but it's going to be the 50-50 series Sunday Million. I will be not only commentating, but also pressing the buttons behind the scenes to make all the cogs work and all the graphics do the stuff and all that jazz. So you'll have to bear with me. I'm not sure who my guest is going to be. There is a chance it might be our very own Wister, and I need to double check if that's the case. But of course, he's turning 25 very soon, and we might be getting him online. But I have to confirm. That's not confirmed yet. It might also be Seb. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, if you guys join me back here, same place, same time, I'll be there pressing the buttons, doing the magic, and you will still get all the action from the cards of coverage that you love and enjoy. It'll just be a little bit more scuffed because it'll be just me on my own doing it.
Called up to the
Seb,
big
of course,
leagues.
The big leagues. That's what we call these Sunday Million streams. Griffin, if it's a big league, you're probably not a part of it. Let's be honest. Griffin, when are we most likely to see you again next? Do we have anything in the books for you?
London. You'll see me in London.
EPT London, Griffin Benger.
Oh, yeah.
Griffin, you know what? This has actually brought up a bit of some questions being asked about your heritage and your citizenship and whatnot. Your dad is English, right?
Correct, yes.
Have you ever gone through the process of getting an English passport, having it, like any of that stuff, or are you just straight up Canadian?
No, yeah, I also have a British passport. It actually it actually got me in trouble getting to the U.S. once because I lost my Canadian passport when I was in Europe and I needed to travel to the U.S. So I just tried to traveling to the U.S. under my British passport, and they got mad at me. And now every time I go through customs as a Canadian, they're like, "You how many passports you got?" I'm like, "Yeah, no, I also have a British passport." So it's actually given me more trouble than it's worth so far. But I'm excited to be able to use it to go to the UK.
Yeah, because we've got that sort of kind of open door policy with Canada and America. It's a little bit more shut with the UK. And then all of a sudden you start using different ones, and they're like, who is this guy? What's going on?
Yeah, exactly. I think I'm James Bond.
Just wait until you try to use your Yemeni passport to get in. That's really going to be a problem. All right, so we got EPT London coming up. Hopefully I will be there for that, obviously. I'm heading out of town on Friday on my way to England also, which is why I will not be on Monday's Sunday Million stream. It's going to be Nick and or Western and or Seb on that one. Peace and love, peace and love. 13 players remaining in this event. That elimination we saw just before the break, by the way, was a ladder for everybody, a nearly like a $700 ladder. 14th place paid about $1,800. $2,500 now for 12th and 13th. Now's when we start to see the eliminations. I know things were pretty whack, Nick, before the break. Did it keep up before my break, did that pace continue?
Yeah, the pace absolutely did continue. We see a lot more eliminations. We saw a couple of very, very weirdly played hands, but all very, very enjoyable stuff. What was the one that stands out in your mind, Griffin? What was that big one that we were laughing about just now?
Oh man, there were a couple interesting ones there, but I would say the most interesting was the not Broadway on board, but it was like basically there was a bet from ace high when king made a straight, so the board was like 9-10 queen jack.
That's right.
And the guy with the king bet, the chip leader raised with ace 6, and someone in the chat just said king on the river for maximum pain, which is a ridiculous thing to think would happen because the guy with ace high has now bet and gotten raised by the king, and then the guy with ace high called, and the river was the king for the maximum pain, and it all went in, even though.
And then he got paid too.
It was
called for the
so
chop.
he has 120 million because of that hand. You kind of had to beat
sounds like I missed plenty of
Everyone else
action.
in the chat knows what I'm talking about. Okay, it was very concise to everyone watching.
Cards are back in the air. We're going to let Nick Walsh take a break. It's going to be me and Griffin for this session, as we are most certainly going to get down to the final table during this next hour. $9,291 total entries in this event. 13 remain. Tua, who's been a factor all day today, currently second in chips. So we got a player with 50 million in chips and a player with 120 million in chips. Hi-ya! Ace Ferez looking to catch a 7 or a pair. Good at this point. And Ace High will win this at Showdown, should we get there.
We should. Ace, Ferris.
$6.3 million in the middle. Yeah, just a little over twice that amount in the stack of Ferris, who does check. We are going to get to Showdown. Ace High is going to take it down. Blinds 400,000, 800,000, about to go up to 500, a million. Not too long from now.
That's a level that you're very good at, Joe. The 1 million level.
The human calculator does like to make an appearance during certain levels. However, when I'm in this seat, when I'm in the Hardigan seat, the human calculator is not something I can pull off.
It's fair. It's fair.
Top kicker for Gui. Check out this Gui. Yeah, look at that. See that Darwin photo? This is not C. Darwin.
I mean, I just found out that the guy with the C. Darwin avatar isn't actually Charles Darwin. So
I thought it was too for a very long time. It made a lot of sense.
Yeah, I
Even
mean,
though
I
it would
figured
take
the guy
somewhat
survival of
bright
the fittest. He
individual.
probably would have found a way to survive, to now.
If you've been to America lately, it's survival of the fattest.
Lately.
Nom 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 nom.
Bolko
Eight
might
foot
decide to
four.
shove these 25 big, but instead we're going to have a three-way fair fight. About 30 effective.
Do you think in the bounty format it's maybe a little bit better to peel and just see if you can flop some equity before getting it in, or no?
Yeah, but it's just about the fact that Bolko's going to have more fold equity with the amount of chips that they have. It's not like you shove in the ace-8 there for like 15 big blinds or 12 big blinds getting called by anything, but I don't know. I just think you're going to get a fold a lot of the time here when you shove. Having said that, Onifraz wasn't going to fold pocket eights, so probably dodged a bullet.
Yeah, that's kind of what I mean. I like to play results. You know this. The result here, by the way,
you're
is
a
that
results guy.
speaking of guys, good old Guy Hermex here flops
Speaking
the joint.
of results, Joe, I'm sure you've
Yeah.
spoken on the stream about your amazing result recently, but there are 1,500 people here. Maybe they don't know about your recent result. Is there a trophy? Oh my God, there's actually a trophy with money in it? No.
Trophy with $10,000 in it
Come on.
for my
That is
World Series of
awesome.
Poker main event seat. I talked
So you
about
can-
this a little
you can
bit
just keep the money, right?
on the podcast. What's that?
I mean, there's money in there. Can you just keep the money? Or they don't
Well,
give
that
you a
money is
ticket,
fake.
right?
It's not real.
Okay.
I'm combining a few. That's a prop. I met a stand-up comedian over the summer whose stage name is Cash Money Carl, and he hands out fake bricks of cash to people.
Really?
So that's not even real.
That's
Don't
funny.
come rob my house, please.
So wait, so that brick is one of Cash Out Carl's bricks?
Yeah, Cash Money Carl here. It's got
gave you one.
his face on all the money. I don't know if you can tell, but that's
yeah,
not.
yeah,
There you
okay,
go. You can see
okay.
that's not real. That's Cash Money Carl.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I talked about it on the podcast a little bit, but I'll share with you, Griffin. As we do see Tua with a fair amount of equity, Kings
Yeah.
in slight danger of being cracked. Tua in slight danger of doubling up Hans des Vans.
If I had printed fake money with my face on it, I would 100% go into a store and just like slide the bill towards them and just be like, just see if you can see what their reaction's gonna be.
Oh!
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
Kings cracked.
Hey, do you like those kings I sold you? No, man, they're cracked. Look at them.
Cracked him. Maybe we can. Are you caught up on House of the Dragon? Maybe we can talk House of the Dragon on the next break.
Oh yeah, I am.
Okay. Tua
I'm all over-
does in fact
I'm all over
crack
that
Kings.
stuff.
Uh-oh. Not everyone's seen last night's episode yet. We'll talk House of the Dragon without
Oh,
specific
no.
spoilers. How's that? Not to disappoint
Yes.
you, producer Chris. Not to disappoint you, but the point I was going to make would, and again, I'll just make it very quickly here because I want to wait. We need something to talk about during the break. I don't know that there's really that much that's happened that I could spoil in the last episode. The thing that happened in the last episode is the thing they've been hinting at happening for like the last 8 episodes.
Which is a big pet peeve of Joe Stapleton's, by the way. Any show that doesn't get to the effing point, he has a real grinding
so-
his gears.
We're gonna put a pin in this. We're gonna put a pin in this. We're gonna get to it during the break. I don't know if Nick Walsh has seen it or not. Hans des Vans. King Deuce. Not a lot of chips. Fewer than 10 big blinds. Feels like a shove.
Oh no!
Yikes.
Shows what we know.
Bolko falls to 6-3. 9-8 for Gui. 2 with the King 8. Second most chips. On a Frost out of position. Seven nine suited. Doesn't have Tua covered, obviously. And it feels like a call there to try to flop some equity and get it in. Seems reasonable.
Yeah.
Continuation bet from Tua should get a fold, and does. Still 13 players. Shortest stacks are Hans des Vans, Ace Ferres. On a Frost, the biggest stack raising here, Jack 8 offsuit. Bolko. 7-10. The 7-10 split. I love Bolko's name and then Bolko's avatar. Just very, very functional. Bolko, Boko. No confusion. No wondering if it's the person in the picture. No wondering if it's C. Darwin. Nope. Just Bolko, Bolko. On a Frost. Raising with some big slick energy. Up and down draw now for Hermex. Yes, sir.
Imagine him being at a Stars at like an EPT event, and he's sitting at a table and he sort of befriends the guy next to him, and he's just like, the guy's just like, oh, what's your screen name? It's like Bolko. Oh, doesn't sound too familiar. What's the avatar? Bolko.
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 I am Bolko.
Where's
Bolko.
he from?
That's a good question.
I just tried to put my
Bolko
mouse
from Germany.
over Bolko.
Doesn't
in
work
my
on the stream.
Twitch. No, it doesn't work on the stream. We'll fix
Repeat
it.
8 on the turn, and Gui is going to lead.
Yeah, a move quite popularized. Leading on the turn when the board pairs. Because you're going to get...
And Honor Frost is like, nah.
Price when you have more 8s.
Nah. Not having it. Honor Frost continues stacking chips over 125 million now. Poker with ace-6 suited. In raise from the button. Tua also with spades. Just calls. 10 for tray, 2 hearts. King 9 turns the king.
Bolko.
Cardan says Bolko's from Bokoslavia. Toranier says Barry Greenstein?
I will say Toranier was responsible for the King on the River prophecy about 45 minutes ago. And it wasn't a similar kind of situation. One opponent with a king, but not today.
No flaming Barry.
Barry had somewhere to be, and it wasn't here.
Tua checks. Very happy to snap off any size bet. Doesn't get the opportunity. Bolko's ace high, no good. More chips for Tua. 10-9 for Honor Frost. Does not open. Ace-10 for Ace Ferris.
$12 big blinds, brother. Or sister. All in.
Shove gets through. Here comes. Here comes the level. 500,000 for the small blind. 1 million for the big blind. Snowman's nom nom. This is an 11.75713 big blind shove.
See?
I did it.
Everyone, he's in there.
That took a lot out of me, though.
Yeah, he's in there. And calling it off, taking the equity is Hans Don Svans.
Hans Don Svans misses flop, misses turn, misses river, and we will be missing Hans Svans Devons is gones. Out in 11th place. That's going to take us to hand for hand.
Or Hans for Hans.
Hans for Hans. I believe Griffin typically likes to be here for the hand for hand job.
It's true.
Ace-8 for Tua. Bolko got Tua dominated. And Volts. I guess when it goes raise, re-raise, you have ace-10 off. It doesn't. Seems a little on the tight side, but seems pretty reasonable, yeah?
No, yeah. Raise and re-raise ace-10. You just gotta... It's pretty rare that the both hands that are going to be opening there are somehow worse than ace-10, but happened to be the case this time, but it wouldn't be results-oriented. Tell you what, Tua over here has been really taking advantage. Very fortuitous behavior the last few levels, all the way up to near 80 million.
Tua with a lot of power here, despite not having a strong hand. can pressurize these smaller stacks that want to make the final table.
Pressurization.
There is a significant pay jump for making the final table in addition to the prestige.
That's
$1,500
what we
bucks
call
difference.
Pressurization nation. Ace first. Probably will get called from Onifraz here, Joe, with all these chips. 123 million, 24 million to start the hand. Only 10 big blinds. Not a very big bounty.
Why is everyone in chat rooting for Ace Ferris?
They all
Seems
have
to
a
be a-
piece.
A fan favorite. This seems like a pretty easy
It's a bad
call off
guess,
with Ace
isn't it?
Deuce. Just a fold.
Yeah. The bounty's not that big. Tight opponent. You just feel like you're giving away money.
Are they tight? You don't think they're going to have like King Jack and King Queen there sometimes, or no?
Maybe sometimes, but as a rule, calling 10 big blinds all in with Ace Deuce, you don't do it. I know
All
it
right.
changes a little bit the bounties. This is good. This is a bit more interesting. You know, you're kind of right at the top of the bottom of your calling range here. You know, Ace 6, Ace 7. You're probably thinking I don't really need to call off 17 big blinds, but Ace 8. You're going to get shoves from hands like this, hands like what you talked about just recently, Joe. King Jack, King Queen, King 10 suited. Do you
Ace
take a
3.
stand here? There's 10 people left. You're so close to the final table. The Sunday Million, it's a dream you've always had.
It kind of is.
You going to call it off with Ace 8 just to see Ace Jack and bust against the chip leader who can do no wrong? It's not easy.
Ace 8 does lay it down. Oh, baby. All right. Well, no one's folding pre-flop here. Well, some people are folding, but we are.
Collision
we are-
factor.
It's
The other
going
thing
in.
about folding that Ace 8 is that could have lost anyways to hands like Ace Deuce, Ace 3 suited, whatever it was. But now these two hands are going to go in, and there's going to be 9 left-ish.
Right. No matter what
Assuming
happens
Ace
here,
Furs
someone's either
shoves.
going out or will be decimated. And Ace Queen maybe taking a peek at the other table, seeing what's going on over there. Other table's finished. And there it is before the time bank totally ticks down. And it is a... Oh, my goodness. Ace Ferris hits the ace. But it's a 4 flush for Bolko.
Wow.
Pair of aces, no good. The second nut flush for Bolko. Knocks out Ace Ferris in 10th place. And here we go. Ka-ching, final table. 9 players remain.
There's another dude with 100 million. Look at that.
Everyone
With the-
now guaranteed
With a Phil Hellmuth avatar.
$5,000. 2 big stacks at this table, as Griffin's pointed out. Honor Fresh and Pa Rich.
Rich.
Pa Rich's Pocket 5's good right now.
And some good turn cards here for King 10 of Hearts, but do you really want to play against that chip leader under the gun swag? Probably not.
Pocket 7s for Gil.
$15 big blinds, but do you really want to bust 9th, shoving 15 big blinds in middle position? That's why there is an argument to just open fold here. A min raise is a little dicey. You're not going to have a lot of playability. Big blind is probably going to call you most of the time. We can see, of course, that Pyrich won't be doing that with 10-3, and that's why we see the tight fold of 7s. I think is fine.
Especially, yeah,
See,
with McMitch.
McMitch, yeah. Would have ended up in an all-in with McMitch for 8.5 big blinds, most probably.
Come on, McMitch. Da-da-da-da-da. I'm shoving it.
Nice.
Is it bad that I would have been tempted to call that for $900 with 10-3? Is that bad? Got 100 million in chips.
Yeah, I think you're
You're
in
not
a
even-
bit of a mental heater, you know? You're just like, just won that big $10,000. I got 100,000 chips here, 100 million chips here. I'll call you off. Let's see what happens.
Yeah.
All in
Terrible.
for pot rich. 20 effective. Yeah, no, you don't want to be, calling off every 10 big blind shove. You're just doubling up people. Want to have a little something to work with. I'd say pot rich probably could have called something like, king jack off, king 9 suited, something like that. Ace 8 off.
Six, 7 suited for McMitch. No, thank you. Ace tray for Demi. Also folds. Demi was the start of day chip leader. Tua gets to check 4-5 and flops bottom 2. And what a spicy turn that is. Flush draw for Batuk. Full house for Tua.
Yeah, and Tua's going to be wanting to bet here to get calls from ace high and the like. Oh my god. What a dream for Tua here. Gonna
What a dream
think his
indeed.
opponent just has something like ace 4 suited or, a bluff pretty much. Maybe an ace queen that decided to check back. So, yeah, you're just calling there. Oh my goodness.
Queen on the river. Tua is going to think that this maybe is a bad card for
Yeah.
them. This is one of the worst rivers, one of the least happy rivers for you. Tua
Oh
checks, 8-9 shoves.
My
Will
God.
this work? This is an overshove. I don't see how you can call this.
Oh my. I also think
This is a bluff catcher in a situation where many people are not going to be bluffing.
Oh my.
And does fold the full house. What a play from Batuk. Batuk is a bat's ass.
Wow.
Holy.
That was fun.
That was fantastic. You can't fault Tua at all. That's just such a gross river. I tell you what, I fold that 100% of the time. 100% of the time. I'm just like, well, I just got undone. Cool.
That
Cool.
was pretty
Thanks.
Awesome.
Thanks for nothing.
I took exception to the big, massive turn raise from Patuk, but if you have the gumption to be able to make that shove on the river, just then sometimes you can play a little obscure. It was a limped pot.
Gil
And
all
well
in
recognized here. Yeah, nice shove.
Yeah. Doesn't get the call off from King 9. Cheese and Onion on Twitch says, I would not fold, to be honest.
Yeah, good question.
I think
here
that's
from
terrible.
Tonelli
I think
on
that's terrible.
Twitch. What do you think, Griffin? Is he raising the turn with a queen? Yeah, I mean, therein lies the problem, right? Shouldn't really be. It's a unique hand because we don't so often see limped pots being played in tournament poker as a rule, let alone as at a final table playing for, upwards of $100,000, everything included. So the fact that it was limped changes the ranges a lot. What is this hand that Batuk has checked back on the flop that is now raising the turn? He's repping, and I think to the point of the person that took exception, Joe, in the comments saying never folding is, Batuk was trying to represent a 4. Well, two ahead the 4 and knew that. So expected Batuk to have more bluffs than anything. Why would you play like an ace queen or something like this? But also players are a bit random and would play a big queen like that, checking back and then wanting big value on the turn. It's just weird.
I think those are all solid points. I can't really fault the way that Tua played the hand in this particular case. Like, it's ICM wise, it kind of lends more credence to it not being a bluff. Who's making that sort of punt?
Yeah, that's
with
the
a
great
very
thing.
short
It's
stack
a bit
at the
random,
table.
so it's hard to really pinpoint. Even if it doesn't make sense, it's like, okay, well, why would he randomly just have a bluff and just do this? When there's this 17 million chip stack, 23 million to chip stack that also just doubled, or at least gained some chips. Bulko going to be in some trouble here, and Willie if he just elects to shove. I don't think that they will on 17 bigs, but will be running into the ace, queen, and kings of McMitch and Bulko.
Willie won't he? 2.5 million for Willie. Ace queen folds. McMitch.
Willie?
Delighted
Nah,
to
man.
get him in here. Not sure why McMitch would need to have some deceptive timing here, but if anything, that would make me more suspicious. And Willie makes the call.
6.
King's doing just... Oh, wait. Are gone. That is a big Willie over there. 28.2 million now. Another case of Kings getting cracked.
Some good alliteration there, Joe.
Thank you. McMitch eliminated
Case
in
of
9th
Kings
place for
getting
5K.
cracked.
1,800 in bounties. Everyone now guaranteed $7,000, so that was a $2,100 pay jump. Really, with the very late GG. I think they're probably long gone, pal.
Yeah. You just see a comment from in the chat. Finally, in caps, the guy on the rail. Nope, once they're eliminated, they
waiting.
can't say nothing.
King Queen versus King Deuce, 1 heart for the King Deuce, Jack 9 for the Guil.
Advantage, Guillermo. That's one of my favorite characters in What We Do in the Shadows.
Guillermo's my
That's
least
great.
favorite, actually.
Really?
Yeah.
I just love his arc. I mean, his actual sort of like cucky character is not necessarily that interesting, but the storyline with him towards the end of season 2, like when he's,
It is. I feel like they're kind of inconsistent with his abilities. Blinds going up. 600,000, 1.2 million. But I do find him more interesting now that they did make that reveal, Griffin, yes.
The chip leaders. Let's go.
Pa Rich and Onofras. Pa Rich going hard at this half pot. Onofras does have what will be the best hand a fair amount of the time, makes the call.
Yeah, not a lot of motivation, I think, for Powrich to try to win this hand aggressively. Might be able to fold out a hand like 9-8, but all the same, no, won't be folding out an ace. Could get a stubborn 9-8 type hand on the turn.
On a frost checks.
And king high, might actually be good here against some of Onofraz's range. You think about the 10-8s and 10 jacks that might not decide to bet. There's a bluff. So you can't really bluff this king 6.
Seems like we may finally have a final table where the big stacks know not to get into huge pots together, but we'll see. Obviously, the card distribution can change any of that in a flash. Demi, queen jack suited. Tua, 5-7 off. Tua with a decent stack. Not one of the leaders, but a stack worth protecting. And we've got ace-9 suited for Pa Rich and pocket 10s for Willie. Willie 3-bet.
I think Willie shove.
Shoves.
Which is technically a 3-bet in this situation.
Yes. Yes, it is, sure. And probably a pretty good result right there. Haven't done the dance around the table to let everyone know where people are playing from. We've got an interesting mix here today. Just one Brazilian, that's Guil with the ace-5 off.
Just one. Unheard of.
One Brazilian. Now, it was more than that in the tournament, but just one here in the final 9, yeah. Or final 8, as it were now. Tua, who just took down that pot, as we mentioned before, playing out of the UK. Onofraz, the chip leader. Moldova. Bolko, we mentioned, from Germany. One of 2 German players, the other one being Willie Naumann. Demi playing out of Argentina. Pa Rich out of Poland. That didn't work. And Batuk from Mongolia.
Wow. Don't see a ton of Mongolias. It's pretty cool.
No, you don't. But it has made me have quite a hankering for Mongolian barbecue for Din Din tonight.
Got a good din place in your area?
I haven't been to Mongolian barbecue in a long time. We got a lot of Korean barbecue in my neighborhood.
No, I want Mongolian barbecue. Mongolian barbecue.
There used to be a Mongolian barbecue place in Boston I really liked. It's called Fire and Ice, but that was because I was a poor college student and it was all you could eat.
What was it called?
Fire and Ice.
Oh, nice. Did they have any good music there? Good songs?
I don't remember it being music. It was just kind of this place where you would like load up a plate. I don't know how all Mongolian barbecue, where you would like load up a plate with a bunch of stuff, different sauces and vegetables, and then you give it to a cook, a chef, and then they grill it up for you. You watch it get grilled, and they dump it back on your plate.
So no Song of Ice and Fire.
No Song of Ice and Fire, or a Song of Bone and Fire, whatever this one's called. Folds around to the blinds, but took limps in. Pocket deuces for Pa Rich. Oh, wow.
30 big blinds. Let's go. Pocket 2s. That's the way you do it.
Is that the way you do it?
Yeah, I mean, if you want to play it aggressive, there's aggressive action there. You don't want to raise deuces. You just expect to get some limp folds. So unlikely you're getting trapped. So blast her in.
Unlikely you're getting trapped. Okay, good to know. Good to know. Pocket aces for Onofraz.
Oh, baby.
Ace, queen for Batuk. Batuk potentially about to get taken out.
Onofraz is just going to click it to like 13 million. Something really obnoxious. Yeah.
14-4, close enough.
And Batuk's alarm bells.
Batuk all in. Onofraz calls Batuk in big trouble and is not drawing dead on the turn, but does not hit runner. Onofraz picks up another bounty. Batuk out for 7,100. Batuk out. Batuk took out Batuk. 2,300 in bounties for Batuk. Everyone now guaranteed 5 figures. We're up to 10K, my babies.
Five six versus 5-6.
Oh, it's true. Huh, I didn't even notice that. I thought it was 5-6 against 6-5. Which I thought was slightly different. Bolko out. Demi, A7 suited. That seems fun. You know something that kind of irritates me about the current state of video games, Griffin? Is so every once in a while I'll have like a little, oh, hello, hold on, Onifrost getting out of line. Ace 3 off on the button.
That'll play.
And yeah, that works. That works. 170 billion. Oh, and picks up aces again.
Wow. Let's finish this hand, and then you can tell me your gripes.
Yeah.
Bolko shoves into
Fair
Onifraz is
enough.
open.
I mean, against King Jack in the big blind. Bolko
Might just call,
Bolko
actually, but...
really doesn't want to hit a pair. Yeah.
Bolko. Don't shove it, Bolko. You have such a bright future ahead of you. Look at
Bolko
that.
luckily misses. I feel like you can't even really afford to just give the big blind a free card here too, right? Who knows? Who knows what they've got? You really do have to bet, don't you? Something.
Well, yeah, when they have a 9, they're probably going to, be willing to lose all their money. So may as well.
Yeah. So I'll be like, you know what? I got a couple of bucks I want to spend. I want a new video game, and I'll hop in the PlayStation store. And I'll look and I go, oh man, this looks awesome. I'll buy this game, and it's like, this game's coming out November 2024, and you're like, what? Like, why are you showing it to me now? Why can I even buy it now? This game's coming out in 14
Pre-order,
months. I can
yeah.
buy it now. Are you nuts?
Yeah. Yeah, the pre-order thing is just so silly. It's quite annoying.
Tua with Queen Jack getting three.
I'm really
bet here
digging
by
the
ace tray.
the subscription style thing, like the Xbox Game Pass on PC. I just like, it's just so much better than just. I spend $60 on a game and then I never play anymore. $80 actually more. Canada. And then you sort of stumble upon games you otherwise wouldn't have bought. Like I don't know, I just saw this random game that looked cool when I was looking through Game Pass today, and then I looked at reviews, and it's just like this little 4 or 5 hour hidden gem kind of side scroller beat 'em up game that has a 9 out of 10 on Steam. I'm just like, oh, this is on Game Pass? Like, sweet. It's called like
What is it? Is this something specific, or you're saying in general this is like the sort of thing?
It's something specific I just got, yeah.
Like a Streets of Rage type game?
It's called Midnight Fight Express. Let me just throw on the trailer there and you can check
I'm
it
gonna
out.
discreetly
Yeah.
look that up and not completely let it destroy the broadcast, but
Just
Midnight.
watch a few seconds of the trailer while I do the coverage here. Tua raises under the gun +1 with the Kings. Bit of a tight fold there, 7-handed.
Oh my God, this looks awesome.
Joe. I'm in the middle of a hand, Joe.
This
Doesn't
looks
it look
great.
awesome, though? Yeah.
So you
I
played it?
No, I got it on Game Pass today because I stumbled upon. I just
Okay,
saw it
yeah,
in this
all right,
list. I'm
yeah.
like, this looks interesting, and then I looked it up, and it was a 9 out of 10. I was like, okay, what? And then I watched the trailer. I'm like, okay, what? This is like a 5-hour game I get to play later. Defense here from Willie. Boy, Willie. It's called Midnight Fight Express, Nicholas Walsh.
It reminds me. Let's see if Kings get cracked again here, and then we'll go back to Midnight Fight Express.
Very interesting lead. Not necessary. Better to play this as a limp call
Do you sometimes feel like people, and not you, and not this person specifically? Wait, King's folded. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
That wouldn't have happened if
Sometimes
we
I
were focused on the hand.
Sometimes I feel like people make plays like that because it just feels uncreative to play it the way you're suggesting. And people like to get creative. You feel like you're not doing anything. Like, oh, let's just try to get to showdown. It feels passive. It feels weak, you know?
Yeah, people are afraid to, sometimes I think, they feel more comfortable being like, seeing where they're at. I mean, it's just like, that. I don't have enough information here. I want more information, so I'm just going to like, I have mid-pair. I'll just like bet and see what happens instead of just like rescinding the control to the person who is actually supposed to have the control, which is the player in position with the stronger range on the board that favors them. You know, so even though it's like, okay, yeah, that happened to work out there when you were trying to see where you're at with mid-pair, you run that scenario 100 different times, and that player isn't always going to be Tua, who like folds kings to one bet, and instead you paid 2.6 million there when his C bet would have been 1.3, and you could have just called and maybe gotten there, maybe turned to 7, whatever. So there's just, that's why when we talk about the ways to play hands, it's like, and not to be results oriented, is that time that worked out for Willie, it wasn't the right way to play the hand, and he got lucky, or she. And rant.
They certainly did.
That's it. My hand's up.
Good rant. No, very good rant.
Cuff me.
Griffin Bendrit. That's what he's here for. So this game...
AI collector, more confusing. Anyways, go ahead, Joe.
This game, Midnight Fight Express, reminds me of, there was a game that came out, oh my goodness, just flopping the flush.
Oh, wow.
Having all the chips, flopping the flush. Your opponent flops a pair and a pretty good flush draw. Three jacks now for Gil.
So you're telling me there's a chance. Someone's correcting the way that you said flush, Gio. Or Joe. Joe. How did you say it? Did you not call it the nut flush?
I might have said the second nut flush, like, you know, huge difference.
Correct.
Huge difference. Who said that, by the way? You're banned. Thank you for your comment.
Gio123. And no reason not to just put the rest in. The board is technically paired, but so much more likely your opponent will have a lower flush or just a jack. Shouldn't really have ace-jack, would have shoved pre. Walt would be folding all the combinations of jack-deuce. You know, ace, that's it. That's it. You just shove.
Easy fold, says Pave on Twitch. I don't think it's so easy. I'm not saying you can't fold it, but it sure doesn't feel easy to me against the chip leader. When you're blocking full houses, you're kind of blocking flushes too, aren't you, Griff, with the 10 of hearts?
Yeah, I mean, listen, when you call here, it's very unlikely your opponent is bluffing. I will say that.
Okay. And I think the hard thing about this is psychologically, you fold here and you just got to get it in probably with something worse than this.
Did you hear about the Did you hear about the video game that that Nick wants to make, where all the characters are voiced by me except one NPC that is voiced by you, who's like the person that like sells things like in the RPG world?
Where I just go, would you like to buy? Would you like to upgrade your gun?
yeah, like Deckard Cain and Diablo. Except one of the things you sell are blockers, and people buy them, and then there's just nothing there.
Because they're not real.
Yeah.
Deep into the time bank now.
Hyvanaki asked a question that will send me on a tirade not related to this hand. Griffin, what's your best result in the Sunday Millions? I'm so glad you asked. Back-to-back weeks many years ago, I finished 8th and 9th place in back-to-back weeks when it had so many players. And I never really came close since.
Did you cry?
Thank you for your question. No, I was so excited to be there. I thought I was going to do it every week. Turns out a lot of things have to go well for you to final table the Sunday Million 2 weeks in a row.
That's so funny because I typically think, like, so when I won that seat in the charity tournament, right, I couldn't even enjoy it because I was like, this is by far the best I'm ever going to run in my entire life. I won 2 hands when I was behind.
9, 8,
and only
7,
lost 1 hand
6,
when I was ahead.
5.
Wow, whole time
4,
bank.
3, 2.
Makes the fold.
Hope it didn't annoy anyone that I was putting up random hands. I wasn't really doing the.
And
anyways, yes, you ran really good.
Now with exactly 10 blinds, that the blinds just gone up 700,000, 1.4 million. Yeah, so I was just like, I'll never run this good ever again. Meanwhile, everyone else is just like a crazy person. People who win like a super high roller and then enter the main event the next day. I'm like, what are you doing? Are you nuts?
I will say that regardless of your station and how much you necessarily don't play, when you have a nice win like that, start playing. You'll feel like it's these things comes in waves. You don't spend your time not playing poker when you're winning because you're gonna get on a little roll for sure. So keep playing until the juice.
I do want to
till the magic juice runs out.
I do want to return to that fold from Guy, by the way. Hell of a fold. Well done. Leaving yourself only 10 big blinds does get away from a very, very, very good second best hand.
Yeah, agreed.
So even if you're out next, what can you do? You played it right. And wowee! Domination, rotation. Pa Rich outflopping 2-wah.
Yeah, and we can see the discrepancy now in the chip stacks between Onafraz and everyone else. And Tua, who is comfortably in that sort of 3 seat as far as chip lead, now in a lot of trouble with this Pa Rich outflopping on the Queen 4. Oh!
And a diamond develops on the turn.
Telling you, and more alliterations from Joe. Diamond develops. You love to hear it. But yes, a good chance for Tua to sneak in the back door. We'll need some blue on the river. Sometimes going to be incentivized to bet again to fold out maybe some hands like pocket 8s and 9s by the river. Maybe you can get even those hands to fold on the turn. I think that's what they're thinking about, but might just want to take that free card. And does prefer to continue the story. And wouldn't you hate your life if Pa Rich just decided to shove here?
Yes. But I already
Hate your life?
No, I'm very happy. King of the River might be very, very bad news for Tua. Gets to check it back. Great.
Yeah.
No bet from Pa Rich. Tried to get it all and got 0 on the river. Tua in pretty bad shape now. Tua. So, okay. Back to back to Midnight Fight Express.
Yeah.
It reminds me of, do you remember there was a game, I don't know how it ended up with this title. This is a double gut shot for Demi.
The game was called Double Gut Shot? Double Dragon, you mean?
No. The game was called Die Hard. And it was like one of those sort of like sort of remember that style, like the Virtua Fighter style, where like everyone was kind of cubes. Everyone like cubey faces, cubey angular
QB
faces and
people were
bodies.
good,
And it was like a 3D sort of side scroller fight 'em, but you could like pick up everything as weapons. Like, so you would fight in a kitchen, you could pick up pots and pans and fishes and brooms and knives and guns.
Oh, dude, I'm looking at pictures of it right now.
Yeah.
1996.
Yeah, Midnight
all
Fight
blocky.
Express reminds me of that. And I love that game. That game was super fun. Top pair here for Pa Rich. And a straight draw, which gets turned on a frost with the nut flush draw.
Sorry, Joe. It's technically the nut high flush draw
Wait, what?
because, you know, a queen diamond. Someone
It's
could have
a
made
different
a straight
flush.
Never mind.
A straight
never mind.
flush. A
No.
straight flush is different than a flush. Different hand. Not going to let you do that to me.
Is it? I don't know. Yeah, the game looks awesome. It also reminds me, the obvious one would be the, what's the really famous one someone mentioned in the chat, which I have played most of too, which is really great.
Yep.
And the music goes like this, dun 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 dun. I can't do it, but you know it's, but it's like the similar style. Someone said it in the chat. What's the game? Someone tell me. Miami, Hotline Miami.
Hotline
Yes.
Miami.
Have you played
That
that?
game was difficult.
Very difficult. Yeah.
That was a tough game.
Yeah. Yeah, Hotline Miami.
Open here.
Yeah, seems like there's some inspiration from it in this game. Wow, we're
Open
going to
here
see a
from-
four-way flop potentially unless Guillermo shoves it in. Kind of a nice spot to just get it in here. Fortunately, ooh.
Ace, 10, 4,
Oh, Demi.
2 clubs. So no sets. King, queen with a flush draw and a
Come on,
straight
Demi.
draw. Both
Demi.
to the nuts or near nuts.
Joe, have you been watching She-Hulk? She-Hulk's great.
I think I've watched the first 3 or 4 episodes of She-Hulk.
It's
like
good.
it.
It's really enjoyable.
It feels
Sit down
kind of
and
like a
kinda-
ripoff of Harvey Birdman, Attorney at Law.
Yeah, that's pretty fair.
But I don't mind it. I find Tatiana Maslany very charming. And I like
Yeah.
how the show doesn't take itself too seriously.
No.
But a lot of folks, including Nick Walsh, hate it. So we'll talk to Nick about that during the break,
They
I
don't know what
guess.
they're talking about. It's so enjoyable.
Ace on
What's
the turn.
going on here?
Demi.
Why is Onafraz in the hand?
I don't know. You could turn a straight draw or a diamond.
Joe, this was 4 ways. Think about all the hands you're calling on this flop. This is like beyond the bottom of your range. This is like...
You're bored?
Maybe I was too busy talking
Ah.
shit. Maybe Onafraz was the one who bet. I'll tell you what, though. If anything's going to potentially get Onafraz to be convinced that maybe I should have a big bluff on the river, it's this check from Demi, you know, targeting those hands like kings and queens and maybe king 10. And that club comes in, and there it is, pot size bet. And Demi better snarp this off.
Demi. This has the potential to be a huge pop for Demi, who makes the call on the paired board up to almost 100 million.
Demi!
Big hit to Onafraz. Griffin his spidey sense was tingling. He was like, Onafraz, what are you doing here? What are you doing? Tua with ace 6 on the button, closing in on a break.
Yeah, and big trouble here because of the stack size of Guillermex. You know, it's around 8-9 big blinds, small blind to button. You have an ace, a bounty of $1,500.
Ski all in.
It is a lot of chips, though. You know, it's technically under 10 big blinds, but it's not like you have 100 million. It represents almost half your stack. Maybe you just want to fold here. You don't want to call this and what? Be down to 20 million less?
I think I fold here.
Yeah.
And fold Tua does. Players are going on a break. Is there any action at the other? Oh, that's right. We're at the final table. Okay. No action at the other table because there aren't any. 7 players remain. 9,291 started. Ono Frost and Pa Rich, the chip leaders now. Demi not far behind. And then 4 short stacks. Nobody really with a ton of chips right now. Let's bring Nick Walsh back in here. Nick, I'm going to let you air your grievances first about the She-Hulk. I hope you're prepared to say what it is that you do not like about this television series.
Sure. You know, it's hard for me to succinctly explain it. I just feel like it feels weird. I don't like the whole, like, breaking the fourth wall, like she gives a look at the camera. I agree. I like when stuff doesn't take itself too seriously, and I like enjoy that element because obviously a lot of Marvel is like, this is a superhero thing, and this is what, you know, this is a superhero serious situation. I just think it doesn't take it seriously enough, and I don't feel like it's giving She-Hulk any, like, credibility. Like, as a character, I'm sure I never read the comics or whatever, so again, maybe I'm just speaking from inexperience, but I don't feel like if I was a She-Hulk fan that I'd be like, this is how she should be represented. And the whole thing with Megan Thee Stallion and the twerking, I just wanted to, like, literally I wanted to, like, burn my TV and, like, never turn it on ever again. It was just so cringe.
Griffin, counterpoint.
I don't really want to get into it. It's fine. I enjoy, like, I mean, for the same reasons you don't like it as the reasons I like it. It's just there's so much self-serious stuff happening within the MCU. I think it's really interesting, the idea of, like, seeing, fleshing out a world even more by exploring how it affects, like, real-world law, and I think they do that in a very interesting way. All the stuff with Abomination was, like, a really great callback to one of the first, like, Marvel MCU movies that wasn't technically an MCU movie, so it, like, legitimizes that. And I don't know, I don't take the twerking thing too serious. I think it's just, like, it was literally a post-credit thing. Like, it was just like a bit, you know? It's like that, and it's just because there's so many people wanting to hate it and, like, do all these things, it, like, blows up on the internet. It's just like such an afterthought. It was after the credits, and it's like the only thing you ever see on the internet. It's just, I don't know. It's not that big a deal.
I just like legal dramas in general, and I like seeing, like, even if it's not realistic, like, various cases being argued in court. And so, look, I was a big fan of Harvey Birdman, Attorney at Law. I think this obviously borrows from that in multiple respects. So I'm like, okay, like, this is kind of cute, and it doesn't bother me. But for people that it does bother, that doesn't bother me either. That's fine. I do want to talk House of the Dragon a little bit because I watched 7 hours of this show yesterday, so it's kind of all I can think about right now. And I guess the big question really is, are they ever going to stop the time jumps, or is this something that's going to happen for, like, the rest of the series? Because, like, now that it's happened 3 times, I'm like, well, what's the next one going to be? Like I'm sort of invested where things are right now. Stop moving it around on me, first of all. Although it is more realistic that it would take this amount of time for things to happen, things to move along. But then I find it so distracting that they only replace some of the actors.
Yeah.
When I don't think they needed to replace any. Guys?
Yeah. I actually completely agree. Like, I found it very jarring when they did that, kind of without any sort of I mean, if you're watching closely, it's pretty obvious what happened. But I felt like it was really jarring when there wasn't kind of an explanation more than, like, you know, whatever, sometime later. But also, like yeah, they aged some characters, but they just completely replaced others. I think they could have just aged all the characters, and that would have been fine. If they can make what's his name look like he's 90 years old, why can't they make Rhaenyra look, you know, a little bit older than, you know, when she was meant to be 14, 15 or whatever? Yeah, I totally agree. I think I don't think it's necessary.
Yeah, I would say I'm pretty much just swept away by the performances at this point. When it first happened, the first time jump, I was like, ooh, like, I don't know how I feel about this. This, like, feels weird. But I just think that it's just, I'm just so bought in. Like, I don't really care anymore. Like, I buy her as Rhaenyra. I buy her as Alicent, you know. I understand it's just like, why are you aging some of them up but not others with, like, Matt Smith or whatever. But I don't know. It's just, it's all working for me. So it didn't, I don't know. It's hard to say. But I don't necessarily agree.
I still really
that
like it.
if they had kept the girl that's supposed to be 16 could play like the late 30s, you know, version now, I don't necessarily believe that.
All right, we're going to let Griffin take a break. Thank you for that, Griffin. Down to the final 7 here in the Sunday Million. I'm into it so far, but they got to settle at some point. They got to settle it. I need some security. I need some roots.
I think I just really liked the first Rhaenyra, though, you know, so I feel like that probably has something to do with it as well. I just thought she was, I wasn't sure at first, but then I was like, yeah, okay, yeah, this is pretty cool. She's got a cool, good energy. I like this.
It really feels like a different person, which, you know, it reminds you that it's a TV show when they replace actors, and I don't know. I'm with you on that one.
Yeah, but
Steve Harnett says.
Otherwise, I'm really liking the show, though. Actually, I think it's pretty cool.
Steve Harnett, grown men talking about Marvel movies. What a world! Grow up, C words. God, it must be so hard to be such a miserable person. Like, to just be an abject loser that other people enjoying things makes you that angry. Man. Steve, I don't know what country you're in. Maybe in the UK because of the language you're using. You sound like you could use a laugh, maybe a good time. Hit me up for some free comedy tickets anytime, pal. I don't know what happened in your life. We could talk about it over a beer.
Yeah, buddy, it's all good. We're just trying to have fun. It's okay. Everything's going to be all right, mate. Don't worry. It's
Man,
okay.
hating on people who like things, that's just quite miserable.
Oh, dear. All right, Ace-King with the 3 bets. Guillermex doesn't want a piece. Seems good. Ace is in the big blind. Little blind v blind action. This guy's pretty shallow, too. We might see some aggressive play from the King 10.
Oh, yeah, just click it in, huh?
I mean, it's probably a little bit more than I'd like to just rip, but there's definitely going to be a raise and a very likely stack here because, you know, there's some booties involved. $2,918 on Tua's name here. I think I prefer this line, the raise, with the King 10. Ooh, playing it slow. Tua with the flat, expecting more aggressive action from Onafras here. And obviously, Onafras is in a situation where they can really make some moves. It's a pretty safe board for aces, but he doesn't know that yet, so he probably wants to start putting chips in the middle at this stage. Very frequently, if players are going to raise and then check a flop, their intention is to continue versus aggressive action, not necessarily to give up, especially when there's a bounty like that. And you have 2 overcards to the board, some backdoor straight draws, that kind of thing.
Yep. King 10 makes the call,
and there's
turns
the
it
payday
king.
card. It's absolutely beautiful for the aces. It's all working out. The trap is going to come in good here. They're definitely going to win some more chips, if not all of them. Yeah, I mean, given the fact that Tua flatted here, they can have all kinds of gut shots on this flop. They can have, 10-jack. They can have, like, queen-jack, where they're still going to try and rep something strong on the turn. So once you hit this king, it's really, really hard to get away from King 10. And most of the time, you don't even want to. Most of the time, you're thinking, I'm going to bluff catch this guy all the way to the river. He makes it $8 million, which means it'll be really, really easy for him to shove less than pot on river. SPR will be less than 1 if this gets a call.
Do you ever just put your opponent in for the rest right now anyway, if you're on a frost, and just go, I'm never folding this? So
potentially. The only thing that might change my mind is when you have King 10, you're blocking hands like Jack 10. You kind of want to keep their bluffs in. But then again, if there's like a 7 on this river or a 6 in this river, you're probably going to hate life. So I think you just ship. Yeah, I think this is pretty reasonable. That's what you're going to do. And aces get the full double. The trap from Tua paid off. 64 million chips now, my man. Well done.
Yeah, and Unifrost takes another hit, still in the chip lead, but has doubled up multiple players in the last few hands. Blinds have gone up. 800,000 in the small blind, 1.6 million in the big.
That's some
6-4
newfound
in the
chips.
small blind. Sorry, on the button for Unifrost. And Tua with another strong hand. Probably one you're not going to slow play this time against an aggressive button raiser. No, you do. You are going to just call. It also seems fine, by the way, but
Yeah, I was going to say, I think it works both ways, but I was kind of in your camp too, Joe. I feel like with a final table dynamic as well, the only thing that might have tipped it towards a call is the fact that, you know, you're going up against the big stack here, and you kind of just don't want to get too, you don't want to get into sort of a clicking war pre-flop, but
if they ship it on you, yeah, like you 3-bet and they just ship it on you because they can, and then you have to fold and you just lit a bunch of chips on fire. That makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly. With the PKO sort of dynamic as well, I think sort of Onifras could actually just start like 4-bet jamming like ace-5 suited and stuff like that too, like way more liberally than he might have done if this was just a straight, you know, regular tournament format. But yeah, I think as played is cool. Ace-10 is still the best of it on the river.
Everybody probably pretty happy to get to showdown.
Yeah, I mean, multi-way pots are always really tricky. And ace-10, easy game, taking it down up to 72 mil. This has been quite the turnaround here for Tua. Definitely putting themselves in a really beautiful spot with that slow played aces, with the slow played aces there. Really worked out great for him. But okay, guys, can we all agree though? The Dragons have been absolutely stellar, out of this world VFX, like incredible work by those guys.
Mostly. The dragons themselves, the faces, the emotions being expressed, the terror, the sound, all of it works. When Legolas and his wife were like flying next to each other, though, and being like hee 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 ha ha ha, that was like, I was like, okay, no more. This doesn't look good. Like this looks like a guy on like a green screen being like hee ha ha ha. That didn't work for me. But when there was a different rider, I said I wouldn't spoil much for the last episode for certain people. When there was a different rider in the most recent episode, that was genuinely pretty cool to watch, although it went on a little long. Wow, we got a call from Jack 9 suited. We see a king and a jack and a heart. But Guil is going to double up.
Guilhermex gets the double.
My girlfriend keeps referring to Matt Smith's character as Doctor Strange.
Oh, dear. Queen Jack spades. 8-7 suited, so unbelievably beautiful in the big blind here. Going to defend that for sure. Does not flop good, though. 22.8% with just the bottom pair.
Molko with the middle pair. Snap calls and picks up a flush draw on the turn. Trips for Bolko.
Yeah, and obviously the 7, you know, having the pair that goes with the flush draw, you're going to have the best hand here plenty. You know, Jack 10, you're still ahead up. Ace 10 might even be interested in, you know, making 2 bets here some of the time. I'm not sure if this is exactly the right spot to do it, but people certainly do. Even people that, you know, are just trying to protect their king sometimes will make that, will fire another bet there where you're, you can still make a better boat on the river as well to go with your draw. So does well to get away from it there. That's interesting. Didn't want to continue on the turn, but nice hand there for the trip queens.
Demi, start of day chip leader. Raising Jack 10 and is getting 3-bet. Demi hasn't opened a pot in like 2 hours, and Pa Rich is just like, nah, I'm going to 3-bet you with 6-7 suited and take it down.
Yep.
Pretty annoying if you're Demi.
King 8 suited, I think, is a nice hand to open here as well. Sure. Let's go. Ooh, Queen 8 suited getting fruity here. Does not mind coming along just to see a flop. And, okay, not much action on the flop, but the king on the turn might change his mind. He is blocking hands like king, queen, so it's not completely crazy for him to want to lead when he's got the gut shot. But does check again. Ooh, king 8 getting really, really spicy with the check on the turn. Does not want to protect from the hearts or the straight, but it is a very bricky river. All right,
And
Demi.
we finally see a bet. Snap fold from Owner for us.
Ooh, hello,
And
aces in
it's
the big
pocket
blind.
aces for Gee guy.
I mean, Joe, this is what they call waking up, right? Waking up in the big blind. Big blind special. Yeah, I mean, how do you not do a stack here, Joe? I feel like this is pretty straightforward with the bounties are in play. Aces ahead.
Sure is. And aces hold. Dead on the turn. Double up for Gee. And Tua, after winning some hard-earned chips in some big pots recently, gives up
Yeah,
a big
beautiful
chunk of
spot
their
for the
stack
aces.
to Gee
I
guy.
did notice there as well, Joe, the fold from Willie on the cutoff with king queen off. That was pretty tight, I think, in this scenario. Saved himself some chips though this time. Okay, we see a 3-bet here from ace deuce suited. I like it a lot, especially as the bigger stack. And ace 10 has a hand that they can definitely defend, but not exactly the flop they're looking for. 2 overcards, backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw though.
Backdoor. Yeah.
It's an interesting one. I feel like you probably do want to have a c-bet here. It's always a bit weird when you got an ace in your hand, though. You kind of have deuce, sort of have a weird kind of showdown. I think you can still get plenty of folds from like jack 10, queen jack, king queen, even hands like ace king, ace queen, ace jack, you know, as well, which you're blocking. But still, I think the c-bet's really well done there, and the sizing is really cool too. And sure enough, just 3-bet, take it down. Easiest game ever.
I agree. But also, I don't know what you're talking about.
I mean, if I'm owner for us here, like I wouldn't be that concerned about even opening like 10-8 here. I think it's fine to go either way, but decides to fold it on this occasion. Ace 9 suited does want to play button, of course, though.
Ace 6 suited for Willie Nauman. Folds. And over to the blinds. To the bigger stacks. 2 and 3 in chips. 7-5. Limping in. Rich checks it back. 9 deuce deuce. Check, check. 6 of spades in the turn. Nobody else really picks up any equity. King high is good. We get a bet out of Demi, though.
Yep, you got to do something with your gut shot here. It's the best hand to fold.
Pocket 6s for Tuas.
Yeah, I'm not sure if there's too much
Rich
action.
folds check.
I was going to say Willie might decide to come along. Does manage to make the best hand on the flop. Does decide to put in a c-bet with the 6s here. Jack 7, quick defend. Yeah, this is a bit of a sticky situation, Joe. That 9, if you we're winning on the flop, a lot of times a 9 will give your opponent a pair if they had like a straight draw or whatever. Another check. And Willie with showdown is going to check as well. I mean, you've got showdown with 6s here. I'm not sure. You can still be beating a 5. You're still beating some flush draws. Just goes check, check, and Willie up to 32 mil.
Willie, not sure what the intention is here. To see a free flop, to not want to go broke before a slightly shorter stack, to trap. Accomplishes none of those things. Top pair for Honor Frost. Action folds around the blinds again.
Man, Tao is in a really, really unusual spot here. You know, having 40 million when 2 players have like 25, 27 does put you in ICM jail pretty good. So honestly, Honor Frost can go pretty nuts here when they get heads up, blind v blind, even though they do have a pretty trashy hand.
Four, 5, 7, 8. Okay, I gotcha. Fine, we can see that.
Just the gutter, 1/4 pot size. I think Queen 9 probably
And
should be
Queen
coming along here.
9 does, yeah, come along and catches a diamond and a 9. Pretty cool.
Pretty, pretty, pretty.
Chua with a lot of reasons to bet. And it finally does, 4.6 million.
Yeah, it's difficult to size this one. Like, you definitely think you have the best hand a lot. Your opponent can definitely be betting the flop with like a straight draw with a 9 as well, so you're going to get a lot of value from that hand. You kind of want to protect yourself from some diamonds. You also kind of want to build a pot if the diamonds do come in, and you actually can kind of like figure that you got the best hand. I think that was pretty much the size you want to do there, but it's tricky because you're trying to decide whether or not you want to, you know, kind of sucker them in, or if you're trying to protect your hand, or there's a lot at play there, and it's difficult to know exactly what you're targeting, but I think that was a cool one. Ace-King suited for Honor Frost here. Really pretty hand.
And somehow Willie Nelman just folds King-Queen in relatively late position.
Yeah, again, so we've seen Willie now folding King-Queen twice from, you know, don't forget, Joe, we're 7-handed here as well, so, you know, we're almost kind of within the realm where you're just going to play a 6-handed, 6-max kind of range. King-Queen's always in there, by the way, guys, always. That's not to say that you play King-Queen always on a final table, because obviously there's ICM considerations too, but it does feel like Willie, generally speaking, is being a lot tighter than what would be expected here at the final from some of those later position folds we've seen. King-7 suited going to open up here. Demi doesn't want to play with the 6-4 off.
Could be trouble for Bolko. Ace-10 suited, Ace-Jack suited. 9s for Ono.
Yeah,
When the chip leader raises here, I don't know how you fold Ace-10, Nick.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be. Oh, that's unusual. I feel like.
Oh.
Yeah, I do feel like that's an interesting spot. Just a flat Ace-10 of hearts here at this stack depth. I think you could pretty easily get it in, but Ace-10 suited does have great playability, so I think the flat is probably okay if you imagine that you're going to avoid maybe getting stacked by somebody waking up with a bigger hand behind you. Ace-Jack suited, we'll never know, might have called a shove had Bolko put it in pre, so possibly might have done himself a favor here.
Pretty fantastic flop for 2 9s.
Nice. Betting to take it down.
Nobody wants to take one off.
Yeah. He definitely could have had some more action there, but just gets to a flop. All low cards, makes a bet, takes it down. What a life.
Queen Jack shoving on King 4. This is kind of tough. Close, Nick. King 4 suited here.
Yeah, I mean, if you were to look at that adjusted final table ICM push range, blind v blind, when there's a bounty worth $2,000 on their head, that could be almost any 2 cards from Pot Rich. And I imagine that. And for that reason, I think you're right to spot that King 4 suited probably is meant to be a call there. You just got to know whether or not your opponent is switched on to like the kind of things that they can be doing there, right? 104 million, blind v blind, with the upside of just getting lucky if they wake up with a hand. You know, you've got 2 live cards. It's a great spot to win $2,000 with 2 live cards, plus you're creating fold equity. If we plug that into ICMizer right now, there's a really good chance that it would be almost any 2 cards blind v blind to just push there when your opponent's that shallow. So, yeah.
Which means King 4 suited is a call it.
Correct, yeah, exactly. And I think that's a good spot, Joe.
Not terrible to fold it, but feels like justifiable.
I mean, you're one of the shortest stacks at the table, so it's not like you're giving up, a third position chip stack just because you think you might have the best hand marginally, because you're never going to love life there. You're not really dominating too much with that combo. You're going to be up against live cards a lot, which is why the shove with any 2 becomes so good. Queen 7 of spades.
Flush on the turn here for Tua, who's gotten the better of Onifrost multiple times and has Onifrost drawing dead again. And Onifrost improves to trips. We could be seeing another Tua double up. No reason not to bet this if you're Onifrost, right?
Yeah, no, especially when they check the turn. I think it's pretty unusual for people to make a flush and check turn. That's not to say it doesn't have merit. I think it's a really cool spot to have some check behinds, especially when you've got such a big flush and you want your opponent to catch up once in a while on the river with the 4th spade. This is just, oh man, you're just always going to go for value with the 3 here once they check the turn. I think the only line is just to ship. I think you just ship it in here and hope for the best. I don't know, maybe not. I mean, his range is kind of capped. It's definitely a weird one. It's whether or not you think he's going to do this, with a king and then maybe call a small one, or you think he's only going to do this with like a 3 or an ace and then he's going to call the all-in. So it's a bit of a balancing act. Really comes down to what you think their pre-flop range is and how often you can cap their range to. Only being, weaker stuff here that just won't call the all-in. Puts in 34 million instead of the jam, which I think I like.
If you put in the 34 million instead of the jam and then you get jammed on, what sorts of feelings are you having?
You're hating life, but you still have to call because you beat so many flushes, right? Like if you have like 5, 6 of spades and that happens, you're like, oh my God, I'm never playing this game again. Really, really, really tough one there. But I think you just sigh and call, and then he shows you like, King 3, and you just want to quit forever.
I'm going to be honest in the poll we've got going on. Thanks, Tom, for putting up a poll. I probably would call with trip 3s here.
Yeah, and like I said, I think it is somewhat unconventional for people to check a flush on the turn. So like sometimes this will just be the queen of spades, and people are just trying to go to town and rep the spades, So I'm kind of in Joe's camp. I think you could really talk yourself into calling in this spot for sure.
Oh, no, that's not my rationale, though. I have the wrong rationale. My rationale is I just made trips and I never make trips. I'm not folding it. I never improve on the river. I'm not folding.
Yeah. I might talk myself into a call here for sure.
Only 48% of votes are saying call, which means that y'all are liars.
Yeah, I mean, there's an argument that the jam
what a fold!
Well. Great fold.
Great fold, but continues We are continuing to see Tua plugging away, pumping up that stack. Nearly 60 million now. Easy with aces coming in with some FTBers. No, wait, ATBers. Addicted to bluffers. Thank you for the rating party, Finton Hand. Hopefully your night didn't come to too early of a finish.
Yep, shout out to Finton, guys. If you haven't seen his social media, go and check him out. He's got some exciting news hopefully coming out soon. Put up some teasers of a potential little studio situation he's setting up in his house. Looks really, really dope.
Oh.
Yeah.
Does it have a bassinet right next to it?
Yeah. Does it come with childcare on game night? Little creche situation.
Action folds around to the blinds. Demi's in. Pa Rich, we do know gets kind of aggro sometimes. Yeah, here it comes. Especially against Demi, who that seemed like a frustration station. Hard to tell online, but just really pretty quickly called. And as usual, when you call with a hand like this, it's kind of a no man's land. No suits, no pairs, a not great backdoor straight draw, and is forced to give it up.
Yep, somebody in the chat correctly pointed out as well, we missed the shove from ace deuce suited there on the button. Volko had the opportunity to get it in, and again, I think as one of the shorter stacks, you probably don't want to shy away from that too much. Having that suited ace, especially the suited aces where you can make the wheel, I think is a good option to shove there. I'm not 100% sure when you include ICM, but it does feel like as the shortest stack, that's probably what you want to do. Ace queen all in here versus ace 7 gets the fold. Pa Rich stacking them again.
Yeah, and if I was Demi, I would start having some emotion about this dynamic between Pa Rich and myself. That's 3 different times Demi's attempted to open and has been 3-bet. I was a little surprised that we didn't see some sort of goof up there, but nope, that's the way you win. Don't let things get in your head like that. Don't think this person's picking on me. Don't feel like you have to go crazy there to stand up for yourself, yada, yada, yada. It's not really what the best players do.
Yeah, no, that's a really good point. I think I definitely suffered from that when I started playing. You know, as soon as I got the inkling that somebody might be adjusting to me, like over-adjusting to me, you know, whatever, like, oh, this guy's always 3-betting me, you know, you start to get really, really sticky in situations where you should just be thinking logically and rationally, and you're like, they can only go so far before it becomes a mistake for them to do that, you know, at the frequency that they're doing it. And, you know, we need to be aware of the fact they're capable, but otherwise, you know, we can just, you know, play a little bit more level, not try and get fancy and 4-bet, 5-bet now because you just think he's always messing with you all the time and just get yourself in tough situations. Just be aware of it and then, you know, move on and just try and be solid.
ABS, always be solid.
ABS.
See, look at that. Pa Rich folds the 4s. This under the gun raise should get through. And does. King,
Felt like I was home there
diamonds.
for a minute, Joe.
Yeah.
I went to the NFL game this weekend in London.
Home as in Minnesota?
Wisconsin.
Wisconsin.
It was a Packers game.
You know, for the rest of the world, it's the same thing, right? I know it's a big deal to you guys.
The Midwest.
Well, especially Wisconsin and Minnesota. Like, I just feel like, you know, there's a difference between Chicago and Green Bay. But there's not a lot of difference between, like, Madison and Duluth.
Or Oshkosh Bagosh. Or Waukesha.
Lake Geneva and Land of 10,000 Lakes. You know what I mean? It's pretty... There's a lot of similarities there.
Oh man, if my Wisconsin family is watching this right now, Joe Stapleton. The
I'm so sorry I'm being Midwest racist.
Midwest racist. Yeah, no, it was great though. I had a really good time. It was cool to see
All
some
right,
American football.
we're in potentially big trouble here, as in Guy. Guy with the ace queen. 2 million chips is what it costs you to play the big blind. So this is a 20 big blind stack. Guy is starting with pocket eights. Demi.
Gee. Oh dear.
And it's the eights that 3-bet. Pa Rich. Now, assuming we see a 4-bet here, is this going to look like a great 4-bet squeeze spot?
Yeah, you know, I don't think we've seen much of that yet. Yeah, but it's a good point. It's a good point. Like I don't know if Demi has anywhere near enough experience with the big blind to go, oh, I've seen this guy do this with, you know, ace deuce of spades or whatever. You know, again, these are situations that just don't occur that often for you even to really to have a big sample unless you really know the guy super well, or you coached with him before, you trained with him before, he's your, you know, whatever. It's just the rip from the aces, and actually I think this might be the cleanest way for both players to get away, right? I think ace-queen's a very easy fold now, which goes to show you how cool it is to actually have a cold 4-bet bluff here. Your cold 4-bet bluffs probably would not be played as all-ins here, though, that often, right? Like a lot of them would just be like, make it like 28 million or something really scary like that. Having said that, that is an effective all-in against Guy, so, you know, I don't know, maybe this is actually a more balanced way to do it. But I think the eights can definitely get away at this stage. I'm not sure. Again, ICM, it dictates that you've got a lot of shorter stacks, or at least 2 shorter stacks to you here, and I think you will want to fold here. Yeah, nice hand. Aces gets a big pickup, but doesn't manage to get any booties there.
No, and these other stacks are just slowly starting to dwindle down. Pa Rich, Anna Frost doing quite well, but Boko, Willie, really approaching the danger zone.
Danger zone. Chat saying nice. The shove looks less sus. I mean, it does look. It does kind of look less sus. Sorry, Joe. I think there's a big delay on us today, buddy.
We flipping here.
We flipping.
Oh no, Frost needs to hit an ace or a king. 2 clubs. Okay, can hit a club now, and that's over. Flush on the turn. No boat for Willie. First elimination in a while. Willie Nauman is now out. Okay. $10,000 cash. 4K in bounties. We're down to 6. Everybody guaranteed 14,000 now, so 4K pay jump for everybody. That's cool.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, chat was just saying the shove looks less sus, but I think my point is that if you actually do want to have some bluffs there, you want to look as sus as possible. You know, you want it to look ridiculously strong when you're doing that if you are going to have some bluffs in that situation, which is why maybe the click is better. But, yeah, well, he just wants to get the hand in. Seems good. Blinds are up, guys, now. 1,250,000 and 2.5 mil.
Queen Jack for Pa Rich. Ace Queen for Onafrost. Domination situation. 3-bet to 15 million. And this feels like a super easy fold.
Yeah, I mean, if it's Queen Jack suited, I think you're probably always going to call. If it's Queen Jack off, you're like, you know what? Let's just let the blinds do their job here. I'm feeling another pay jump, and obviously at this point, guys, pay jump pretty substantial. About a $6,000 pay jump or thereabouts. Is it 4,000?
Oh, 6 to 5th. Yeah. Sorry,
yeah.
You're right. 6,500. King, Queen offsuit under the gun. Not quite out of the gun. Excuse me. Paw rich. Probably gonna paw eel. No, folds. Huh.
Nah, not interested. Just chilling out.
Volker with ace 5. Shortest stack by a mile. Man, what a terrible hand to have here. What a terrible hand to have here.
This is a huge raise. Oh, it's effectively all in. That's why. Nice work, Nick.
Yeah, it's a shove.
Oh, here
Decides
we go.
to put him in for the rest. Domination situation, and Bolko is doubling up.
Poco is 00. Yeah, the double is only to 27 mil, though. I mean, it's the start. It's a great start, but obviously still in the danger zone, absolutely, especially in the PKO format where that bounty is looming. Blind v blind action here. King 4 off. I think having the steal here is usually my line when you got the blocker situation going here. I like the size, too. You could argue, where are we at? Where are we at right now? No, I don't. Actually, I think this is the size I would pick, too. I think the 3x is pretty cool. Ace-8's a very easy shove if you want to. There it is.
And this feels like a getawayable spot for Ono. And does. Bolko with a disco.
Love that one.
Hopefully. Luckily, if you're going to get a hand folded, this one ain't too bad to have it happen. But we want Bolko to be here in general.
Be with us, Bolko. Where is Bolko playing from again, Joe?
Bolko playing from Germany.
Germany, Deutschland.
One German player left. 2 did make the final table. Willi Naumann, the last player eliminated. What should we talk about during this?
I mean, honestly, I'm just kind of shocked that you guys like the She-Hulk stuff. I really thought we'd all be on the same page here.
It's very weird because people seem pretty polarized. I mean, I'm not polarized in that like I love it. I like it. It doesn't offend me. But the people who don't like it really, really don't like it. I actually thought that Ms. Marvel was painful.
Yeah.
I obviously I thought it was cool to see a Middle Eastern family represented, a young girl represented when she finally did use her powers and kick ass. I thought it was cool. There was just so much other boring stuff.
Yeah, no, I agree. And actually, I found it really. It just felt too Disney Channel for me. It was like a Disney Channel teen drama, which I guess it was kind of meant to be on some level as well. But
sure.
I don't know, it was there were bits of it where I was like, this is really well done. I like this a lot. And then other times I was like, this is just cringy, like, low budget Disney stuff right now, and I'm not into it.
Getting a little out of line with the 5-10, a.k.a. the hand that never wins.
Yeah, son of a perch. I think you're right. I don't think it was our target demographic. I think you're probably right.
We've got 3 people saying, I think it's meant for a younger audience. Don't really think you're the target demographic. You're grown men. Perhaps that's why you don't like comic book movie. Guess what, guys? If things are well done, you can enjoy things for all ages.
Yeah, I agree.
There's a reason why Pixar movies win Academy Awards. There's a reason why, there are things that can completely bridge the gap. It doesn't have to be just for children. Sometimes children have terrible taste, and that's why they like dumb shit.
I I liked it more than She-Hulk. That's true. That shows you how much I dislike She-Hulk. But I don't know. Maybe I'm just a grumpy old man these days. I'm not sure.
We got a gut shot for Anna Frost.
Gut shot for Anna Frost. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's with everybody in the chat today hating on comic books. Anyway, like, you know, graphic novels and stuff have inspired some of like the most beloved content ever, and it definitely not all meant for children either. Definitely not. Definitely not. Okay,
Tua
comes along with
much
the float.
equity.
Just to spike the 9.
Nice turn here for Anna Frost.
Joe is out here writing reviews on Reddit for the new Scooby-Doo spin-off. Nice one, buddy.
Filthy Silver says, I struggled to get through episode 1 of She-Hulk. Now, there was some weird thing that happened, right, where they kind of made a mess at the beginning of that show because they weren't going to do her origin story first, and then they decided they needed to, and I do think the first episode of She-Hulk is sloppy. Brandon
still the best
have
hand.
either of us seen Attack on Titan? Not the biggest anime fan, but I think it's a good series. My girlfriend and her sister binged it while I was here. That was like their thing. And every time I'd be in the room, it would just be people screaming. It was just nonstop screaming. I've tried. I can't get into anime. The whole thing of it is just very silly to me. I have no connection to it. And I also don't like most other children's things, even though I know anime isn't. Like, I'm not the biggest fan of all the Pixar stuff. I don't really get that attached to those things, so couldn't do it. Couldn't do it for. Anyway, nice play here from Tua. Interesting, at least. Exciting. 17.5 million with nothing.
Summer says Attack on Titan is the greatest animated show of all time. She's wrong, but it's very good. I liked it. Avatar: The Last Airbender, obviously the greatest animated series of all time.
And gets the pair of 9s to fold. Tua up to almost 90 million. This has been a very impressive performance from Tua. And Onafrost seems to be the favorite here to doubling up Bolko.
Pocket jacks. Here we go. Cowboy Bebop is way up there though as well. That's pretty classic stuff.
The greatest cartoon of all time is Frisky Dingo.
I've never seen Frisky Dingo. Samurai Jack's really good as well, Hippie. Good shout. If you guys haven't seen it yet either, the guy who created Samurai Jack created a new thing called Primal, which was really, really well done.
Oh.
Queens are all in. Jack's got to gamble here for show. Can he get another double, Joe?
A gamble. There's a queen on that flop. And Onafrost drawing dead on the turn. Double up for Bolko. David, a.k.a. Mantis, says, go Bolko. Every time I say Bolko, I want to go Boko D's nuts.
Oh, man. Queen 9 of spades with the open. Queen deuce suited is dominated, but very frequently defended. And look at that flop,
wow.
Joe. Jeez, how much more do you want, buddy?
Street flash potential.
It's a pretty big size for a hand like this. I mean, you don't really mind getting check raised, I guess, but you probably want a bunch of action there. A lot of the time, you're just going to improve so frequently, if not just making top pair, but obviously the straight flush draw, that street flash.
King 10 for Bolko, 7s for Pa Rich. King 10 folds. 7-7. 10-10 deuce. Pretty okay flop for sevens.
Seven's still the best of it. I like this size too. Like, obviously you're getting open, you're opening yourself up to being check raised as a bluff, but you know, a lot of people are under bluffing the 10-10 deuce scenario, and a lot of people don't know this one too well. Interesting one though. This is a spot I looked at very, very recently during one of my new YouTube review sessions. A lot of the check raises here are like 2 overcards to the deuce, but under a 10 where you've got a backdoor flush draw, and I just thought that was like some real poker magic there. I thought that was a really, really interesting way to mix those in, where you kind of have a way to improve into a pair that's bigger than the deuce, and sometimes it can be bigger than like pocket fours, pocket fives, that kind of thing. But then also you have the opportunity to continue barreling when you make a flush draw on the turn as well, and it's just one of those really interesting ones you see and then you kind of never forget. I think that's a really, really cool way to approach that particular rainbow paired board, not super high setup.
On a frost with queen 10. Ace 10 for Tua. King 4 folds. Jack 9, 5, 2 diamonds. Not bad for Ono for us. Still behind to the ace high.
Not the worst. Yeah, having that 10 of diamonds here is really, really sweet too, because you can turn your hand into a bluff if you miss. Deuce of diamonds on the river, just rep the diamonds all day long.
Demi, king, queen, gets a 6 to fold, queen 10 to fold, 6 deuce to fold, 8, 9 to fold.
Wow. Easy game.
So, Nick, as the stacks are starting to even out here a little bit, but also get shallower on average, it feels like we see this type of scenario play out every once in a while where variance is going to start to take hold a little bit more. Is that accurate?
Yeah. What I would love to see happen is some of these big stacks starting to widen up those ranges and just really start to lean on these guys who are all clamoring to try and find a ladder. I mean, we've seen Parech make some relatively tight sort of folds, I would argue. There was a couple spots where we saw him kind of expecting him to defend, big blind didn't. You know, that's not to say it's a bad strategy or anything like that, but the people that really run away with the Sunday Millions at this stage are the ones that know that they can start to really widening up those ranges. They know where they can start putting in some of those wider shoves to try and really, really apply pressure, not only for pay jumps, but also where they have the added incentive of winning bounties. Some of these bounties are looking real juicy too, right? Like, you know, knocking out one of the short stacks here, taking home decent amount. Ace 3, raise and take it. Yeah, I think
Ace
queen
8
6 off there
suited
is fine to fold.
for Gee, and it's a QQ.
Yeah, I don't think there's any traps here with the queens. I think it's a little bit too vulnerable. It is a very strong pair, obviously, but when we look at a lot of these situations, if there are traps, it's usually got to be kings plus, just hands that you know you're going to almost always be happy to go with post flop. Queens usually just a little bit too vulnerable not to try and get more chips in the middle now and be sure of the outcome, or be sure that you're getting the chips in good or winning this pot pre-flop. Pocket nines for Demi might see some action here. He's definitely playing it. I wonder how he wants to approach pre-flop though. Yep, seems good.
Seems good is good. Take it down.
Silvertooth says all players are profitable on Shardscope. Oh my days, you are wrong, sir. Oh man, there used to be.
No, I think he means all the players at this table.
I see. Oh, I see. That actually just made me think of there was some 2+2 guy who would put together like all of like the best graphs of the month, like car crash graphs and stuff like that. People that would like win 40K and then decide that they were going to play like 5K heads up hypers, and they just did it all the next day or whatever. Like Oh, man.
I mean, it's heads up hypers. How bad could it be? How bad of a dog
right.
could you be?
I mean, listen, it's, it's all gambling anyway. It's, it's 50-50. You either win or you don't, Joe. What's the, how bad can it go?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, right,
Yee.
you are Silvertooth. I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
Taking a stab here with pocket threes, which is the best hand. On a frost does not improve. Picks up a flush draw with no cards to come. Gee with just about pot left behind. Checks. On a frost could pressurize. Bottom pair.
Yeah, Blue Mints has it right. That was the guy who won the Sunday Million, then decided to play 5K heads up afterwards, lost almost all of it. It's quite the graph.
And there is the pressurization. All into call. All into call.
This is not that wild of a call, honestly. Like, it's not easy by any stretch of the imagination, but I think on this kind of a run out, you're going to have the best hand a lot, and the pressure does work. Blinds going up now, 1.5 million, 3 million. We're getting right into it now. As Joe said, we're going to see a lot more of that variance come into play. I really hope we see the big stack start to really lean into these shorties. Show them what's what.
On a frost, king, queen. Jack 10 for Bolko. 9, 7, 5, rainbow. King high leading. And leading. Snap call from Jack 10. Ace on the turn. Snap check now from Bolko.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a second barrel here a lot. King Queen does have enough showdown to actually just check and try and take it, but I think you're going to get so many folds from like 7s, 5s, straight draws that still have, decent equity against your king high. 2 barrels, I think, is probably what you want to do, especially as the chip leader on a final table. 2 with the aces, baby. American Airlines.
I know there's not a lot of timing tells online either, but when somebody snaps that quickly, usually I'm pretty likely to fire a second barrel too. It's just never that strong of a hand. When they're like, call
check. Max pressure strikes again. Oh, God. Too funny. Pressure is what I put in my tires.
Ooh. Domination situation. Both players flopping a straight draw.
Wow. And again, I'm really interested to see that fold. I mean, it is only a gut shot, but I think a lot of players would be coming along there. And Ace-King ripping it in less than 20 bigs. Doesn't want to mess around here. Bulk go up to 58 million. So, I don't know, Joe. Like, thus far, correct me if I'm wrong. I haven't been paying too close attention to specifically Pa-Rich, but I feel like we are seeing, generally speaking, a little bit more of a tighter, a more snug approach, pre-flop and post, it would seem.
Yeah, it seemed like the only person that Pa-Rich was attacking was Demi. Everyone else playing against everyone else playing relatively straightforward and or passively and or tight. Ace Queen for Demi now. Ace Queen suited. Closing in on another break. And this is just an open shove with Ace Queen suited. King Queen for Pa-Rich now. King Jack for Bolko is a defend 7, 8, 9. So gut shot for Bolko. Sindrov says, get those drama runouts back, please. All right, we're trying here. Jack on the turn.
Domination rotation for the KJ. Oh,
there you go. Ask and ye shall receive. Putting the straight on board. The double straight, the 7 Carter for PAA Rich. Luckily for Bolko. Yeah, just a snap fold there. Okay.
Yeah.
I would have thought about it for a second. I mean, if you don't need the time, why? Well, I mean, I think you are going to be up against bluffs there sometimes, but okay.
I think Powerhead should have some bluffs there, absolutely. But probably for the same. I don't know if you could ever really justify calling for a chop in that scenario, though, Joe. It's just there's too much at stake, and there's so little upside. There's so little upside to being right about a chop there. It's just, oh man, it would just be, it's just awful. Even if you're right most of the time, it's just like one time you got it wrong, you've just absolutely torched your final table. You're very frequently once in a lifetime final table situation.
Fair enough. And we made it through an entire session there. I think 1 elimination. 2 at most. 6 players remain. Anna Frost on a top. Pa'arich second richest. Tua also in decent shape, but Volko, Demi, and Guy especially in the danger zone. Just 1 elimination during that break. During that session. I know that it's not really my thing, but there's a lot of crossover, obviously, out there between poker and the world of sports. So I'm hoping that we can get a quick update from Griffin on what's going on in baseball. I'm going to call them my Yankees because I used to be a Yankee fan 20 years ago. What's going on? The Yankees are in the playoffs. Who else? Are you Blue Jays in or no? Is it over?
So our Blue Jays, my Blue Jays were in the wild card series. So basically the teams that don't win their divisions have to play an extra series sort of against each other. The Jays were up against the Seattle Mariners, and it's a best 2 out of 3 series, and they lost the first game 4-0, and then the second game they were winning 8-1. And then lost in an epic collapse, one of the biggest comebacks in playoff history. They lost 10-9 and were eliminated in dramatic fashion. So the Jays are unfortunately eliminated. I've been dealing with that the last few days mentally. And but the teams that are left, the Yankees are playing the Cleveland Guardians, starting tomorrow. The Dodgers are in there. The Padres knocked off the Mets, which was
we got Elliot Page and the Guardians in the same broadcast.
This was the stream the cancellation started. It's going to be exciting. There's a lot of great teams left, and it really gets going tomorrow. Now that the wild card teams are out, I think there are just 8 teams left.
Griffin, you're a good actor. You've acted some in your life. What can you show me some of the facial expressions and/or emotions you were feeling watching that 8-1 crumble?
Yes. Oh, let's go, babe. Look at, do you see that? Oh yeah. Okay. Well, let's do it. No. What? Stop! No! Oh my! Oh God! God!
All right. Okay. All right. Let's go. Nice work.
Wow.
Well done, Griffin. I feel like
very good.
You probably were a lot more actually sad than that, and we're probably a lot more despondent. So I do feel bad for you, but well done for the performance.
All good.
Nick, you recently attended an NFL game. Is that preseason? No, it's October. Of course it isn't. What's happening in the NFL?
I have absolutely no idea. I'm technically a Green Bay Packers fan because I'm originally from Wisconsin. And my family managed to get some tickets, and we had some family visiting from the United States. Shout out to CJ and Kelly who came to visit us, which was lovely to have them. We took them out there. We took them to Tottenham Stadium. It was all NFL in London. It was very cool. It was obviously a very different crowd than what you might get, in the United States. We went. We had drinks. We watched the game. The Packers totally blew it. Lost all my sports bets, but nothing new there. And then we went home, but it was great. I really, really enjoyed it. I think it's cool to see NFL in London. But do you guys think it's unfair on the athletes to do like this whole we're flying you to London on a completely different time zone, even though you're like a finely tuned machine, and now you have to perform with all of it? Doesn't that seem? I don't know. Doesn't that seem weird to you? I think that'd be really tough if you were obviously really dialed in.
Yeah,
As
I think it's
person who
go ahead, Joe.
Well, as a person who often makes that journey and is often expected to work the very next day and is also a finely tuned machine, it can be difficult making that adjustment. So I would say yes, somewhat unfair. And going back to Griffin,
Yeah. Well,
last
right.
word.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, they decided to have these 2 Czech Republic games for the San Jose Sharks and Nashville Predators that played Friday, Saturday, when the rest of the NHL doesn't start until Tuesday. They don't play again until this coming up Friday, so they get kind of like 5-6 days to reacclimate. But I think it's definitely a disadvantage for them when you talk about just the schedule and the routine and stuff like that. So I definitely agree. But, I mean, you can't stop expansion, really. They want to get enough more eyeballs globally on the game, and this is, one of the costs of that. I think that the NHL in particular didn't do a very good job of really even advertising that the season was technically starting a bit earlier, so that's a whole other maybe problem with marketing. But yeah, I think I understand why it's being done.
All right, well, poker players also face this same issue a lot of the time, flying over, not getting a ton of time to adjust. Luckily, most of these folks probably playing from home. Action back underway. 6 players remain in the Sunday Million. $58,000 up top, plus bounties. Griffin and Nick, take it away.
Go crank, Joe.
Go crank it, my friend. We're back in the action, guys. 6 players remain.
Ridiculous.
The blinds are 1.53 million, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting into it now. Blinds are going up, and we'll see who's going to win because we're playing all the way down to a winner today, guys. We're going to crown our champion once again, as per usual, every single week we do. Blind be blind, 5-3 off. How's it going to go, Griff?
Yeah, I think as the chip lead here, you can put a lot of pressure on the stack. You're going to want to play this as a raise. You're going to fold out, all those better hands. It's really tough to continue here with like even Queen 7, Queen 8, King 5, King 6, hands like that maybe sometimes you would normally defend. You're not really that incentivized to continue. So I like the raise there by Onofraz. Gets a hand that flops pretty well to fold with that 3.5x, and business as usual.
And look at this button. King 5 suited, already part of this range, even more so when you're the chip leader. Just get in there. I think you're probably always going to be calling this shove as well, right, Griff? I mean, I'm not saying 7-4 is going to go, but when there's a bounty like that, for this amount of chips, I think you're probably going to gamble with King 5 suited a lot, right?
Yeah, you got to call whole range here for the 4 big blinds for sure, especially with the bounty.
Oh, yeah.
I think even an argument to call here from the big blind to try to flop some equity for Gil here there, but elects to try to wait for a better hand and running out of time.
Yeah, we're just going to keep our eye on Pa Rich as well. Joe and I were kind of noticing a couple more snug plays from one of the chip leaders here. Obviously working out for them so far. Not a criticism, but interesting to see Onofras obviously making some more moves. For example, 6-5 off. Love that. Love this adjustment. Be a little bit wider. Be a little bit more daring with that chip stack. And look, raising to take it. Absolutely huge pickup. 178 million now. Far away our chip
Yeah, and
leader.
I would expect this 6-5 suited to probably mix in with some opens here. One more player to get through, but you really have control of the table. This is really where the money is made on final tables. If you are the chip leader, you have to be willing to, raise upwards of 50, 60, 70% of your range when you can put so much pressure on and get all these better hands to fold. And it looks like Onofraz so far is understanding the assignment, as it were.
Oh, yeah, baby. Queen Jack off now from the button for Boko. I think he's probably going to want to go ahead and play this. Where are we at right now? I mean, I wouldn't hate just the shove here, Griffin. What do you think? We're getting down to like 12-ish big blinds now.
Yeah, I think the problem with the shove for these 12 big blinds is, if you do end up running into it with the Demi technically having a shorter stack at 31 million, then of course the 2.5 big blind stack.
Yep.
We're looking at pay jumps of double what 6 is, getting up to 4th.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think the raise is kind of nice. You are opening yourself up to getting exploited by Powerich if he elects to shove on you, but I don't think Powerich is necessarily doing that super wide. So I think that the raise play is nice.
Yeah, no, well spotted. I didn't forgot how short our friends were, left and right. Yeah, that ace is a nice card for Boko's range very often. I think Pa Rich, you know, a lot of the times that their ace combos will just be played as a shove here, especially when the initial opener is so shallow, and obviously there's still the bounty on the line. There's a lot more 3-bet jamming when you have that added incentive to win booties.
Booties. Oh, and that's why you wait, Nick. You don't complete with the 7-4 to flop some equity with 4 big blinds. You wait for the aces, and you get called by deuce 9 offsuit. That's the way you do it!
Getting the action from the 90s off. It looks like no hope. Oh, little
Johnny.
sprinkling of hope. And aces get the full double, so our friend Guillermo Gizmo gets a full double up to 17 million. All right. Now, Pa Rich. No, no, no. We spoke about this, Pa. Ace-7 off does decide to fold. In fairness, though, in fairness to Pa Rich, Onafraz is on his left. It's not just another shorty, so there is that consideration, too. I think that's pretty reasonable. Just being facetious at this point. Trip 5s for Guillermax. And that's a really
taking
good
my
flop.
advice by defending in the big blind on the short stack, trying to find some equity. And I don't even know if Onafraz can really fold. You can't really fold here and then, you know, let deuce 4 of hearts check shove on you. But, you know, that's just, that's a free double right there.
Yeah, it's another double for Guillermax here. And obviously, I mean, even if your queen is live, right? Like, even if he actually has a 10 there.
Yeah.
You know, when you're not just up against a random flush draw where you have the best hand with queen high, I think, yeah, you're just going to go, okay, cool, let's win a bounty. Easy game, let's gamble. Didn't really impact him at all. Still 156 million, so really an easy bet call, I think. I mean, is there any scope just to check the queen high there, Griff? I guess given the sort of SPR, no, you probably just want the fold from a lot of that stuff that has equity. So, yeah, I don't think there's any way out
Yeah,
of
you're
it.
just expecting to just bet and get it through so often.
And
It's
take it
just,
down a bunch, right?
You don't want to let 7-8 off, just turn a pair or something. Guillermax, good chance here to shove for the 12 bigs.
Yeah.
Probably won't have a huckleberry though.
Yeah, the spin up is real. My guy is definitely doing well to chip up at this point, coming back from just like 7 milli, something like that.
And wondering how, oh, and you can see the respect that Powerich is giving to Onafraz on the left there. And, you know, it might seem tight open folding this ace-5, but I don't know if Onafraz would have let Powerich get away with a raise here. Definitely could have mixed in some 3-bets. Tua now probably a bit too strong to fold with king-9. I think maybe king-8 or king-7 you sigh fold, even though you know you're folding the best hand a lot of the time. King-9 probably a bit too strong, but you can see the implied pressure of the ICM. You look at that 24 million stack, 39 million, 40 million. Really folding king-9 seems fine there as well.
Yep, absolutely.
But here we go. We're going to finally have an all-in. I'm thinking between Guillermax and Tua. Definitely too strong to fold.
Yep. You can't be folding this.
Would be making my head spin if they did.
Wow.
And Tua felt like a given in the top 4 all final table. You can see that once the blinds go up, how one all-in can really switch things around.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what a run for Guillermax. If you want to run good, this is the time to do it, right, Griff? I mean,
Yeah.
Down to 7 million now, just a couple hands later up to 83, and obviously now in contention to find a few ladders at least. Blind v blind might be a shove here as well. Jack 8 getting the fold.
The blind's up.
Blinds are up again, guys. 1,750,000 and 3.5 mil. Folding round, blind v blind. 4 deuce off. What do you think, Griff?
Definitely a fold.
This is when Pa Rich is like, no, you know what? I'm putting my foot down now. I've had enough. 4 deuce off, out of position. Let's go. Okay, I think this has got to be a shove from Demi again. Might get the spin in the big blind. Although I think it's close. 8-7 off does feel like it's probably going to have a decent amount of equity versus the shoving range here.
But it will represent 30 to 40% of 2 is stack.
Yep.
Probably still going to have to call 7-8, but doesn't do it.
Fair enough. Fair enough. It's not easy to gamble at that point, especially with these big ladders coming. Ace King, another easy jam. Do you think Guillermex will be tempted in, though, Griff? I mean, that's if it even gets that far.
Not based on what I've seen from Guillermex's play. I don't think he's going to be calling 25 million here with the King 10. Definitely prepared to be wrong, though.
Always prepare to be wrong. No time bank as well. Snap folds once he ran out of time bank there. Man, and again, he's just got another ripper here. Lovely stuff.
Yeah, that's one way to even out the stacks.
Oh, damn, that's close. What do you think about that one, Griff? Do you think you're calling that with the King 8 and the big blind?
I don't. Not with all the way that these stacks are so close, and you know, one collision can get you another 7,000, another after that, another 14,000. It's just, you know, King 8 is just not quite good enough, I don't think.
Okay, so ace 9 off, going for the open here. On a fast big blind, King 8 suited. Ooh, very dangerous board for Guillermex here. Top pair, but obviously considerable equity in the hands of Onafras with the King High flush draw and the overcard to the board, of course. Backdoor straight draws too.
Yeah, you have to wonder how is Onafras going to play this. You know, you play it as a check raise, you kind of need to go with it.
Right.
And that's really what Onafras is saying.
It's very committing, yeah.
And the chip lead will almost change hands here. If Guillermex is able to see this through and win it. And surely your intention here on a Fraz, you know, you got to kind of stick to the game plan here. If you're going to play this as a 4x check raise, you got to call this off. But now some hesitation. Wait a minute. If I lose this, I'll be down to 80, 90K. 80, 90 million. So I don't like this hesitation. It spells to me that didn't really have a plan with this hand. If you're not prepared to check raise, call the all in, just check call. You can see the percentages, 39.5%. Not great, but with the money in there.
You just got too much equity in your
I think
your
they're
pot odds
gonna
at this point
fold.
are so crazy. Makes the
There it
call.
is. There's the call.
It's an ace on the
Need a
turn
club.
and no club. Wow. And just like that, Guillermex has gone from 2 big blinds to an overwhelming chip lead in just 8 minutes, guys. Took him 8 minutes to get to 152 million from 7. Unbelievable run here.
I think the moment kind of maybe got away from Onofraz a bit there because it's a scenario that under normal circumstances, it's fine. You check raise to get in, you know, 1 over and the second nut flush draw. But
Right.
because of the situation, because 20 big blinds represented the, you know, 3rd place stack, and losing it would put you in such misfortune. And now Onofraz situationally, you know, what do I do with 6s? Great flop though.
Yeah, a really good flop for 6s here. But you're right, it is a tricky hand to play from the small blind here.
Not so much when you flop mid-set. And after losing such a big pot like that, I think it's harder to play a hand like this slow, especially because, you know, you unblock the king and the diamond draws. You want to start getting more money in there, and don't let Paul Rich, who's played pretty tight, be checking things back. But because of what Paul Rich has, expect to just see a fold and moving on to the next hand. Yeah, Rukoa says on Twitch, I walk away for 3 minutes, and Guillermex went on the run of a lifetime. It's true. Just 7 million chips, and then 150 million. Must have been about 15 minutes later.
Yeah, this reminds me of the final table of the EPT Barcelona. Our boy Ben Dinelli spinning up that 1 big blind stack to go on to win it at this point. Yeah, man, so much respect here now. Obviously, not really a playable hand from Tua, but very different stack dynamic now. Tua looking to his left, seeing one of the big chip leads.
And we don't have much of an indication of, you know, whether Guillermex has a general understanding of how to utilize a chip lead like this. In a situation
right.
like this. Yeah, definitely right. But just the, you know, aggressive opening. So that might slow down the action because the chip leader isn't prepared to re-raising a lot. Now this is a spot that hopefully Onofraz, it's like switched in his brain, like I'm not the chip leader anymore, I can't be opening this, but still maybe sees the table as a bit weak and not playing back, and is going to get a rude awakening with both Tua and then of course the blades in the big blind of Demi. So collision effect here.
Crazy. He's in. Ace 5 is out of the way. Big
7.
opportunity for aces to double.
7.
Get
Always
the
come at 7. Do the thing now, Nick. Come on, press the button.
It's always coming 7.
Yes. Yes, it is. And we can see now the very rare limp from Onofraz, and that has so much to do with Tua's 1.5 big blind and very large $2,900 bounty.
Wow.
The chip leader going for it with the 6-4 off. And Onofraz is going to have to call, you know, 4.5 big blinds just to fight for this bounty. And, you know, I think it's the right thing to do, but it does get into murky waters. But this has to be part of the strategy. And plays it as a limp shove.
Yeah, the
correctly understands that Guillermex is probably doing this with nothing. Gets to free roll this. Deserves the ace. Doesn't get it. But still increases the stack.
Tua gets the double, 21 million. Very, very nice. Blind.
And look, I think hands like that as a viewer at home are really important to think about a lot. You know, it's quite easy being a chat pro or even a commentator pro watching these hands and saying that you would have done something different and this easy fold here, this and that. But when you see a hand like that, ask yourself, am I prepared after in a situation like this with 6 people left after I had the massive chip lead to correctly limp shove from under the gun with ace 10 off? You know, that takes a lot of gumption. And just great stuff.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I really, really like that. You got to know your man too. You know, if there are certain players that when they raise the all-in, they're just always going to have a strong hand there in Guillermix's situation. But he hit the nail on the head. He's not messing around. He came here to play, and I love that. Pa Rich, again, continuing to be quite tight here from the button.
And
Blind
Tua
behind
might
action.
have to call here. This is 6 big blinds. You are by far the lowest stack. You know Onofraz is shoving 100% pretty much here with your bounty
Right.
as well.
Pretty much.
So I think Queen 7 becomes a reluctant call. Question is whether Tua wants to do it. You know, if Onofraz has Jack Deuce off, they're shoving. 10-8 off, shoving. 9-4 suited, shoving. So
Yeah,
in this case, be up against Ace-9 suited, but I think that was a bit snug there from Tua. Might have to have taken a stand there.
yeah, it's Queen 7 is already a call if you're looking at Nash, right? And that's obviously just purely based on chip EV, but even with, especially as Griffin correctly points out, the dynamic of, you know, trying to shove for the 3K bounty, he's going to be doing that with literally
Yeah,
any
Deuce
two
7 off
cards.
he's doing it with because of the extra
Yeah.
money in the bounty,
Yeah.
so.
Yeah, love it. Those are really nice spots when you got loads of chips. You know, you can just ship any two. Like blind view blind, it feels great.
And even though Guillermix has 1.5x the stack, a little less now than Onofraz, definitely the momentum has shifted since the Ace-10 hand. I think it was a message to the table by Onofraz saying, listen, this is still my table, even though I lost that big flip with the flush draw against top pair. You know, I'm the one in, I am the captain now. And,
That was a very
so,
tight fold from the sixes here.
Yeah, no bueno.
Wow. Wow, 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 wow. That's a very, very tight fold from Bolko there. That's a snap jam in my book.
And again, Bolko with King-Queen needs to put this in even over a raise a lot of the time from Guillermix, which is inevitably coming. A shove might even be coming for just over 20 big blinds, and you see the quick fold from the King-Queen. Is some argument, you know, you don't have fold equity with the sixes or the King-Queen. Maybe you want two at a bust here, jump up 7,000. That's going to represent, you know, 150 buy-ins of this tournament alone. Wait, 70 buy-ins of this tournament.
Nice. So, as Griff requested, we're seeing the kind of character that Gear
700
is going to play.
buy-ins. Right? How many buy-ins? How many $109 buy-ins is $7,000 page up? 700. 700.
700.
No? 70? Someone, please. We've been working all day for you, okay? Tell us what the math is. I don't know why I'm messing this up. 70, yeah, it's 70. I knew that. I was just testing you, Gandhi. You've passed the test. Here's a platinum pass.
All right, there wasn't all in there, guys, but nothing happened. Except possibly a two a double.
700 would be 700K. Ooh, Demi. Really tough. 3 people behind you. Bounty's 1,800. Pretty nice. Goes for it. Gonna fold out the King Queen that would have otherwise done it. And we have an all in. And the ace comes.
Wow. Bolko with the double again, back up to 54 million. We're seeing a lot of wild all-ins here. A lot of, well, maybe not wild all-ins, but we're seeing a lot of wild doubling happening. Everyone's kind of passing the chips around at this point. Still 6 players remain, guys.
Yeah, and Queen 8, 10 big blinds. Gotta do it. You are the last in chips, but you're also scared.
There we go. Turn on the aggression. Yeah, Onofraz might be tempted to open the King 5 suited here. Obviously, dynamic has changed. We'll see how they feel. 7 million to go.
Tua.
Jam here.
Tua Lipa.
Tua Lipa.
Ooh. Guillermex, raise it.
Yeah, my
Raise
man
it and
knows
then
what's up.
take it. Here on PokerStars Radio. When you raise it, you take it.
Take it, take it, take it, take it. Yeah, keep it going, my man. Yeah, okay. You know what? I'm a fan. I'm a fan.
Blasted and Rat Rich.
Gizmo gets my vote here. I'm a fan of all this aggression. I like it. Not afraid to play some pots. Pocket fives. This is a tricky one to play well. But
Yeah, because you're almost second in chips.
Yeah. I
put him on a pair, so I called with 10-8. Flopped quads.
I put him on the pair. Blinds are going up, guys. Now 2 million to 4 million. It's going to go real quick now. I don't know who's cranking it back there. Joe's
been cranking the blinds going up, but not the actual. He's cranking the wrong thing.
Joe's been cranking the double and triple up. Ace queen raising to take it as well. Raise it.
This is definitely about the time during your break that you would like see how many players are left, and he's just gonna like do a double take. You're like, what? I got to get a new crank from PokerStars. This thing's broken. All I've been doing is cranking out all ends, but no eliminations. This is the all-in crank. I asked for the elimination crank.
Bluemans in the chat says I put him on ace high, so I called with jack high. Let's see some of those. That'll be great. Yeah, let's get some of that action going. Solid Joe impersonation. Let's go.
Let us go. Power Rich finally got a little confidence to raise the king 8.
Yeah,
after being
and
a
he's
little.
Going, see, I knew I should have just folded it. It's working out so good for me now.
Okay, Nick. Scale from she cheated to she didn't cheated. No, other way around. What percentage do you think she cheated? Here, this is going to be canon. This will be on record.
No,
2,400 people live. YouTube clips.
No.
Come on,
No.
everybody chant Nick's name. Walsh. Give us a percentage. What percentage do you think she's?
I'm not weighing in on this.
You're not throwing your hat into the ring.
You
don't like the pressure. You don't like pressure in your tires.
Hey,
huh?
listen, Griff. Pressure is what I put in my tires. Okay, my man. No, I'm not weighing in here. No.
Well, what about you guys at home? Tell me what your percentage is. 69%, Vuda says. Just when I thought you couldn't get any dumber. You go and pull something like this. And completely redeem yourself. You're going to the Bahamas. No, okay. Okay, I gotta stop doing that. Okay, I gotta stop.
Griffin's legit gonna get a memo tomorrow. Like, buddy, you need to stop with the.
You gotta stop giving out platinums. I promise this is just coffee.
We have a strict policy here at PokerStars. As soon as an ambassador says you get a platinum pass, we have to honor it. And Griffin's just done like 4 tonight, so.
Yeah. So this is interesting, this spot. 20 big blinds affected. They represent second and third in chips. I like this limp. And Onafraz, could just raise fold, but I think learned a lesson maybe last time. And I would love to see a bet now from Prowrich, of course. Hope that your opponent checked back an ace or has something like this king 10.
Pa Rich, I like the limp. And you get a platinum pass.
Oh, pardon my sniffles. Been under the weather this week.
Yeah, king 10 easy calling this flop.
Yeah, and both hands pretty under-repped here.
Wow, that's a big old bet. Jeez.
Yeah, and one that Onafraz can comfortably fold at this point. But what do I know? I'm in the booth.
Wow.
I am Brad
mean,
Booth compared to these guys.
Rich has been so snug this whole time as well, and all of a sudden just firing like full pot bets for like 16, 18 million.
This is one of those stubbornness kind of like, I feel so under-repped with my King 10. And that bet is pretty brilliant because if it was very big on a Fraz, I think it would certainly fold. Still folds, so it makes me think, if you believe the bet on the turn, pocket aces for Rich. Forget anything I said about the last hand. We're moving on. Pocket aces will make you more interested in the next hand, I gotta say. The analysis goes away. Oh, Tua, don't you fall for it.
Tua.
No.
Wow. Oh man, everybody's just
Tua
making
trying
the
to
plays against
represent
Parich.
that he's Tua trying to represent that they flopped to a pair.
Wow,
Uh-oh.
plays it slow too. Plays it slow.
Uh-oh.
I mean, Griffin, what are your thoughts on, oh, they might have a draw, I want to shove, or oh, I just want to trap? Like, you know, is it a blocker situation where you decide whether or not you just rip the flop or you flat the flop?
I think your alarm bells need to be going way off if you're Tua here. It's nice that you've turned some equity. Maybe you do want to bet to give yourself a price set for your river. But you got to be worried here that your opponent's loading back with a queen, because it doesn't seem like the kind of thing Rich to do, to like limp the button and then just like bet call without a queen or better, you know? So I think Tua, I don't know whether or not they recognize that or not. Also, you know, Rich can just have something like, you know, King 10 of spades, or not that hand because Tua has the 10 of spades, but there are some draws. And Rich, you gotta think now. You gotta bet something. We saw the 12 million into 48 in the last hand. I think Rich is probably going to do something in that similar vein, but instead puts it all in there.
All in.
And Tua is now thinking, well, wait a minute, I just hit my 10. What if Rich does have the ace-4 of spades?
Yeah, right. What if he did have 4 or 5 of diamonds? It takes it down, back up to 136 mil. So Rich has been on the tighter side, but manages to maintain that chip lead after all. Blind be blind, queen 8 off. Might be tempted just to rip this one too.
Come on, Tua.
Okay, playing it slower.
Mixes it up.
Gearmax punished the
see
limp.
how, yeah, you can see how the strategy shifts a little bit based on the stack sizes. Before, Tua was last in chips, but now actually as good as fourth in chips with those two stacks that are both going to be going through the blinds. So I think this is a cool adjustment here from Tua. And even inducing a bet from a hand that has 1.4% equity in this hand. You love to see it. Make it 0.
Not too bad. Your top pair doesn't look so good now, but obviously blocking the clubs, which is probably something Gearmax is likely to have in these situations.
Yeah,
I'm
not
potentially could have. I'm not
thrilled by this bet here, just because.
No.
You know, it's like, what are you? You're never getting called by worse, and you're killing the avenue to get bluffed.
Right.
Open it up, Rich.
Maybe even smaller.
Here we go. Does Bolko have it in them? Can Bolko call an all-in for 9 big blinds with ace-7? They cannot!
No, that's got to be a call. That's got to be a call, Griff.
I know, but that's why I brought it up, because Bolko has shown to be shivering and so scared. Oh.
You guys, seriously, Griff gets the Oscar tonight, man. Some of the performances out of this world.
Ooh, I like the tight fold from Onifraz. Seeing this guy open 4-6 suited under the gun, but now that they're a little shorter, recognizing they need to chill out, and we are going to have a classic race. A clash between the ace-king and the fours, a classic race. Pawrich going to be fist-pumping this in with the pair.
Yeah, Pawrich got it. Pawrich with a chance to win the 1.2K. Does
Pa
make the
trying
call.
to get more rich. Am I right?
And
I'm right.
The fours hold. Demi is eliminated in 6th place, guys. That was 6-handed for over an hour of play, guys. That was over an hour of 6-handed play. Pawrich is going to take down another juicy bounty, 1.2K.
Oh, and look at this. Shh. Nick, stop. We have another big hand. He's doing it. Nick, he's cranking it. You're doing it, Peter.
You're
9.
doing it, Peter. And the Queen Jack gets the double. Griff, I love how Queen Jack was the time to fire, but Ace 7 of diamonds blind be blind was like, not in this universe am I going to make this call.
Nice try, buddy. I made a promise I was finishing top 5.
You're doing it, Peter.
Aces again. Gearmax. I'm going to make him an offer he's going to refuse. 29,000.
Make me an offer that I will absolutely refuse.
Yeah.
Oh, poker's a weird game, isn't it? Pocket 5
Onifraz
here.
Right on the line here. 5 left. Makes
Yeah,
the
I like
fold, and that has a lot to do with 20 million from Tua. Gonna wait for that next elimination, which will represent nearly 10,000 US dollars. Salada cheddar.
Bangarang.
Roofie.
Line.
Oh!
Roofie, yo.
Oof. Oh, now can Pawrich let go of the deuce 7 with this massive chip lead? With that bounty in the big blind, or are we going to see some ace on ace crime in the blinds? Pawrich, what's it going to be? Got a Helmuth avatar.
Blind be blind, let's go. Gamble time. He's all in. And a call. Slightly dominated. Ace 5.
Oh, ace 8. Chop it up.
Oh.
Oh my gosh, you know what they say, Nick? You do it.
Okay.
You do it. Sorry.
All right, guys, this is going to be a chop pot, Griff. And you know what they say? Everyone loves
a chop pot.
With smiles off. What do you think, chat?
Oh my god, it's so bad. Okay, guys, listen. No, guys, stop typing. It's fine. No, we've never done that before. Just mean it's fine, guys. We're like the new guys. Don't, guys, no. Please, can we get back to the poker? It's fine. It's fine.
Guys, this
Everybody,
is about the poker, all right? It's about
listen,
poker.
that didn't happen. Nobody has to clip that. It doesn't need to go viral. It doesn't need to be the next Robbie J. Lou thing. Shut it down. I want the stream shut down right now. Oh, man. Quite a lag from here to London, I have to say.
There's going to be a whole investigation. Joey Ingram's going to be in on that. It's going to be what really went down on
what
Monday
really went
night,
wrong?
you guys.
Who blew it? What percentage is Griffin's fault? Which percentage is Nick's? And you guys, Tua is basically dead here. Deciding to call the min raise to flop some equity, but not getting any. And I don't know if Jackson 5 is coming back. You know what I mean? Just like the band.
$3,000.
This is
almost
not the
$3,000 on the Tua bounty.
On a Fraz. No fold equity, really. $4,300 bounty. Yeah, gotta let it go.
I would be folding that, but I mean the only thing is that you want Tua to get stacked here, so you get the ladder, but also you kind of want to stack Tua yourself. So Queen's put a pretty good combo to do it with. So there's other things going on here. Okay, very, very nice flop for Pot Rich. It's looking like he's going to be winning this pot like 92.2% of the time, Griffin.
Yeah.
My kids aren't
The paw
eating tonight
gets
after
richer.
that 4-chop pot performance.
I don't really see how they're connected. It seems like you didn't want to feed them in the first place, to be honest.
And Pot Rich is going to eliminate $2,918 in bounties there, going to our very own Pot Rich. Just doing so good there. Actually picks up a little bit of bonus cash from Gearmex as well, who came along to try and spike that bounty.
And Onifraz kind of has an annoying situation where I think they're supposed to shove there with the ace-4 with just under 8 big blinds four-handed. But like, you just got four-handed. Oh, the blinds are even up. Yeah, you got to shove that.
Oh, my God. Chat, I love you guys so much. Oofy says, I don't even want to have kids after that performance. All right,
you know, when it was
King 6.
It was after that day, son. But not even I like chop pots anymore. They said everybody loved chop pots. But wait, once you heard Griffin and Nick talk about it,
that was the day my father left forever.
We all stopped singing. You know what? We just stopped chopping. We would just give the pot to one of the two guys. We didn't even chop the pots anymore.
We'd flip a coin. Whenever there was a chop pot, the winner would take it. That's actually a really sick rule. That would be a great prop bet, wouldn't it? All right, guys, can we all agree whenever there's a chop pot, we just flip for it?
Yeah. It was a flip to begin with. Ace-10 suited. This is why you wait and fold ace-3 when you probably should have shoved. Sometimes you get 5 big blinds in the button and it's suited. And then this guy reshoves with 8-6 and you're thinking, oh my God, this is so great. As long as nothing bad happens. Oh, well, nothing did. 6.
And there you go. Onifraz, 52 mil. Oh my God, that's so funny. My mother told me that Daddy left because of Griffin Benjer, but she won't tell me why. Eventually he finds this clip and he's like, no! 10-6 of spades. Gearmex, I'm loving this action from Gearmex. Knows what's up, just really flexing on these guys. My guy Bolko just finding those ladders as well. His patience has paid off thus far.
Yeah, big advantages here for Parrich and Gearmex.
Ship it. Ship it in. 1,000% push. Gets the
Oh,
call
here
from
we
the
go.
fives.
Queen.
Queen?
Nope.
No, 10 no good either. Double for Bolko again. My guy just can't be eliminated. Makes the correct call. Oh, it's too funny.
Jack 6 suited, got to be good enough for these 10 big blinds from Parrich.
Yep, this is the correct shove.
And
Definitely
quite a
correct.
journey on a Fraz has been on this final table. It was really in control all table long, and then had that little hiccup. And now looks like that hiccuper is going to probably eliminate on a Fraz without a club. And the journey of the clubs every time.
Oh,
Nope.
wow.
The king high clubs were no good for you on a Fraz. 4th place finisher for just under 30,000. Well deserved amount. Probably deserved a little more, but couldn't outrun the clock.
That's right. Onifraz takes home $43,000 and another $2,300 in bounties as well. So quite the score.
Nick.
So just over.
Nick.
What?
You got 4th place. You got 4th place.
Sorry. 4th place, excuse me. 29,578. Thank
okay.
you. Sorry, guys.
It's okay. We're off camera. They can't hear this.
Okay,
Okay.
good.
We'll fix this
So
in
quite
post.
the score there. We can fix this in post, right, guys? Thanks.
Yeah. How does that work? Gearmex, what are you going to do? 15 big blinds effective. You're going to raise? You're going to limp? Goes with the raise.
Bolko confirmed ladder expert. I mean, obviously, guy knows a thing or two about ladders. Hey, Crystal, you banned.
Giermix ain't buying this. Also has an extremely strong three-handed hand.
I love you, Twitch chat. You're the best. On the button, Pa Rich. Ace King, Lego.
You know what I like most about Parich is the implication of their name, that this is really a fake it till you make it story, you know? Maybe Parich isn't rich. Maybe this will make them rich. And I think that's the kind of narrative I want to take from a nice big win here from Parich.
Or is it like P Ace Ace Rich?
I never thought about it. Oh my gosh. Get 18. GCT 18 says it's the implication. It's the implication. It's not about being rich. It's about knowing that you could become rich. 5.
We have an all-in. Bolko gets the
Double
double
up.
again.
You enter the Sunday Million for a few years.
Griffin, being rich is a state of mind. It's not.
Yeah.
It's rich in experience after this. Very nice flop for Pa Rich here. He is currently dominated, but he does have the spades.
I am starting to think that AA Rich was taken, and then he just tried all the letters until he got to P when he was making his screen name, you know? It's like, oh, AA Rich. I love aces, and I want to be rich with aces, but go with P. Very interesting
guys,
flop.
I hate to say it, but there was a chance for a chop pot again there. Thank God that there's not, though, on this river anymore.
No, we don't do that anymore, buddy.
Pa Rich has some showdown with the ace high, so it does check. Gearmax has the opportunity to check as well.
Oh, I like this theory from Ratslol. Just a great screen name, by the way. Rats are pretty lull. Maybe he's from PA, and his name is A Rich.
Ah, sure.
And a little gutter here. Technically behind. A nice little float. But guess what? Take my gutter and send your hand to the gutter. The second nuts for Pa Rich. Gearmex actually improving with the 7, but when you face more wrath on this turn, you might want to think, okay.
Yeah,
I feel like I belong here.
Pa Rich seems to be a fan of this, like, really big turn size Griff.
Yes. A trend
and
would
like
notice.
we saw it with the Queen 10. We saw it now with the 9-6. Does get more action.
No.
You know, Griff, we keep talking about it like, oh, and that'll be that on the turn, but he keeps getting the action from these guys. Concerned about the clubs at this point. I wonder if Gearmex turns his hand into a bluff. I mean, he's got considerable showdown with a 7. Wow, he could really, really do it if he wanted to here. I feel like he's the kind of guy that's capable of it. What if he just makes it like 50 million? What if he makes it like 61 million?
Call.
Check. Nice. Yeah, I mean, I don't blame him for just taking it to showdown. He can have the best hand there, no problem with the 7. So I don't think you really need to necessarily turn your hand into a bluff unless you really put him on a good hand on the turn, in which case, why are you calling? So that all kind of adds up, I guess.
Bolko, come on. Make us proud, Bolko. There he is.
My boy.
Once in your life, you stood up for yourself. I'm kidding. I'm sure you've done that before. I just really wanted that for you. We all wanted it for you.
I've been waiting 50
Nines
years
get a walk.
to hear you do that. It was a test. You get the promotion.
Nice. Cheese and Onion says, bulking up. Sweet.
Fife says, the stream is so good tonight, I'm forgetting to play my own poker. I'm here for you, buddy. Thank you for the kind words. I'm glad you're enjoying today's broadcasts. He's 10. Still the best hand. In fact, 100% on the turn.
Tandy Miller says, we want bulk to make it heads up, ladder king. We do stand a ladder king here at PokerStars. Oh, another spot for Bolko to get a shove through. Just do it. Yes, Bolko. Just watching him grow up in front of our eyes, Nick.
I mean, there's only one way to go now at this point. Bolko's like, all right. I did my laddering. Now I'm going to actually have to play some poker, and I'm here for it. I love it.
Oh, gonna be an interesting spot here. Guillermix might be inclined to isolate this, but doesn't. And they both play it quite coy. Jack Paycheck says, Bolko saw you shivering, Griff. It's true. That was quite an illustration of how I thought the Bolko was playing at the time.
I wasn't going to take that from Griffin, and I knew at that point I had to change gears.
No. At that point, I knew that I had to play freaking sick.
A7 is still the best hand, you guys.
Yeah, and Guillermix going for big value on the turn and against the exact target. You know, hoping for your opponent to have sort of worse sevens, maybe some deuces that might get stubborn. But fours is also right in that range, and you can see it gets another call. And Rich. And now Guillermix can just comfortably check back, not get too greedy. You don't want to be up against an actual queen here, or, you know, a rivered 7-9 would be disastrous. Rich could have also been limping something like pocket tens, pocket jacks. Guillermix really thinking about going for that extra value. I love the thought. Yeah. Oh my gosh! Guillermix! We're not worthy!
I love it.
Oh my!
I think it's really cool that they're not just they're giving it some thought and then they actually went for the correct value bet here. It's pretty spicy. I like it a lot.
Yeah. Heroic Technology asks, do you shove and rep the slow play queen?
You got showdown, so don't really need to.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're going to try and rep the queen, what you're saying is, I know that they've got a 7 or a 9.
Heroic Technology, it is a valid question. There are avenues sometimes in situations like this where you feel like if you're getting value bet by a hand worse than a queen, where you'd want to just turn your hand into a bluff. But the problem about this spot, I think, and what makes it such a brilliant value bet,
gets the call.
Makes the call, and that really makes it a big lead. What makes it such a unique bet is that not a lot of players would be prepared to make it. Bet with just the 7. So Guillermix very much impressing me. I don't know about you, but it kind of looks like Charles Darwin, C. Darwin the player, might have taken over here. I mean, this is like, you know, the avatar was his little little clue, like, oh, they'll never know it's me. Same avatar.
Charles Darwin confirmed still alive and actually just a really good poker player.
Yeah, Swedish now too.
This was actually a picture taken last week.
Yeah. And Rich may run into a situation where Guillermix could just shove here, and Rich would probably have to fold a hand that they would, you know what, Nick, most of the time.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go, my man.
I don't think Powerage can call
slaying
here.
it in.
And if they do, who knows what we're going to do, Nick.
I absolutely love this game. I love this game, Griff. This is why we watch.
I will say, if we do find a potential chop pot developing, we will contact James Hardigan at 11:30 at night, wherever he is. I don't care what he's doing. It's an emergency. It's a chop pot emergency.
All right, guys, we're on another break. Only 3 players remain in this Sunday Million PKA, which means we are just 2 spots away from crowning our winner, who will walk away with over $58,000 plus all that sweet, sweet booty money. Currently, Guillermex coming back from just 2 big blinds up to $276 million. We're going on a 5-minute break. I want to welcome back Mr. Joe Stapleton to the mix.
Hello, fellas. Nice work there. I was in the wings watching for most of that. Watch you butcher the chop pot song in more ways than you could really even have imagined. So that's good. That was entertaining to watch. Let's we've talked about plenty of goofy stuff. That was a fun session. Let's talk a little bit about the players that we have left in this event. Guillermex, Pa, Rich, and Bolko. In your estimation, we'll start off with Nick here. In your estimation, if you had to guess, which one of these players would you say is the most experienced in dealing with this particular situation?
I mean, we've only had a limited amount of hands, and I don't want to trash talk anybody that we've seen play thus far, but I think Guillermex is the one who seems to be flexing the hardest now he actually has some chips in his stack. Obviously, we saw a pretty heroic comeback from very, very few chips, but once he had the chips in his possession, he seems to be making all the right plays, not afraid to be shipping into, sort of blind v blind scenarios to try and take down bounties and apply max pressure for ICM. And we've seen a lot of really nice 3-bets from him, some really nice, that value bet that we just saw, Griff, the value bet with ace-7, I just think is so, so nice. And I think a lot of times players will just be like, okay, cool, I have showdown, I've gotten 2 streets of value, I don't want to get check raised on the river, I don't want to get caught by pocket 10s or something like that. He really thought it through, gave it the opportunity, and now he's got such a commanding lead. I think I've got to go with Guillermex, and I think that's my favorite to win today.
Griffin, agree?
Absolutely agree everything he said. There's nothing that I could possibly add. He nailed it. He didn't give me any room to add to it. He's just so good that I don't even know why I'm here anymore.
Okay. Flip side, so who's the worst? Just kidding. Not going to make you guys answer that. Did have a question here from Ludwig, and if Ludwig's pointing out a mistake of yours, Griffin, I just say pass. But if there's some education we can provide to Ludwig says, Griff says a rivered 7 or a 9 would be a disaster to Guillermex, though he's still the winner with 2-pair ace kicker, or no?
So what I was saying about that 9 on the river in the queen 7, deuce 9, was that what made it a difficult value bet on the river is that the kind of hands that your opponent has there are going to be like the queen combinations and then some 7x's, but one of those 7x's could have been a 7-9, so which would technically be better than ace-7 in that situation. So it makes it a difficult, very thin value bet because, if the river was a 4, actually not 4 is a bad example because he had pocket 4s, but let's just say a 5, 7-5 wouldn't be improving over ace-7.
Okay, that seems to explain it, although I had no context whatsoever, so I'm just agreeing with you and assuming you got that right. RDO mentioning that Griffin and I had a prop bet earlier in the stream, wants to remind Griffin that I do owe him $1, and I think, if I remember correctly, Griffin, I might owe you from a prop bet we made a long time ago. I think I bet you that, what's his name? Professor Snape was going to end up making another appearance in one of the Star Wars movies. Emperor Snape? Darth Snopes?
Emperor Palpatine? Or Darth Snopes?
No,
Darth the guy, yeah. Wait,
Snoke,
you said
Snoke, Mr. Snoke.
Snoke, yes, Mr. Snoke.
I think I bet that he
Yes.
was going to come back. And, that wasn't going to be it.
And
then he
then
was
you
going to
won
make
the
another
bet?
appearance. No, I think you won the bet because he doesn't ever come back,
Oh.
right? After he gets
So
unceremoniously cut in half and one of those
he's
movies.
I think he's technically in the last one though because there's all the clones. Spoilers for the 9th and final Star Wars movie ever made. They're going to stop making them.
That's it. It's all over.
There were all these clones, Snopes. Snopes? Snoopy. That's what it is.
Why don't I
Star
remember
Snoopy.
that?
Snoop-a-loop, bring your green hat. Bring your green hat.
Yeah, no, it's seen that it's all of this, like, orchestrated by Emperor Palpatine, and, like, he just has a bunch of Snoop clones. It's really bad and dumb. I don't know. I'm sorry.
You're saying that Professor Snape does come back in the last Star Wars movie, and there's many of them.
Professor Snoopy
Yeah.
comes back as a bunch of clones,
Got
but they haven't been grown yet. So technically, let's call the bet a chop pot. And you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop
Everyone
Snoop.
loves a chop pot. Oh, boy. All right, we're going to say goodbye to Nick Walsh for at least 30 minutes. Somehow this tournament still moving forward.
And Power Rich electing for the limp fold line with the even stacks with Bolko. You can see the third to second place score is representing a jump of 15K. Third to first even. So interesting that Power Rich would go with the limp fold. Ace-3 might have even let it go there. But so much to gain by making sure you finish top 2. You have a shot at that big final bounty. Rob Zoid with my favorite comment of the day. I think Bruce Willis was a ghost the whole time. You with me there, Joe?
I'm here.
Final bend. Two
Let's
hands.
hope so.
Yeah, have
I would say
reason
that-
to be all in here. Bolko with the 5s. Oh, Bolko! We'd made so much progress, Bolko.
Oh, Bolko.
God, Bolko, you wait in the car. You wait in the car for me.
Bolko up, Bolkaroos. Here we go. This has got to look better than pocket 5s. Yeah, there we go. I was about 5 seconds too early with that. Bolko's ace high is good. Double up for Bolko. Now Statrick. Statrick has been hard at work. Statrick wants everyone to know that was the 8th time that Bolko has been all in and doubled up. 8. 8 times. That's quite a bit. By the way, is that all? That's not even the whole tournament, right? Like, that's just today. Like, Bolko might have been all in and doubled up other times earlier in the tournament. We wouldn't really have access to that, I don't think.
If Statrick can track how many times he's been all in and won over the whole tournament, that'd be amazing. I wouldn't be surprised. It is in Statrick's range. Okay, what are you going to do with the suited Kevin here, Pa Rich? You're going to just go for the shove. I love it. See? This is why you're my favorite child, Pa Rich, and why Bolko is in timeout.
I will
Bolko,
say
good
that
opportunity here to shove.
The question I asked you during the break as to who appears to be the most experienced here, and your answer of Guillermo X is really, coming true. Seems like he knows how, they know how, at the very least, how to apply the ICM jail sort of situation. And Pa Rich at least knows enough to not decide to blast off in that situation either. Bolko is making is keeping it interesting. I'll say that. Folding 5s, folding ace-10.
Folded ace-10 in the small blind there. Just, I mean, given a great opportunity for Guillermo to just run this table over, you got to just raise 100% of range.
Hold on a second. Now that Bolko has more chips than Pa Rich, isn't Bolko the one in ICM jail, and folding ace-10 is a little bit more acceptable?
Yeah, I'm not saying that Bolko needed to shove, but I think that there are better avenues to play your three-handed stack. Like, knowing that Guillermax is opening like close to 100% of the button, just 3-bet the ace-10. And he makes it 12,000, you make it 38,000, and you just take it down. Why just fold, you know?
Got it. It doesn't have to be
even
all
just
in.
flat. Just if you're folding ace-10, you're folding like everything worse than that all the time, and you're just never making any chips from the small blind. You know, the fact that they've even been able to get to this point, it's funny to throw an overbet in here, which is going to work. And it's actually
Bolko.
And
Suck on Bolko,
so we don't even get a
everybody.
song there.
Bolko still in it.
38,000.
There's
Do
no-
it, Gear. Oh.
That's a nice little flop for Queen 10. Don't Bolko this up.
I could see Guillermex getting weird here and just check raising. And it will not work.
mean-
For Bolko has made the 3 10s.
Yeah, is I just feel like Bolko's like betting so infrequently. Yeah.
Nice fold.
That you just like don't try to outplay him there.
And the King 7 suited went in for about 14 big blinds. The King 4 suited then might be good enough for Paw Rich. And it is going to run over into a better King for Bolko. And the Ace X, Ace 5 for Guillermex. This could be interesting. With the bounty on the line, ooh.
A 5K bounty still up for grabs. Either of these players could win it.
$25 big blinds, good enough. And another all-in, surely coming from Guillermex here. Great little pressure spot with these deuces. So unlikely your opponents are going to wake up with bigger pairs. And you just keep increasing that chip stack.
Jack 10 suited for Bolko. Guillermo. Just calls. Ace 6-6. Opportunities here. But Bolko has found another gear, it seems like.
There you go, Paw Rich.
Maybe figuring out that you can bet without a hand. Ace King for G. Full fold. Ace 6 for Bolko. It just
Ooh,
folds it.
and
Wow,
just-
okay.
That's trouble for Paw Rich. Gonna think you have
Trouble
a bit
for
of fold
Paw
equity
Rich
with the
indeed.
10-9.
He makes the call. Ace high holding. 10-9 needs to hit. Hits the 9 on the river, the Miracle 9. Another short stack double up. Unbelievable. So many extra lives. Somebody put in the Konami code. Just nobody going down. 30 lives. Paw Rich doubles up to just below Bolko. Krieger Seal says that 9 was worth 5K. No, it was worth more than that if you think about it. But your point stands. 5K in bounties. Not to mention the equity of laddering up the second. Not to mention the equity of probably winning. All right, Bolko with pocket queens. Guillermo with a
And
9.
With a pair, Guillermex might want to call here for this 30% pot. Lights Out Loser asks, would you be shocked if Bolko won at Griffin? Would not be shocked, but I would be surprised. There's not a lot of play left here now that we're all the way at 3 million, 6 million blinds. So, as you can see, that pot alone, Bolko is suddenly near the chip lead. Paw Rich here, 20 big blinds. I think it's okay just to shove here. You're the bottom stack. Same principle. You have these small pocket pairs. And going to get some folds here from flipping hands.
Pocket 4s for G.
I think we could see a flop here, actually, unless Guillermex decides to just shove 25 bigs, which I think would be a mistake. But does decide to do it anyway with that chip lead edge, getting these nice king-queen suiteds to fold.
Queen Jack suited, dominated by Parich.
Come on, Parich. You know what to do. Hit the button.
So I heard you guys debating what the meaning of Parich's name might be. I looked it up. His first name is just Paarich. Nine high flop. Top pair for Bolko. And a straight draw now for Bolko. Straight draw for Guillermo as well. Check. From G.
Like this comment from another one from Lights Out Loser. Sounds like an Alexa answer to a poker question. Small pocket pairs are difficult to play if Broadway comes out. Thank you for your
Not
comment.
wrong. You are not wrong. And
Alexa,
Bolko-
how do I play pocket jacks? There is no right way to play pocket jacks. Thank you for your question.
I thought you were going to say Alexa just explodes. Queen 7 from Bolko folds. Ace 6 for Parich. And everyone a little too even now, huh, to play the shovey game.
Yeah. So, Joe,
Yeah.
tell me some standout hands, like the big flip or the big cooler you won on your way to that $10,000 win just last week.
So I only played about 10 hands total.
Wait,
The entire
explain the
tournament.
format then. How many entries was it? Was it a free roll? Was it a buy-in? Where
It was
was
a charity event in which I didn't think that my first couple of buy-ins were registered by the charity. And so I bought a bunch of rebuys. And then it turned out that everything had been counted by the charity. So I was in for like $800. So that happened. And then, it was a charity event with there was a 9-table event. So, somewhere between 80 and 90 players, a lot more once you count all the rebuys and add-ons and everything. A lot
And
more
what was the
entries.
buy-in? 200?
It was either 2 or 300. I don't remember.
Okay.
And I won one big flip, Jacks versus Ace Queen. Oh, guys, you want to talk deal?
Whoa.
I see Pa Rich mention a deal. We do not see deals very often in bounty events. Now, 3-handed is the last chance you have to make one. Ooh. Dealing will be paused after the hand to make the deal. Okay, says G. Bolko must have clicked it too, or that dialogue would not have come up. 3 diamonds on this board. Oh, Bolko. Bolko must be so mad right now. Bolko must be so mad right now for all the ace of diamonds. Oh, trips on this turn from Guillermex. So the big blind here is 6 million, which means that 30 big blinds is the biggest stack. Feels like a good time to make a deal, right? It's going to be pretty shovey from here on out. So we won't know what's going on with the deal talk, so I can go back to the story here after this hand is over. Trip 10's bets. By the way, I go through all this in great detail in last week's podcast.
The one with Sam?
Yes, the one with Sam Grafton. Wait, now the deal will be paused after this hand to discuss the deal. Okay, I don't know what's going on. Someone must have unclicked and then clicked again. Bolko or asked for 4th place money. Okay, that was funny. All right, there's the pause. So I won a big flip, Jacks versus Ace Queen. I lost a big flip, but I was up against a small. It was like a 3-way all in, and I won a big side pot. And then there were 2 key hands at the final table where I shoved ace-6. I had like 4 big blinds when I made the final table. The biggest stack had like 11 big blinds.
Right.
And I shoved ace-6 and got called by ace-10 and flopped a 6 and 2 hearts. I had ace-6 of hearts. And that held. And then another hand, I shoved ace-4 suited and a fella very smugly called with 2 aces. And the flop came like ace, deuce, 4, 2 spades. And not ace, deuce, 4, sorry, I had ace, deuce. It came like ace, 3, 4, 2 spades. And, sorry. I don't know what the third
You're really
card
good
was.
at this. Keep going.
I flopped a gut shot and 2 spades, and I rivered the 5 of spades, but it wasn't a straight flush. That's all. Deal's done. Deal's done.
Do we know deal completed? They did something?
Yeah, the deal is done. So we won't know what the deal was until the tournament is over.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't like poker stories either, hippie. Ace King for Bolko gets the full from King 4. Anyway, that was the other big suck out. After that point, I was like huge chip leader, and second place prize was a trip to the Bahamas.
But you were going anyway, so you're like, I got to win this thing.
Well, I just said to the guy, which prize do you want? He said the Bahamas, and I said, good, I'll take this seat, and that was it. We're done. It's over. We didn't even play it out. That's right. It was deal agreed. GG, guys. Grats. GG2, says Pa Rich.
Can we type in the chat? GG. No. Oh no, I just wrote that on Twitch. I was trying to write it. Because you see the flashing thing in the chat button, you know? Is it always flashing like that?
Where? Oh, the cursor? Yeah, maybe. I don't think it is. You'd think we'd know that. Okay, so by the way, so I'm being told that last message there from Parich means F Bolko. But I guess it's just based on his name. From the name. I don't know what that means. But they made a deal.
3-bet. Oh.
Ace high good.
Soapy Bubble 1 just said it's always flashing. Yes, great. Now I can't unsee it.
The thing is, I usually have a window of porn covering that part of the screen. So I don't know what's going on there.
Fair enough. Pirates,
Jack
King 9
9.
suited.
Dominated by King 9.
Pirates checking it back and getting the worst hand to stay in and probably overvalue this 9 on the King 9-7. Pirates, put a little something out there, buddy. Put a little bet.
Something.
Let them know you're here.
Pull something in the
Yeah,
coffer.
bet. What? Bolko might even do something weird and raise. Watch. Just watch the weird raise. Oh. Double gutter.
Oh, boy. Bolko with 18% equity with 1 pair against 2 pair. Wacky NZ says, hi, all from New Zealand. How many people are here from New Zealand? Why are you only wishing them
the
hello?
Snarp call from Bolko. Didn't even look at the amount. The people's champ.
Bolko not going to win this pot.
Parech thinking, okay. I think I learned something from that Gearmex guy value betting me on that Queen 7-9. Am I really going to check back 2 pair here? I don't think Bolko has an 8, but does check it back.
Pair. And all of a sudden, Parich pulling away with the first significant lead we've seen in a while. Bolko shoves with a dominating hand, doesn't get called.
Ooh, and this might be trouble for Gearmex. Just under
Alexa?
20 big blinds. Uh-oh. Uh-oh!
There's the shove from G. called by pocket jacks. Is this going to be the right way to play them? So far, so good. River clean. We finally lose our third place finisher, Guillermex, out. And what are we going to see Guillermex cash for? I was joking about 54,000 after the deal, 7,300 in bounty, so over 60K. And we're heads up, and Pa Rich has got a bit of a lead.
Pa Rich. Been a very interesting case at this final table. In general, has played pretty strong, pretty solid. Was really kind of respecting the rules there with the chip leader on their
ICM
left
rules
for most of the FT. But coming out on top right now and limp as a trap with the king jack, keeping that king deuce in there. Sergeant Bolko has this. Nice. What's Sergeant Bilko from? Is it like MASH or something?
Sergeant Bilko was a different TV show
Forrest
about the
Gump.
Army.
Here we go.
Oh, we're all in, and Queens were way out in front. Bolko now with their 9th double up of the day. Who knows what prior to that? Bolko has gotten it all in and not just survived, but doubled up 9 times today. That's 9 lives for Bolko the cat.
Whew. I like that. Bolko the cat, 9 lives. That's good.
More like Binku. Binko, says Nick Walsh TV. Sorry, I blew that
Bully Lol says, battle for the $8. I like that.
So, yeah, I guess it's just worth pointing out that a
No,
deal's been
don't
made.
do
So
it.
it looks
Everyone
like
knows.
everyone's going to get the $54,053 in the deal. But right now they're playing for
Including
the
all of you in the
bounties,
chat. No, okay, sorry.
which is about 2,000 plus onto 7,000. It's going to be nice. It's going to be like
Bingo.
they're playing for like $18,000 right now. So it's still quite a bit of money. Queen high flush, no street
Two-pair
flash.
Cracked.
And a snap fold from the 2-pair. And Bolko still showing signs of life.
And I would love
good.
Powrich playing this as a check raise here. You're
Enough
so
to
under
be the
rep
second
checking
best
back
hand.
the king jack. You're going to be up against some worse jacks sometimes, some 7Xs that might call the raise. Bolko just snap calls this. Oh, come on, Bolko. You're Mr. Snap Call. Why bet if you're going to fold to a raise, man?
To see where you're at. You ever heard of that before? Clubs on clubs. Bolko raising. And just
Oh,
get shoved
such a
on with
nice
ace-5
hand
suited.
for
The
20
old,
bigs.
the old... Ooh, sourdough suited. Artisanal. More clubs. King 10 this time. Hearts on hearts now.
All in.
Gigandi says Bolko is the greatest knit of all time as he knits it up again. Blinds are huge, by the way. Like, these
Yeah.
look like really big stacks. But 340 million is still what? Like, it's still under 50 bigs. Exactly 50 bigs now. The effective stack, this little one over here, that's like 13 or 14 bigs. They're playing for 18K, Lion Mike D.
Ooh, outflopped by Bolko. The poker gods want to see Bolko hoist the trophy. Don't fall for it, Parich. Don't you fall for it. Does it really seem like something Bolko would do, randomly bluff like this?
No, it does not. Thank you for your question.
In the zone.
6-8 suited for Bolko. Trying to get away with a limp here. Not gonna have. Oh, and just insta calls the raise and flops top pair. Oh yeah.
And an all-in.
Bolko moves all in. He's gonna protect this pair of eights. Not gonna let the king or the diamond hit the turn. Back up to 20 big blinds. And flops top pair again. And is playing incredibly fast.
15,000. Might get a call this time.
14
yeah.
million. And gets the call from ace high. And Bolko finally gets outflopped. For the first time in recent memory. It's pretty tough for Parich to lose this hand at this point. Gotta be feeling pretty good about your 9, especially when no one bets the river.
Yeah, when he doesn't even try to get it 7 high.
Jay Kaizo says, I didn't think Bolko was going to make it this far. Yeah, well, you're literally the only one. I think you remember from the break when Griffin said Bolko's clearly the most experienced player. Bolko is a shining star in a sea of mediocrity.
Yeah. No, I said an ocean of mediocrity.
Oh, shit. Bolko betting into the up and down straight draw. Snap folds to the raise. Parich hits an 8. And ace on the turn for Bolko. Another bingo for Bolko.
Now
River's
you
a
bet.
king. Snap check. Seven deuce versus ace deuce. 7 spikes. 7 million's the bet. You know that 7 chipmunks twirling on a branch trying to make $1 on my uncle's ranch. You know that popular children's song from the sea?
I feel like this tournament is turning into the Continental Breakfast episode of Key and Peele. But sir,
Wait.
you've always been here at the Continental.
And another top pair for Bolko.
I feel like Bolko's been
Step into
running
my
good
office,
on
son.
flops, and then Parich just wins small ones to even it out, and it's just this perpetual, you know.
All right, here we go. Parich is definitely going to win this hand.
Nice.
Just a jack.
Rob Sweat says Bolko isn't actually looking at his cards. It's just a flock of raccoons randomly mashing buttons. Oh my gosh, a jack on the turn. I wonder what they're actually called. What are a group of raccoons called? Certainly not a flock. Let's look this up. What is a
herd,
group
a
of
gang?
raccoons called?
A murder.
A committee? No, I don't believe that. Okay, it's called
committee
a
of
nursery
raccoons.
or a gaze, a smack,
Okay,
a committee, or a troop.
Value bet here. Parich hating life.
Blocking
beat by
the
an ace,
diamonds,
beat by a
blocking
jack.
queen 10.
Folds the worst
Beautiful
hand.
fold.
And things are just about even Stevens between
Oh
these
my
two.
goodness. Never count out a committee of raccoons. Bolko finding a way.
And flops another pair.
With a gutter.
Flops the pair and the gutter. Snap call. Safe turn.
Kind of big, like.
No, this is not even Stevens after this. This is significant tournament chip lead, whatever happens in this hand. $31 million gets the fold. 2-6-6 plays 1-9-9, and for the first time in this heads up, Bolko is out in front. Guys, I gotta get Nick Walsh back in here. Can we get Nick back in here? This is too ridiculous.
I'm here. I'm here for the Giga Chad committee. I'm here for it.
I want to say Giga Chad, but is that an insult?
I don't really know.
It needs
No,
something.
Giga Chad is like a parody, right? It's like, but it's kind of like,
It's like the ultimate Chad, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like my buddy was
Okay.
sent me he's like, hey, I just changed my WhatsApp profile picture. I had to go Giga Chad, and he's just like, golfing
Yeah,
or something. You
yeah.
can see his biceps. It's just like a funny thing
Sure.
to say. Oh,
Yeah, I don't
Bolko
think
with the
it's-
3x, and you get punished. It's too
All right, well,
bad.
back to even Stevens.
Boing. Oh, Pirich gonna be like, hey, Bolko, I'm not done telling my story.
Sevens jam. Ace deuce folds.
This has been some wild heads up, you guys. Gotta say.
And fast.
Fast. Oh, hello.
Two hearts. Top pair. Is it going in here?
No,
Boko's
but
not
we will
really a
see
big
turn.
get it in on a draw guy. Or girl. We don't really know. Feels very dude-like, though.
Feels very Giga Chad. Oh, chunky bet on the turn
$38.5
here.
million to see the
Bolko.
river. Bolko Foldo. Bolko is an idea. Bolko is all of us.
Everyone's a little bit Bolko.
Bolko is all genders and all
wait.
possible genders. Blinds up. $4 million, $8 million. Ace Queen suited.
I can't wait for the documentary like 5 years from now about Bolko and this Sunday Million. Just some British guy talking, be like, Bolko really was, he just was all of us, No one thought he had a chance at the final table. There were 2,000 of us watching.
Pocket sixes
But there was
for
something
Pa
different
Rich.
about him.
It was
The way
the
that he wrote
zeitgeist
his
of the
name
time.
in his avatar. There was no
Snap
mistaking
balls.
that he was Bolko.
Boko's just
All
this
right,
guy,
Pa Rich has the best hand. Bolko's missed. Turns the flush. First time in a while we've seen Pa with a nice value hand.
Yeah, and this is going to extend the lead quite significantly. Of near 2-1.
Ten, 9, 8, and we're back to top pair for Bolko. Top pair and a gut shot for Bolko. Almost every single hand.
I can't hear Bolko without hearing Glorzo from Rick and Morty.
Pocket Nieners, good pre-flop. The hammer for Pa Rich. Elects not to try to steal it pre-flop. Turns
Oh,
two pair.
two pair.
Bolko with
Two
a pair. Godot waits for Bolko, says GP Poker.
Gets the call.
9 on the river, a 4-liner.
Could be a gross river for 7 deuce. Still goes for value.
7 deuce bets. Bolko is peace,
Bolko.
says Aku. And Bolko
And you have to wonder, is Bolko
deficit now and wakes up with a dominating ace?
Lives. Everything Bolko. Go.
Shoves,
Wow, does
hits
really
the
well
ace
there.
Tray to fold. And Bolko flops trips.
Let's go, Bolko.
With 6 deuce. And Pa Rich turns top pair.
And yeah, Pa Rich is going to feel very comfortable to bet very big here and get max value. Oh!
Quads! Bolko makes quads, and that's full house for Pa Rich. This
Snap check to him.
And Pa Rich has to go for the max jugular value here, knowing that Bolko will probably snap off even an all-in here, and does it! And Bolko, oh my God, he's slow rolling him!
No, come on, baby, not like this.
He makes
No.
every decision in 1.5 seconds. Now he's got quads. Slow rolling, maybe a mistake. When Pa Rich said, F Bolko.
Bolko, what are you doing?
He said F Bolko.
During the deal, as soon as the deal was done, Pa Rich said F Bolko. And Bolko going deep into the tank top from the people's hero to the people's villain. Slow rolling.
What a heel turn!
Finally makes the call with quads. Doubles through Pa Rich.
Giga Chad!
That's some Giga Chat energy for sure.
Is Pa Rich going to fire up the chat box? We know he knows where it is.
Oh my God, it's too good.
This has had more twists and turns.
Wow.
Jack good here. And Pa Rich almost back to 200 million. Bolko from the top rope.
From the top rope.
9-8. In a little bit of trouble here against Ace-8.
Yeah, how do you not do a bunch of chips here, Griff? It's pretty hard not to put more chips in the middle when you make middle pair heads up.
Yeah, the disaster, of course, would be the 8 on the river. Pa Rich, I think, needs to just fight another day here and keep those 20 big blinds.
Does not get to the river. And now it's Bolko with the almost 2-1 chip lead. Ace, 9 deuce, 2 clubs. Pa Rich with the biggest club and the best hand.
Oh,
Ace Jack for Bolko.
Oh,
Pa Rich
This
with
is it.
Ace
It's
8.
definitely going broke here.
The raise from Bolko. Pa Rich, not the time for a slow roll. You don't have the best of it. There's the all-in. Bolko with the snap call. Domination situation. Opportunities arise. And some outright wins for Pa Rich, but no. Ace
Bolko.
Jack holds. And Bolko, who was all in and at risk 9 different times today, finally pulls it out. That was my bad, guys. I wrecked it there. I took a little too long. I had too much storytelling to do. Too much craziness at the end. 3 players making a deal there for $54,000 for Guillermo, $53,000 for Pa Rich, and $52,000 for Bolko. So it was a chop by chip. But Bolko takes down the last 2 bounties, putting them out on top for $80,000. How much fun did you guys have today? We'll start with Griffin.
that was awesome. I mean, listen, it was a really, really long day, but there were so many interesting storylines that emerged over the course of the final table. And of course, Bolko, by the end of it, was the star. I mean, a bit forgotten over the course of the day and the early parts of the final table. We made a little crack about the avatar that they were using, but playing, he almost became a meme with how tight they were playing in certain spots, but kind of became the people's champ because of the unlikeliness that they would have and to come back and win, and just really surprising and awesome, really fun.
Nick, say what you will about Bolko, but also let us know when we're going to see you next.
I just Griffin beat me to it this time. I think he took the words out of my mouth. I think we had so many nice stories from today, and following, especially seeing the two big blind come back to be one of the chip leads, to be in the final three, and then eventually get eliminated. So many cool stories. Griffin said it all for me, but I will be back online tomorrow for midday.
Roll.
Back here. Oh, the slow roll.
Got to mention the slow roll, yes.
We do have to mention that slow roll. I imagine we're going to see a lot of that across all of the channels. Thank you for reminding me, Griff. Yeah, that really was quite the thing. I'll be back online tomorrow for midday, guys. We're doing more KO challenge with Croaks, and then we'll be doing spinning goes on Wednesday, and then maybe some. We're doing MGTs on Thursday with Wistern. You guys, it's Wistern's birthday this week, so if you haven't already gone to wish him happy birthday, make sure you do it in due course. We're going to see him a lot more on the Central channel now that he's turning 25. I'm really excited to have him a little bit more active on this channel, so that's nice. This is a good thing.
Yes, Griffin.
I just want to say the last thing I want to say about Bolko is the thing that made this stream so special and him winning, or her, was the fact that it was already the people's champ. People were already on Bolko's side, and there are so few situations where I think everyone can bound together and be like, yes to a slow roll. And the fact that we saw the F Bolko from the opponent there, heads up, after the chop, and then the opportunity to slow roll with quads leading to the win after everyone was already going, Bolko, Bolko, Bolko. I mean, that's just a perfect storm. You just love to see it.
Everybody very vocal for Bolko. Congratulations again. Nick, we'll see you also on Monday. Nick's going to be back on Monday. I'll be in England. James and I will be tied up doing other things. Nick's going to handle that stream, part of the 50-50 series. And also, we've got a Poker in the Ears podcast coming out this Thursday with guest Maria Ho. But until then, for Nicholas Walsh, Griffin Benger, and James Hardigan in absentia, I am Joe Stapleton. Smell you later.